Hey guys, we are back for day 2 of the George Pino trial, and we have Ali in the building. Everybody give a warm welcome back to Ali. You were missed yesterday.
Hey, all. Hey, Katt. Glad to be
Hey,
here.
hey, glad to have you here. So I'm sure you heard the big news yesterday that there was an emotional outburst and court needed to recess. The court told the jury, hey, we're having some problems with our air conditioning, although they seem to be in the same courtroom today, so I don't think that was a true excuse. And then we'll be
So
getting
I
back
didn't
into
hear
it.
about this. I saw
No.
somebody put I got on X for like a hot second and I saw somebody tagged me and said something like there was a kerfuckle. Oh, shit happened. And I responded like, oh, when shit goes down, I better be ready. Like from the song. But then I forgot to ask Bob what was the shit that went down. So this was the shit that someone got emotional and they shut down the
Yeah,
stream. And the
so
claim
well,
is,
not the stream,
I
but
mean,
the
okay.
court, they recessed for the day, because he couldn't get himself together. The judge gave an option, but not an order that, if you can't get a hold of your emotions, one option could be you can go sit in a different room and observe the trial that way, which of course is pros and cons to that. We can continue the trial so you're not deprived of having a trial, but you're not going to be right next to your counsel if you need to communicate with them and participate in your own defense. But it wasn't an order at that point in time, and he's back in the courtroom in his regular seat at the defense table. So
But the
it
claim
seems
was
like that
something
might be an
happened to the
ongoing
air
thing.
conditioning, is what you're saying. That
That's
was
what they
what,
told the jury.
okay.
And maybe that also happened. Maybe it was two things are true at once, but I was waiting to see, and it looks
Well,
like we are in the
the
courtroom
same
again.
courtroom. Okay. I mean, they could have come up with something else, like, I can't tell you what happened, or the judge could have said, you know,
It's be not your concern.
it's on me. So maybe there was, like you said, maybe there was some like sliver of truth to it. So they were like, we're just gonna rely on this thing. Or maybe they made it up.
Yep. So that's where we are. And guys, we are going to be, as soon as we start this stream, remember there is a court order. It's apparently some judicial administrative order. I couldn't find the copy of the text anywhere, but it says to the effect that you cannot be displaying, you cannot have a live chat function enabled on a platform when you're showing the stream of the trial. So to make sure Law and Crime can continue doing what they do and be able to bring us this court footage, we will be disabling these chats again like we did yesterday when we start playing the stream in a few moments here. So get it off your chest now if you're in the live chat. Get all your
Right.
highs and buys in. And we will come back after we finish watching the trial stream. We will bring you guys back. So sorry it has to be that way, but it was kind of fun to open the floodgates yesterday and bring you guys back in.
We
And
should say hi to Shea. Yeah.
hey, Shia. Shia, thank you for becoming a member, becoming green and joining the KNW gang. Big thank you. I feel bad now. We're going to lock you out of the chat right as we became
And
members.
you're out. You're done. You're cut
Ah.
off.
And then the other thing, you guys, yesterday we talked a lot about case background with Ali in the building. I think Ali excels at a lot, but Ali especially excels at looking at statutes and breaking down how the language, the charging language, the indictment, and things like that. So I asked her and she obliged. She's going to do some research and look at why the indictment that we have for George Pino includes language and a cite to the statute for Florida's, oh, this is so tiny. Florida's 1020 to life. And as we mentioned 1020 to life, here's Bob.
Hi.
So
Just
I
got
thought it'd
out
be
of
good.
prison, life sentence.
Yeah, so Bob, I had a question for Ali. You can ponder on it too. And this Zoom function sucks. But I wanted to give us some context. We didn't look at the indictment language yesterday, even though we know the charges. But so we have this context going in. And now that we have Ali, the genius, here with us, remember there's 2 counts, you guys. In
Yeah.
short, we have manslaughter through culpable negligence is count 1. That's what Alicia Andrews was convicted of if you followed that trial. And then count 2 is the vessel homicide through recklessness. But the language here I noticed includes a statute for Florida's 10 to 20 to life. So real quick, it reads, George Pino, on or about September 4th, 2022, in the county and state aforesaid, did intentionally commit an act or acts and or acted with culpable negligence without lawful justification or excuse, which caused the death of Luciana Cristina Fernandez, a human being. In violation, there's 2 statutes. 782, which is the just general homicide, which includes manslaughter, and 775.087, which is Florida's 10-20 to life statute. Contrary to the form of the statute, in such cases made and provided and against the peace and dignity of Florida. And then count 2 for vessel homicide. You've got all that same stuff. Did unlawfully and feloniously operate a vessel, as defined by 327.02, in a reckless manner, thereby causing the death of another, to wit, Luciana Cristina Fernandez, in violation of 782.072, Section 1, which is our vessel homicide. And I didn't see any aggravating attachments in there that would apply. So there we go. I think we should have done that yesterday, Bob, but we didn't.
So you and I
Yeah.
will look at this in the background while we're and give the people an answer later, I guess. Is that the plan?
Yeah, I would love that.
Yeah.
Cool beans. So with that being said, we are going to start doing the trial. So we are kicking you out, chat. We are kicking you out, chat.
I'm doing it on
So
our end, babe, because that's already how we planned it.
Okay.
So I'm doing it now.
yep.
Done.
And remember, there's always X. There's always the comment section. There's Discords. It's just the chat feature cannot be enabled on the stream that's showing the feed. So
Yeah, and we set it up on our Discord as well. So there's we've got a dedicated chat room for this trial in our Discord, which I know our
Smart.
mods are dropping. We put it on the community page, and it's also, I think we've been dropping it in chat as well. If you guys want to talk shit, even if it's not with us, I'll look at our Discord if you guys jump in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially with like questions, because one thing that sucked yesterday is like we kind of just had to guess at questions that people may have. And I did see some over on Twitter, but I was like, can we even ask those if we're not supposed to have a chat? But that's not a chat feature, so I figured it was fine.
Yeah, I think
All
that's
right,
fine.
guys, we missed you already. Here we go. This is the beginning of the day, although we skipped the dead time, and of course we will skip any breaks. And since we don't have a chat, if you guys want to watch faster than one speed, you guys let me know. You guys are the chat.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Boost the volume a little there.
And good news is the last juror just arrived, so we are seeing on time.
Boy, I'm going to tell you right now, Katt.
Yeah.
So I clipped Pino in his outburst there, his emotional outburst. And I'd say Twitter's like more in line with your chat's view on whether or not that was genuine or performative.
Oh, I saw wetness on his face, and I mean, but I still think people can cry for any number of reasons, right? You could cry because you're guilty and think there's no hope for you. You can cry because this is a tragic accident. You can cry because you're overwhelmed.
Yeah,
but
or
I saw wetness.
all of those things, or every one of those things. He can,
I mean, or one thing at one moment, and then another moment, some other reason.
I mean, because there's no question, she died because of his actions. This isn't an intent case. He's not like a psychopathic murderer. He's not like a guy that we hate. It was like a tragic accident. I don't know what happened in the moment. And he's sitting there and his fucking, it dawns on you that your life is over, theoretically, if this goes the wrong way. It's a lot to handle. People just, I don't know. It's a thing.
Howard Srebnick, Mark Shapiro, Jeanelle Gomez on behalf of George Pino, who is present.
All right, very good. All right. Mr. Pino, would you mind? We're going to have you sworn in.
Didn't you guys just say he was also charged with?
If I had any questions of you, sir, I would never speak with you in front of the jury. Okay?
It says did intentionally commit a willful negligence.
All right, so, as I said, the last jury has just arrived. Everyone has been
I know nothing about this case.
I just have to send the message upstairs.
And Bob's gone.
You can be our
Juror.
actual juror.
Whether,
Okay, she's quiet.
in terms of your opening,
It seems she's whispering.
how we should proceed and anything that I should say to the jurors? I think I explained a few things yesterday, but I'm ready to just perhaps maybe start opening it down.
I would object to that. The reason why we had to stop was because of the defendant's conduct, so I would suspect that defense counsel should pick up where he left off.
Well, do you have a point here where you left off there?
I think I'll be fine. I don't need to retread the
Okay.
steps. But I'm having a little trouble hearing you though, Judge.
Oh, okay,
Well,
let me speak up a little louder. Does that work?
Much better.
Excellent.
Thank you.
I'll put a new microphone up here. All right. Okay, then, we're good.
Was it like this
Um,
yesterday?
And you have some witnesses ready to go?
I do. I'm just pulling out the evidence that I'm going to need for the first few hours, but it's wonderful about getting everything pre-marked for us, so that should help us, move more.
That's fine, so I'm not stalling, but I'll send a message up to Renee, and you'll bring the hearing down. And if you need a break, once you've completed your opening, a couple of minutes, we'll take a few minutes just so we can get the exhibits on.
Can you pause one second?
The last time I was
So I think what just happened there, and maybe you guys tell me because I don't know what happened yesterday. That and it was mid openings this kerfuffle.
It was like a minute or two into the defense opening.
So,
So it's something that could have been building up during the end of the prosecution's openings.
but the state's saying here with the judge that is that the defense can't go back and restart from the beginning or even back a little bit just so he's not like and how's he supposed to remember the precise minute where he spoke? I mean, if he's reading from something, then maybe he knows about. But what a petty thing to argue. Well, it was the defendant's fault. He had to stop. So he can't say any of the same words again.
Yeah,
That's
and
what
I
I just
think
got.
also she didn't want like any type of instruction, like don't recenter the jury back to him crying. So just go into your argument however you got to do it without giving some type of mention of why we had to stop mid-argument yesterday. So to me, I think
Okay.
the state's opinion is it's helpful for the defense for the jury to see him crying. And I'm split on that based on the reactions I saw out here. I think some people are like, "Oh, that actually surprised me. I think that's genuine." And maybe they switched a little bit from thinking, "Oh, he's just straight guilty." But an overwhelming sentiment was, this looks manipulative. This looks
So wait,
like a performance.
he's being charged. There's a part of the state's theory that he intentionally killed these people or no? Because Bob's saying
No, that he intentionally engaged in acts that were culpably negligent that ultimately led to the death of Lucy. So, and they can't really
Hey, do
get
you know
into
anything
impairment.
about the trial at all? Or
Nope.
like it was
Not a
his
thing.
daughter's 18th birthday party. He brought, even that.
Wait, this is the father?
Yes. So him and his wife.
Oh,
A
of
different
course
girl's the
he's
victim. It's not his own daughter, but they grew
Oh.
up together. They knew each other for a long time.
Right. So they had a party. 12 or 11 of his daughter's homies were on the boat. Were having a great day. Like they went out to the sandbar and other families, the parents of some of the other girls came out there because it's an area where people just kind of like anchor and hang. And, it was a great day. And then they're heading back in through this channel, like a relatively narrow channel down there in Florida. And, because they were going to go back, they had reservations for a party at a restaurant from like 9 until 11. The girls were all going to want to get ready. So on the way back, he hits this channel marker. It's like a concrete post with you know what I'm saying? And like that channel marker right there.
Grew up on the water, babe.
All right, dude. Well, I don't know if, sorry, hon. Just trying to give you the facts of the case, babe. So at any rate, it tears a hole into the boat. The boat capsizes, and it's a nightmare. And Lucy Fernandez dies.
Well, Katt is on point.
Yeah. So and then another girl was permanently disabled.
So the negligence is he was drinking, speeding?
So
Not
it's tricky because the FWC didn't do a great job. They didn't test him. So they have him on body cam saying that he had 2 beers earlier in the day. And there are bottles in the garbage can on the boat, but the defense's theory is that all the boats that got together at the sandbar were all putting their trash in here, so it can't.
Right.
There were 14 people on the boat, which I
Right.
think that's probably more problematic than the alcohol in a way. So it's a bit unclear if there was impairment or not, and the initial investigation concluded that impairment wasn't a factor, which is a problem for the state. However, in 2024, this happened in 2022. In 2024, after the family was like, look, we think the investigation was crap. We don't think they did a good job, a viable sentiment. Miami Herald started deep diving on the case and doing some more reporting. And together, one of the family, the Puigs, who was pursuing a civil suit, they had an attorney. They were looking for other witnesses or to follow up with witnesses, and so was the Miami Herald. And they realized a lot of people weren't followed up with or interviewed at all. And then, because of the reporting, this guy, Matthew Smiley, who's a firefighter that went to the scene that night, came forward in 2024 and said that he observed signs of impairment on George Pino, including when he spoke, I smelled alcohol, and that his eyes were a little bloodshot. So the state at that point ends up
Weren't they
upgrading the charges.
swimming all day?
They were swimming at some point right before they were leaving from the sandbank area, and I think this is like the saddest part of the case. So this photo that I pulled up earlier, where did it go? This one is, it's so sad. If the Fernandez family, so Lucy's the victim, her parents came out on another boat and met them at this area where they were all like, it's called Billy's Point. And this was their last photo. They took this on their phone before they pulled away. So the Lucy's parents leave, and that's the last time they see their daughter.
But they know
But this
there's all
is,
these people on the boat. They know this people with all these people on this boat are going to be driving back, right? I don't
and
know.
Lucy's dad's supposed to take the stand. So I'm sure he'll be asked, and that's going to be tough to watch, but I'm sure he's going to be asked things like, you saw the Pinos, you saw the boat, you didn't think anything was so obviously impairment that you would question, like, hey, I shouldn't leave my daughter on this boat, or that anything looked unreasonable about the scenario. So
And
that's going
how
to be
long
tough
after this
questioning, I think.
picture? How long after this picture did the boat depart?
I think so. They said that they left around like 5:30, the parents, and then the channel marker collision occurs. Do I have one with good timestamps to give you a visual? It like almost like just before 7 p.m.
Right. So I
So
guess
probably about hour 15, hour and a half.
it's definitely enough time to get more intoxicated. But look, on my initial thing of this, it does not. I'm thinking tragic accident.
Yeah,
That's the defense's position.
and beyond that, all the first responders, the reporting officers, they of course didn't do a good investigation. He didn't do any field sobrieties. They didn't. I don't even think they had him blow. Like there was no
And him declining,
investigation.
it's redacted. There's missing body cam, but the available body camera footage, there is a part where he declines a blood test, and that's redacted. That can't be shown to the jury.
I mean, look,
So
if you had 2 drinks and there's a fatal crash, any lawyer's going to tell you don't blow.
Yeah.
yeah, and that's what he said at the advice of his attorney, I think, on the body cam, something to that effect, which they're not going to hear either. They're not going to hear any of those
Either of
parts.
that things. And
And I think that's because there's no impairment charge, so it's not like there's a relevance. I think the state has this burden where certain things aren't really necessarily fully relevant because they aren't arguing impairment.
Right.
I mean, they're
Well, then
trying to
what are
argue
they
it, but that's
arguing?
not the charge.
It's a weird case because
Well-
they didn't go, boating under the influence.
Yeah, but how do you just smack into the post like
But
that?
that's the
what we're
circular
trying to
logic.
Right. Like, and none of the kids say what was going on. Like everyone has to see that it's not like they're concealed.
So this is the seating chart. And I would wonder if everyone is sitting on this bow and facing inward, they're not going to be able to see what's coming ahead. But if someone's in the cabin, maybe their view is obstructed by people sitting or standing on the boat area.
Yeah, like if there's people standing, that answers the question for me. But like,
And
why wouldn't any of the girls admit that they were standing? You know, because it's like there's no way this guy's so shit faced that he doesn't see that thing. Like,
No.
if no one's impeding his view,
You'd have
like,
to be
I
so
think some
shit-faced that
people,
everybody would have been able to tell. If he's
I think
that
we'll get some
shit-faced.
mixed testimony about standing and sitting from. I don't think everybody was standing. I don't think everybody was sitting. I think there's like mixed witness recall.
I think all it takes is like one or two. Like,
Well,
if it's
and
on
that's the
that side
thing.
of the
So
boat.
is maybe that's something if you're driving a boat with a lot of people on it, maybe it's not a good idea to have people standing in your line of sight. But do you guys think that that gets us to culpable negligence?
No,
I don't.
So,
not
and
enough
I
to
think this
know
is
that
going
that
to
would
be a
result
jury
in.
instruction fight.
Yeah, definitely.
So the
And
defense submitted like 18 pages of proposed jury instructions yesterday. So I'll send you guys. And it's linked in the description too for chat, for
all
not
right,
chat.
sorry, I totally sidetracked your entire stream, so I
No,
apologize.
but that's good because that's the legal analysis of, everything yesterday. We're kind of like, oh my God, these kids fell off a boat. How do they recover? They've got to live with this the rest of their lives. Me and Bob are like dooming over here. Like, this is tragic. And you just came in with legal analysis. So,
All right, boom.
so we got our left and right brain on the panel today. All right. So we're back to Laura Adams, I think, was speaking. And here we go.
In the jury room, I don't think there were enough chairs for our jurors, so I don't know if Renee might want to take a peek in there. And the last time I looked, there was no water in the water cooler either. So I don't know if Your Honor's going to have them ever retire in there when we're taking breaks, but I just wanted to.
I likely won't, because it's.
Are these
small
people
space,
soft-spoken?
And I likely won't, but thank you for.
I don't think the sound setup's great in there.
But it also sounds like they're soft-spoken, like they're almost whispering, like they're not using their full voice. Like, and should I turn down my sound? And we can't even ask the chat.
little
I'm
bit.
going to. Okay.
A little bit.
I went to 54. To
You
me,
indicated you might want to address some issues before the jury.
Oh, go ahead.
they're all very much just like, I can even tell with their tone, like they're just talking very regular. It
The
doesn't sound.
library.
It
not a
doesn't sound
courtroom.
like they're, projecting their voice at all. Like, I literally felt, even though it was soft, I felt like the judge was sort of talking like this. So I don't know.
I could probably do a bit more of a boost. I think it's like at like a level 8 of a boost right
But maybe
now,
once
and
the
then
jury's
max
in
is a
there,
10.
everyone's gonna turn on their, their show voices and project. So let's see what happens.
I'll put it up one step. I don't know if it kicks in right away. But that's exactly what's going to happen, I bet.
Jury got here, you received an email about the videos or some
That's
other
one step higher.
preliminary issues that you want to look at.
The first witness has to do with there was a question about to the body worn. Oh, I took care of that. I mean, was able to review that, and my understanding was both of those body worns are video of Ms. Fernandez being transferred from a boat, a Good Samaritan boat, onto the police boat. And paramedics, police were performing CPR, I could view. And then that was a short piece there. And then once there was an arrival at the
harbor.
At the harbor.
The state took out, the whole ride.
Yeah, there was a long
captured,
ride.
but I didn't think that it would be fair for anybody to have to watch that whole scenario. So we just took clips of the initial arrival, as well as then, getting her underway, and then her arriving at the harbor.
And then being transported onto the
Yeah,
helicopter.
that once they get to the harbor, then the police are able to carry Lucy on the backboard to the helicopter and
So the
then
jury's gonna
heading
see
back out. So
a
those
good deal of
are the
Lucy.
two clips on, well, now the Sergeant Delgado's body worn camera.
Okay.
And then there was one clip.
Hey, I'll be right back. I gotta go.
returning
I gotta
back
record with Tony.
to
Sorry.
the original scene, although a little bit further south where the larger vessel was that had the majority of
Everybody
the
talk
girls,
about Bob and
including
Ali
Lucy
in the non-existent
Fernandez,
chat.
and just, you know, the arrival onto that vessel. And then there's like 3 clips where you can see the defendant on that vessel being transferred to another police vessel, just so that the jury can kind of get a sense of what Mr. Pino's, you know, state was at that point, that he was upright, able to, you know, walk around, things of that nature.
Right, my understanding was, I think that, I don't want to speak for the
Sure.
defense.
Probably gonna
Why
make
don't
him
you
cry
tell me
again.
what the concern was?
Certainly can. The videotapes the transfer of Lucy Fernandez from the Good Samaritan vessel to the police vessel, and then from that police vessel being transported to Elliott Key Harbor, and then once at Elliott Key Harbor, being carried via backboard to an evacuation helicopter. And these are graphic videos. They are graphic showing heroic efforts to save Lucy Fernandez's life. It is a lifeless body that is being administered CPR. She is clearly bloated by the ingestion of seawater. In addition to the
Who's that in the
CPR
corner
is being
nodding?
applied, there are efforts to resuscitate her electronically with
I think that's
cardiac
family members of
arrest
Lucy.
pads. I don't know the precise technical name for it, but it's clearly visible, and that is being applied as well. We object to all of them. The heroic, the exposure of these life-saving measures, heroic measures, have absolutely no relevance to whether Mr. Pino was operating his vessel in a reckless or culpably negligent manner. The only thing that I can imagine that the state is offering these for is to evoke some sympathy from this jury. It has no relevance. There's no materiality to it whatsoever. The state can and will put on its case by talking about the death of Lucy Fernandez. They can certainly talk about how she was transferred. They can certainly say that she had to be given CPR. They can certainly say that she went into cardiac arrest, which is why those devices were used. All of that is fair game. But to let this jury see that this very upsetting and graphic video of a 17-year-old girl is over the top in my view. I think it's inadmissible under 90.403 as well as 90.401. But even if it's marginally relevant, I think that its prejudicial effect on this jury is far outweighs any probative value that it has. We object to all of it.
Talk to me, counsel, even if there is relevance, and in fact, in your opening, you described the evidence will show, there will be testimony to this effect.
She's
How does it
whispering.
not become overly prejudicial in terms of what material facts does that extent of video, how is that not overcome by prejudice?
It is extremely relevant, Your Honor. First off, I would point out that I could have put together a clip of probably almost 15 minutes.
No one's
From the
denying
time that
relevance.
she was at the scene where she had been rescued till the time she gets to Elliott Key Harbor. So I don't, yes.
I saw all that, because that was the original, I have all of my one that I reviewed. And so this, I think, is the consolidated, you had consolidated and made the cuts to it.
Yes.
And now provided to the defense, and the portion, I think, that remains, that is objectionable. I just want to focus, because I am going to want to, I do want to hear from you. I know, I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
He jumped up.
And it's at that point, Renee's going to hold the jury for 2 minutes so I can just hear
I'm
the
gonna
say.
go move down that way, Judge, because they have the witnesses sitting right here, I think. It's on camera
This
sitting here.
testimony, or this is not going to be something the state is immediately going to be showing.
Okay.
So maybe we could table this.
Okay, I understand. That's what I was going to say. Okay, is that I didn't want to, I know I cut you off.
You're the judge.
Still shouldn't cut you off.
She probably did another bounce there.
I understand what the point is. And this aspect, I mean, if it was something, for example, relevant to the admissible and
But
relative
Judge,
to the.
it's not just showing Lucy. That video shows a lot more, but when we get to that point, I'll be happy to make my arguments why this very short clip is extremely important.
I know what you did shorten it.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
extremely
like
important
5
is not the
minutes and all
question.
5.
That's
Yeah.
not the legal question. You don't just keep saying, but it's really relevant. It's really relevant. It has to be more relevant than
More
how
than just you say it
prejudicial it
is.
is. Right. Like, okay, but it's really, really, really prejudicial. Oh, you want to say really, really relevant? I'll add 3 more reallys before I say prejudicial.
Yo, shout out to Ali. I think the other thing too is I'm not sure that the defense is even going to put up an argument like, there was a failure by the part of the first responders to properly render aid, life-saving aid, and Lucy could still be alive. And I don't think the defense is making an argument that there's another reason, like the first
That would make it
responders
more,
failed to save her.
that would add an extra relevance to get as close to the prejudice, which is a good point that you make. Like, if there was some sort of argument like, well, if things happen faster, she might still be alive, or if, like you just said, but if
Yeah,
that's
I think
not a
that's in
claim
the
here.
prosecutor's head because the Puig family named the first responders and the company that did the airlift for their daughter in their civil suit, claiming that their response contributed to the outcome. So that might be in the prosecutor's head because she's probably reviewed those documents, but I haven't heard any indication. We haven't gotten to see defense's openings to know. But in the motions, I haven't seen the defense make those
Make that
arguments.
argument. And if they
So,
did, if we had this little discussion and that was the state's concern, and the defense is like, I'm not doing that, and the prosecution's like, what, they might do some version of that, then the answer would be that's your rebuttal then.
yeah, see? Look at this. And also yesterday, since you mentioned who's back here, it looks like there's less people here today because I guess a lot of people wanted to see the openings. But everybody yesterday was wearing blue. There's still some blue. And because blue is Lucy's color, my assumption is that those that are here in support of Lucy are gathering on this side. And they haven't really shown, like, there's another row of seating behind the defense table, and they haven't really panned that direction. But I do
And
think
that's
this is
typically
the
what they
gathering
do.
area.
It's like, the people that are on the side of the state kind of sit behind the state, and people on the side of the defense kind of sit behind the defense, unless you get, cases where the whole world wants in, and then they just take whatever seats open.
Yeah. And they have overflow rooms too. I don't know how much they're being utilized today. And if there is an AC problem, which is still in dispute, maybe the spillover room is really hot or something, or has better AC. Who knows?
I kind of
Uh,
hate not being able to see the chat, even
I
for something
know.
as simple as, like, do
Is the
other
volume
people
good?
think, no, not is the volume good, because I understand the volume, like the sound problem, but do they feel like the judge is just not projecting? Like, she's just as though she's sitting at her kitchen table having a casual conversation with the people in front of her and not wanting to wake the children.
Uh, and she's very easy to hear on Zoom. Maybe we could like watch a Zoom of this feed too. Who knows if that's available
No,
for this?
right now, like we said, we'll
Um,
see when the jury comes in if everyone's projecting more, but it just seems like she's not trying to talk loud.
All right, we're gonna hit play because I've got this poor kid on a freeze frame where he looks in shock. He's just frozen in time there.
Ms. Fernandez being attended to.
I understand.
It's a very short amount of time that you see her. You don't see her getting intubated. And I took out as much as I could, but to understand the context of what took place, cause and manner of death, to understand what
Well,
it's like to be
that
on
would
the
be my
vessel
question.
tax.
That when we talk about, you're gonna have a medical examiner testify.
Yes,
And and I want to understand that what you need to present so that the medical examiner's testimony would make sense. If you tell me that there's portions there that are relevant and material to that, then
it is relevant and material to that. It's also relevant and material because understanding the context of what it is to be on a police boat is way different than what it is to be on land and dealing with a mass casualty situation, which law enforcement was dealing with.
Is she making an argument that this is going to explain why they didn't properly investigate and interview people? Is
She
that where we're
seems
going?
what I just heard was something about it's somehow relevant to I didn't, maybe I missed something, because I'm having issues with the judge, but that it was going to be relevant to how that they're going to say that somehow all of this was contributed to her injuries or the way she died, or maybe go back and let's hear it again.
Material to that so that the one understands. That would be my question. That when we talk about, you're going to have a medical examiner testify.
You'd have a medical examiner
And that-
testify.
and I want to understand that
The manner of death.
what you would need to present so that the medical examiner's testimony would make sense. If you tell me that there's portions there that are relevant and material to that, then
It is relevant and material to that. It's also relevant and material.
See, the thing, I think she says, yes, it is relevant to whatever you're getting at, but instead of explaining that and making my argument, I'm going to go back to saying something else.
Okay,
And
so
then
right,
she
the
continues
judge
here.
was saying what I said, which was manner
Yes.
of death, and then she answers with, "Oh, sure," what you just said, and then what Katt you were saying. Okay.
And then go, yep.
Because understanding the context of what it is to be on a police boat is way different than what it is to be on land and dealing with a mass casualty situation, which law enforcement was dealing with. It's also relevant because it shows the efforts that the police had to take to keep the boat from spinning, because you literally see the helicopter and you see the paramedic dropping down from the helicopter. So
Why is
in
that
just
important?
that 5-minute clip, you get an actual view of what it was to initially approach that scene. That's a huge part of this case.
So I believe the theory, and let me show this picture again. So anyone that's listening, a relevant picture of the boat capsize is going to be on screen. So I think the theory is, they were looking for people after the boat capsized, pulling people back on board. And when they were doing the head count, they realized Lucy was missing. And I think Lucy got caught because of the way this was capsized. I don't know exactly how. And I'm not sure we have like real testimony that can detail how. It could just be speculation. But maybe she's saying because the helicopter was moving the boat, it could have impacted an analysis of how she could have been pinned and stuck on something
Was there
if
not
the
any
helicopter was moving the boat.
no like buoy type life hoop, no life preservers, nothing like that on this boat?
I don't know, because there was a charge that initially was there for not having safety equipment, and then it was null prost.
Hmm.
So, and you do see like some of the body camera, maybe we'll see, there are some life devices, but that could have been brought by other boats. So I don't really know
But
yet.
none of what they just described, the helicopters, the spinning, that was that all happening while she was stuck underwater? Is that the issue?
No.
So then this prosecutor is saying still is not addressing what the judge was saying, nor did it get to, I don't think, touch on what you thought she was going, right? Because now she's just saying, well, we want to see how important it was that the boat was spinning and how they did this and they did that, none of which went to manner of death or manner of investigation.
Yeah. I mean, I think it might just be to get ahead of why they can't say something was definitive because they weren't able to look at the position of the boat where it was positioned when this happened, because the
Okay.
helicopter spun it.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
But then you get right back to relevance and how many realies is before relevant to how many realies is before prejudicial. Because you can
We'll
just
do a
tell the jury.
counter.
You're just going to tell the jury that the spinning happened. They don't need to see the spinning for everyone to agree that the helicopters came and the boat spun.
Yeah,
But
especially if the defense isn't going to fight it.
right.
So who knows? We'll see.
I minimize the amount of time that we are actually seeing Ms. Fernandez, but her transfer onto the police boat and the efforts to get her able to live again. The other thing is that the owner kept saying to the jury that it
He's
is
taking notes.
for the jury to consider the evidence, the lack of evidence, or conflicts in the evidence to determine if there's a reasonable doubt. If these jurors are going to be hearing about how officers are wearing body-worn camera, it's only natural for them to be like, well, where is it? So I think for all those reasons, and because I did minimize, there's nothing gory going on, there's no invasive proceedings going on. It's sad, but everything about a case like this is sad.
Judge, I'd like to respond if I can,
You know what?
because there's a legal, sorry.
We're going to hold
Right.
further discussion.
We said this.
everyone's position on it. I know you have more to say. Hold on. Let's bring the jury in. And so, Mr. Srebnick can continue with his opening statement.
I'll be right back.
Nothing is going to be presented to the jury until, of course, I review it and see what portions, if any, of the redacted videos are going to be presented to the witness.
Judge, respectfully, Ms. Alvarez, a long response and
Counsel, I have a good memory and I have good notes, and I will not prevent you from saying anything further in terms of response.
the court has been very generous.
The discussion is certainly not over. Okay? Not over. Thanks.
All right, back to defense
Can I
openings.
approach with counsel
no.
for the state just before the jury comes in on a separate issue?
I just told them they could bring the jury in. So you can do it with my court reporter while they're walking in.
Just wanted to tell it to your honor.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so
Without a court
it-
reporter?
That doesn't require, well, just hold 1 second. If, based on yesterday's discussion about Mr. Pino's reaction to the trial, if he becomes agitated, one of our colleagues will just ask him to step out. He'll step out on his own. He knows he needs, if he's not feeling well, just to step out. I wanted to address that with the court, if that's acceptable.
Kind of obvious, though.
If something.
Because I have the ability to make arrangements because I don't want there to be a question or create an appellate issue if there was a need for it, that Mr. Pino wasn't present and participating in the proceedings, so you would have to waive his presence.
So I will do that now. If he steps out, he's doing it with the understanding he has the right to be here, but if he feels that there's something that's overwhelming him, I think the best course of action is just step out. One of our counsel will step out with it.
Well, let me say, I'm hopeful, but if there are any concerns, then I think we would be best, instead of having constant potential interruptions, it would be best to go to the plan that I have in place and suggested for a place where Mr. Pino will be able to.
All right. Oh, what? Wait.
Will be able to fully participate, not physically present in the courtroom.
And I hope
All right, so that's why, remember, we're talking about the pros and cons, guys. So if you can't hear the judge, she's saying, look, there's an option. It's not quite an order, but it is an option. And again, we're trying to balance preventing any type of, disturbance or display of emotion that could prejudice the jury, quite frankly, in any direction, with the defendant's right to be able to participate in his own trial. So she's just stating that very explicitly here.
it won't happen just.
But I'm not gonna, I don't wanna have.
I agree. I agree.
The state would object to that. I think that would be very disruptive
Yeah.
for the defendant to be walking in and out of the
Yeah, it'd be
courtroom
obvious.
in front of the jury.
Agreed. I'm going to say that if it's only going to happen once, I hope it will never happen at all. But if it happens, then so that there's no, so I've asked Mr. Pino, if he's not feeling well, just step out, we can stop, and then go to plan B, go to plan B, Judge.
That's fine, but I just wanna make sure we waive his presence if that happens, and that's on the record.
Understood.
Okay?
Right. So that waiver of presence is referring to the moments where he steps out of the room and they have to get the court together to arrange for him to get into a different room where he can sit and listen. Those moments, he wouldn't be part of the proceedings. He wouldn't be observing the proceedings. So there's a waiver now, according to the defense, after conferring with their client, that we understand that if George Pino steps out and we need to take a couple minutes to get the jury out, bring him back in, and then situate him, that there's a waiver of his presence for that time.
I kind of felt
That
that the
limited
court was
time.
going to address what happened yesterday with the defendant and hopefully seek his assurance that he won't have an outburst like that again.
What's appropriate is, I think, and doing my research on this, is to make sure that I addressed it with his counsel. And it's his counsel to
She
address
said nope.
the circumstances with Mr. Pino and provide the options that I provided, and with the understanding that it would just take place naturally without, without disruption.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Denied.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was a very reaching ask. I wish Bob was here for that because I think Bob would be going off on that one. But the prosecutor, again, even though she asked for this when the day started, it was the first thing she asked when court got into session. She wanted something explicit on the record addressing what happened yesterday. And now she's also asking for an additional layer where explicitly the defendant agrees that he's in trouble if he ever shows emotion again. Like, and the judge is like, no, not doing that. My decision is I addressed it with counsel. We're just flipping binders.
Your Honor, would you like me to signal to the
I signal it's up.
Zoom.
State on the bench, we're going to need to make sure that the witnesses are in the hall. Okay?
All right.
Got the jury seat again.
Nice flip-flops.
Yeah, you missed it. So after all of that, the state again asked for the judge to explicitly ask, unless you were listening, explicitly ask the defendant to confirm that he wouldn't do this outburst or show his emotions again. And judge was like, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I heard because he said, I wish Bob was here, he would have. And I was trying to, like, when we got home yesterday, there were 2 bags of popcorn out on the counter. And I was like, oh, someone was going to pop popcorn, with like a lot of traveling, little eating. So I was like, let me pop this popcorn and bring it down with me. And then I hear, I wish Bob was there. I was like, damn, I better stop this popcorn. I
Oh
was
yeah, he would.
pouring it.
I think he would have had a whole rant about the state requesting, get him to confirm he won't show emotion.
No, it's absurd. No, I absolutely agree. Look, I obviously I don't know a lot about this case. I didn't even hear the state's opening, but from everything you guys have said so far, I can't imagine that this father is not genuinely distraught about being responsible, in whatever ways, morally, however, for the death of like one of his kids' closest friend, a child that he knew, any child for that matter, and she like wants him to say, I'll never express feeling anymore. I mean, all you can do is say, I'll try my best to contain my emotions, but
Yeah, it's like you're asking me to lie and like set up a promise that I'll break.
exactly. And
So
it's like, I can't imagine that he's going to be like, I was trying to think about it. Like, if something like that happened to me, there's going to be parts where you can't, unless you're a sociopath, you don't get
yep.
emotional. And when they're showing the pictures and this and that and talking about, and
And if
when
you
like
don't,
mom's up there talking about her kid's life and
I'll cut to what I think is really happening. How would it look if the defendant showed zero emotion through all of this? Who would that help? What party?
right, the prosecution, plain and simple. It's
So
like ridiculous that this double-edged sword. Like, I understand you can't have I was trying to look, like, while I was up there, I was like, "I have to find Bob's where he posted this outbreak. I need to see what this outbreak is. Like, is he like, ah, like, or it's just like a tear running down his face."
Uh,
Was
It's like wetness on in the creases of his eye, and he's doing a lot of like the grit in his teeth, and like his chest is going up with the breathing, is
right.
how I would describe it. I don't think it was, if it was loud, it was because of like the air coming out of his mouth, but I don't even know if the jury would be able to hear. It wasn't like a wailing
Right.
at
Because that's what I
all.
was thinking. I'd
So
have to hold my breath, or that's what I was thinking upstairs. I would have to like bite on my lip or hold my breath or like really clench my hands. That's what I tend to do. Like when I get like upset, like I'll like
you just sit under the desk like,
like in the real world, like Bob would be like, "Oh, you're really upset about something. You're like wringing your hands." You know what I mean? So I would definitely need something to like. And how can you stop a tear? And like you said, how is that fair? He
yeah,
can't
and
shed a
tears,
tear.
people can like actually shed tears and be quiet and not have that heavy breathing. Like, I don't know, you ever watch like a sad movie, you don't get like, but you
Right.
might have just like the waterworks slowly out the
Mhm.
side with no other real physiology going on.
Did she
And
say
again, it
that
was only 2 minutes into the opening, so and since the camera was panned on the attorneys at the lectern, I think it's hard for us to see when exactly.
the buildup?
Yeah, so,
All right.
which,
Good try,
but
State. Good try.
and if he does skip what he started with yesterday, he pretty much came out and said this was a tragic accident, and then went into, but this was not like this intentional culpable negligence, blah 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 blah. Just introducing the top level theory. Other than
Okay.
that, he didn't really get too far. So
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. How are you all doing today? Excellent. Some questions for you. Have you seen or heard anything in the news about this case? No. Have you read anything about it? Seen anything on social media?
No.
Anything that you think has to do with this case? No. Have you been speaking with anyone or each other about the case? No. Has anyone attempted to speak with you or in your presence about this case? No. Have any of you conducted any Googling or any kind of research to gather information?
oh no, a phone.
Oh boy.
Have any of you conducted
Wow.
any kind of
Patient
research
judge.
or investigation?
I think that look was stern enough without saying anything. She
Very
said,
well, thank you. Defense counsel will resume with his opening statement.
resume. She said resume.
Thank you, Your Honors. Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay? Can you hear me? It's too low?
Shout out to the jury on the
Good morning
volume
again.
check.
I want to begin the morning with the morning of September 4th, 2022, when all of the families were at Ocean Reef, gathered to celebrate the birthday of Mr. Pino's daughter. There were several families there, and they'd been there, some of them had been there that weekend. And it was going to be a glorious day. Mr. Pino, he was sort of known as the camp counselor. What he's been with these families for many years. He was organizing events, and that day he had organized a gathering. The day would start off with a virtual mass for the kids that woke up. Then Mr. Pino had organized a little pickleball gathering, a tournament. After the pickleball tournament, they were going to all convoy by boat to Elliott Key, call it Billy's Point or Coons Point, and they were going to spend several hours enjoying the beautiful weather. And it just happened to be an ideal day for boating. The seas were calm, no wind, no rain. And so after the pickleball tournament finished and all the kids gathered up, Mr. Pino was going to operate the vessel. He was going to captain the Robalo from Ocean Reef and travel the distance to Elliott Key, a voyage he had made many times before. The 29-foot Robalo, a well-built boat, It's been in fabrication for decades. It was equipped with twin 300 horsepower engines. The boat actually is rated to handle even larger engines. Mr. Pino had navigated that course many times. The GPS data that you heard the prosecutor tell you about will show that he had navigated that area many times.
But still hit the post?
There were 14 people on board. Mr. Pino, his wife, his daughter, and the daughter's girlfriends. And they navigated from Ocean Reef the distance to Elliott Key and then anchored in that area. Other boats joined the festivities. And you heard that as part of that afternoon, the adults and some of the children were consuming alcohol. And as I alluded to yesterday, there were adults there who had observed Mr. Pino that day, as they had many other times. And the testimony, the evidence in the case will be that Mr. Pino was observed with a beer. He admitted later on he'd had 2 beers. And it's not 2 beers in quotes, as the prosecutor did in her opening statement. That is the evidence. The evidence will show there's not one more beer than 2.
A little spice.
Not one more. It was 2 beers over the course of several hours, 2 or 2.5 hours. This was not the first time Mr. Pino and these adults had engaged in these kinds of gatherings in the past. The other adults there, Mr. Suarez, Mr. Pardo, they knew Mr. Pino. They too had enjoyed the afternoon with Mr. Pino. They observed Mr. Pino. All the adults that were there that day were satisfied that Mr. Pino was not impaired. Sometime late that afternoon, Mr. Pino pulls up the anchor of the Robalo, and now it is time to head back to Ocean Reef, because that night they were going to celebrate the birthday, I think at 9 p.m. Contrary to the statement by the prosecutor, Mr. Pino was not nervous or anxious about making sure the girls were IG Instagram ready, as if Mr. Pino was anxious to get the girls back home so they could have enough time to shower. There was plenty of time. Mr. Pino was navigating back to Ocean Reef as he had done many times before. He was not thrill-seeking. He was not speeding. He was not doing donuts. He was not racing any other boat. He was simply going back. He was in essentially an internal autopilot, as he had done many times before. On this one occasion, on this one time, something went wrong. Mr. Pino, according to the state's expert who you will hear testify, somehow lost situational awareness, meaning he must have lost track of the markers along the way, and he elided or crashed into marker number 15.
Or alighted
He wasn't intending
with
to
a
do it.
stationary object.
He wasn't trying to come as close as possible and see if he could just skim across that channel. This was pure and simple an accident.
Objection to argument.
The evidence will show that Mr. Pino had no intention of putting anyone's life in danger. He wasn't intending to try to come as close to the marker as he possibly could. But on that day, there was no other boat coming at him. It was a clear day, and his destination, Ocean Reef, once that boat would have cleared marker 15, it was wide open bay until Angelfish Creek. That's the next passage that the vessel would need to travel to go back.
He's arguing like he lost track and thought he had already passed the very last post and marker.
Yeah.
So that he
and
had
it-
open seas and wasn't paying attention anymore.
like a lapse of judgment, because they provided case law that says like a momentary lapse of judgment doesn't rise to the level of manslaughter by culpable negligence. So I think he's very intentionally arguing this in case it needs to get to that point where you got to get nitty gritty with the language. So,
All right.
and also, in case for you and anyone who might have missed it, the defendant stated, so I think he got concussed, he bumped his head, and because he went off the boat too.
Yeah.
And they're supposed to call a doctor that treated him and thinks that he had a traumatic brain injury. But he made a statement that there was a boat that passed and there was a wake. Like the boat caused a wake and that threw him off the course and into
thought
the
that he
course
was
of the marker.
okay, because he thought he was in the open waters where wakes were allowed, where you could go faster. So
No, I don't think he thought that. I think he's saying that this other big boat that passed by that nobody else saw. Like there was no other boat, and the defense attorney just said he saw no other boat. So the defense attorney is embracing that was a false memory. They're going to argue that was a false memory to counter the fact that he made the statement at all. So the defense has to deal with this statement that the defendant gave, that after this accident, he gave this excuse that there was a different boat that went by and caused a wake when there's not supposed to be any wakes in this area.
in that area. Oh, right,
Yep.
right. So that part I get. I just didn't realize they're saying it was a false memory.
Yep. So that's the layer. But that's why you hear him embracing that, they didn't see any other boats, because they're embracing that there was no actual boat that was observed. And they're going to say,
I
argue
mean, how
that
much
claim
were
is a
the
false
kids really
memory.
paying attention to where and when they saw?
If there was another boat, I guess they have a
Right.
camera from channel marker 14, and I don't know
Ah,
how much you'd be able to see from that channel marker, or if it shows all directions or what. But I don't know if they're going to contest what the state is arguing about channel marker 14, which supposedly has a camera.
okay.
So
And I keep
there's
turning
all
off
those
my
layers. There's all those layers.
I keep turning off my camera to eat the popcorn because usually it's like get popcorn when something juicy is happening, and I'm not trying to make a statement with this popcorn. This is horrible. So it was literally that it was out on the counter, and I was like, I'm starving. That looks like a thing I could eat right now. But I want
The
people to
chat would be
think I'm
putting popcorn emojis for you
right. And
if they were
this is not
here.
the right
Yeah.
you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I'm not trying
Yeah,
to make a
not the time
statement
and
with this
place.
popcorn. Right. just eating it.
Not at this point. Only outside jury presence moments.
To Ocean Reef. When Mr. Pino alighted with that marker, when he crashed into that marker, the boat eventually capsized. The testimony will show that Mr. Pino himself was knocked unconscious. The testimony will be from those that were there. They thought Mr. Pino was dead. He was on the surface of the boat, bleeding from his head. He had injured his arm. He only came to once the boat eventually capsized completely. He falls into the water. Minutes later, he comes to. Testimony will show that he had suffered a concussion, a traumatic brain injury, and still he was able, with presence of mind, to hold on to that boat. And with a traumatic brain injury, as the testimony will show, he was disoriented. He obviously did not have all of his senses, but he's trying to make sense of what has happened. You will see, if you haven't already, with some of the pictures shown, that the girls and Mrs. Pino are in the water. Soon, another boat came up. David Rodriguez, a good Samaritan, doesn't know the Pino family, happened to be coming northbound. A few minutes later, he arrives, and he observes the scene, and he sees Mr. Pino hanging onto that boat. As you heard and will hear, Lucy was unaccounted for. And Mr. Pino makes an effort to go under the boat and retrieve and locate and find Lucy Fernandez, as she had been trapped under that boat. And it was Mr. Pino who reached under and brought Lucy Fernandez to the surface so that efforts could be made to save her life. even in the condition he was in with a brain injury, he made
Lawyers
every effort
trying
he
to
could.
regulate him.
Once he was directed, once he was able to get his senses back, to try to save Lucy's life. And so you can imagine the emotional toll that that takes on a human being, because we all know that eventually Lucy died. And it was George Pino who tried to save her life by retrieving her from under the boat. His efforts failed.
Oh boy, he's losing it. He's going down.
David Rodriguez, the Good Samaritan I was telling you about, called for Mr. Pino to get onto Mr. Rodriguez's boat. And
His eyes
David
were glossy
Rodriguez
to
will
me.
testify that he was observing Mr. Pino closely, purposely, as David Rodriguez was wondering, how could this happen? Perhaps David Rodriguez thought this was someone who was impaired. And so David Rodriguez, a man who has nothing to do with the Pino family, a man whose only interest was to help and save lives, looked at Mr. Pino purposely with intent and was convinced, after dealing with Mr. Pino was not impaired. And you will hear his testimony. And this was minutes after the elision. But Mr. Pino, in David Rodriguez's view, and what you'll hear him say, was disoriented. He was in shock, a natural reaction to a crash and a brain injury. Law enforcement, fire rescue came to the scene.
Why does he keep squinting so hard, though?
Everyone who could be rescued from the water was. And at that time,
Getting rid of
Mr.
the
Pino
water.
was in the custody of 2 Fish and Wildlife Commission officers who were checking him out to make sure he was okay and to find out what happened. You will hear from Lieutenant Thompson, who has training,
Believe.
experience, expertise on the issue of impairment. And he was with Mr. Pino for the next several hours, and he too looked at Mr. Pino purposely and saw that Mr. Pino was not impaired. Officer Hernandez was with Mr. Pino all of that time. He too observed Mr. Pino purposely, smelled him, looked at his eyes. All of these individuals were looking to make sure that Mr. Pino was not impaired, and they concluded he was not impaired. I recognize I'm spending an awful amount of time talking about this issue of impairment. Mr. Pino is not charged with boating under the influence, but when I saw the prosecutor put the 2 beers in quotes, I thought it was important that I
That's an
spent.
argument, Your Honor.
I think it's,
Assisting.
the evidence will show conclusively. I believe there'll be 8 witnesses that will tell you that Mr. Pino was not impaired.
I was wondering why he was focusing on that when you told me it's not part of the charges, but he just made a good explanation.
They
And so-
did a motion in limine to try to exclude the state from trying to get the jury to make that inference of impairment when there's no evidence on the record to support it. So I think that's what the state is trying to do, is the circular reference. Why else would you have hit the channel marker unless you were impaired? Right? And by doing things like the air quotes, you're focusing on it. So I think that's why he's taking the risk of getting the objectionable argument because he's going to call it out. So
Right.
And
Right.
that really, I think that comes down to it, because people, if they were arguing impairment and the jury believes that there was impairment, then you obviously meet the standard of culpable negligence to be operating. I mean, they
Of
would have
course,
charged
right.
it as BUI with a manslaughter BUI, which they did not. So.
I
Mr.
don't think-
Pino is
Sorry.
questioned.
One more
No, go
thing.
ahead.
I just don't think he would, with all of that said, right? We're going to kick you out of the courtroom. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. This can't be performative. Like, you're not like, I'm just going to do it again. you know, it might do
Well-
something good for me when you know it's like not doing shit for you.
Yesterday, I was wondering, like, I saw someone and the people that believe it's manipulative, I can see why people would do this type of thing as a manipulation tactic. But one, if you're doing it to try to get a mistrial, it's going to be a mistrial without prejudice. It's not going to be a mistrial with
Well,
prejudice.
that's
You're
for
going to have to
damn
do it all
sure.
over again. And
Right.
maybe the defendant doesn't know that, so they think they're being slick, like, oh, they'll
He
end the
does at
trial, and
this
I don't
point,
know.
though. But if he didn't
Yeah.
yesterday, he sure as fuck knows it today.
Yeah,
Sorry,
because
my
attorneys
language.
would be like, look, we'd have to do
Hey.
it all again if
Right. Exactly.
if that was the case. But additionally, why would it be strategic just to cry when your defense is about to make an argument, which would mean that the last thing that the jury had on their minds when they went home yesterday was the prosecution's full argument with their air quotes and everything. I don't think that would be a strategic time to, like, quote unquote pull the fire alarm,
Right.
because you'd send the jury home with information that was completely adverse to your defense
Yeah, and
on
if
their
it
mind.
was strategic yesterday, there's no way he would make that same strategic decision today, because it is really not good and not helpful, and the jury is not going to understand why in the hell you have to keep leaving. It's just it would be too much,
And apparently go to a room where there aren't enough chairs or waters.
Right.
And it's a
Uh,
6-person jury with 4 alternates, so maybe they have like 7 seats.
It's only 6 people?
Mhm.
Is that Florida? I can't remember if that's
Yep.
Florida all
Yep.
around. Oh,
We do
wow.
that for a lot of cases in Florida, so.
But it's not every case?
I've seen it for second-degree murder cases. Like
Wow.
Ashley Benfield and
She
Rashawn
was 6
Jones were
too?
6-person juries.
Okay. Wow.
So, yeah. We have very small jury rooms with no
Not
water
enough
bottles.
chairs and water. Right.
And the AC might be broken. Oh,
Yep.
Lord.
About what happened. Lieutenant Thompson, who's wearing one of those body cams, is trying to figure out what happened. Of course, make sure that everybody receives medical attention right away. And you will see Mr. Pino on video. So you'll be able to look at Mr. Pino in real time with your own eyes. You will be able to look at Mr. Pino purposely with the scrutiny that you should give it to see that Mr. Pino was not impaired. And he was questioned about what had happened. And even though he was not alcohol impaired, he was still suffering from a traumatic brain injury. At some point that night, he had to receive medical attention, and you will see that his head was bandaged up. He was eventually taken to a hospital to be treated. But even with his head bandaged up, he was being questioned, and he was trying to recall what had happened. How did this accident happen? And he explained as best as he could under those circumstances what he recalled. And you will find out that Mr. Pino's recollection of that event was affected by the concussion he sustained, that he was relaying details that could not be accurate.
Gallery.
For example, what kind of engine do you have on your boat, Mr. Pino? And he told the officer, twin 225s. Actually, Mr. Pino has twin 300s. He did have a boat that had twin 225s. His prior boat had twin 225 horsepower engines. But he reported that this boat had twin 225s. Obviously, his memory or his brain was not functioning in a way that it would ordinarily function had he not sustained a concussion. He reported that he had gone under the boat to rescue Nati, a different girl. We know it was Lucy, and we know that Mr. Pino has known Lucy all of his life, and yet when he was reporting who he had rescued under the boat, he reported that it was Nati, another girl on the boat. He had innocently but mistakenly confused who it was he had retrieved from under the vessel.
This is a really good
He was
argument.
asked to prepare, as best he could, a seating chart of where the various passengers were seated. And when he prepared that seating chart, he had the passengers in locations different than what it turns out to be. He also was recalling that there was a big wave that had come from another boat in
Here
the
we go.
distance.
Addressing
And that the
big
wave
uh-oh.
had caused him to lose control of the steering wheel. Photographs and other testimony suggest that there was no other boat that day, and that Mr. Pino's memory may not have been accurate. We cannot prove, we don't know if there in fact was another boat out there that may have thrown a wake from a distance, a wake, a wave.
Don't know.
But we can't establish it for certain. And so it appears that Mr. Pino's memory of how that accident happened cannot be relied upon given his traumatic brain injury. And we will present testimony from a doctor who has examined the records, who will confirm that in fact Mr. Pino, given the circumstances, did suffer from a traumatic brain injury that would result in what the professionals call false memories, memories that the person believed to be true but are not accurate. When you get clocked, when you get hit over the head and you lose your memory, the memories that come back of the event, sort of like an amnesia, and your brain trying to make sense of things,
Look at the
puts
gallery
together old
left.
memories with new memories, and that memory they call confabulation. You'll hear testimony about that. And I share that with you because when Mr. Pino was trying to make sense of what happened, when the officer was interviewing him to try to figure out how did the crash happen, Mr. Pino was reporting what his memory, faulty as it was, of that few minutes and few seconds before the elision. We do have the benefit of the global position satellite machine that was on Mr. Pino's boat. There were actually two of them. And what they show, Mr. Pino driving very much on a steady course that day and during that return trip from Billy's Point back to Ocean Reef. There's no evidence he was zigzagging or hot dogging or thrill seeking. What the evidence will show is that as he was going through the channel, when there were markers left for him to clear before it was wide open bay to Angelfish Creek, at some point Mr. Pino's boat, the Robalo, starts making a turn or a veer in the direction of Angelfish Creek. And you'll see there was a red marker on his right, and then there's the green marker 15 in the distance. And 9 seconds later, Mr. Pino's Robalo crashes into that boat, into that post, or into that pilot. The state's theory that I believe the expert will advance is that Mr. Pino lost situational awareness. He should have seen it. It was right there in front of him, and he didn't see it, because we know he wasn't trying to hit it. So I think what the evidence will show, even by the state's own theory, is that Mr. Pino did not intend to hit the marker. He lost situational awareness. That's their theory. That for those 9 seconds, he didn't look ahead to see that there was a marker in front of him. Now, the GPS, interestingly, you heard the prosecutor say the GPS is not biased. It is not subject to money, privilege, or power, I think was the words that the prosecutor used.
Judge, objection to argument.
No one here counts for what the evidence is.
Interestingly enough, though, the GPS is not perfect either. You'll see that the GPS records data. What it does is it simply records points in time as the boat is moving, and then it does computations. This GPS, as their own expert will show, sometimes makes what I'll just describe as errors, computational errors. In one instance, it registers at some point in time the boat is traveling at 77 miles an hour, but the expert knows that that's not possible. The boat can't achieve that. The GPS is making an error. The GPS will show a boat traveling over land when we know the boat is not traveling over land. It's fallible. And to the point of this case, the GPS on Mr. Pino's boat, which tracks where the boat went according to the global position satellite, the track on the GPS data that you will see
actually shows that the marker 15, the one where the accident happened, is not exactly where it is in the real world.
Wow.
On the GPS device in Mr. Pino's boat, the marker is many feet away, up to 15 feet away from where it really is on the planet Earth. And so the track that you will see, if you look at the track, it would appear that Mr. Pino's boat, the Robalo, never actually alighted with the marker.
Which we know
But
happened.
we know it did.
So,
Right.
yeah.
And that's not the product of some intentional mistake by anybody, but the marker on the GPS, Mr. Pino's Robalo, is not exactly where it is on the planet Earth. Now, the GPS is not a witness to anything. You will hear from the people that were actually on the scene. And so I've described.
You might have missed it, but the prosecution opened by saying you're going to hear from an unbiased witness, someone who has like no alliance to any party, and that's
It's the GPS.
Yep.
Describe for you what you will hear from the people at the sandbar, the people who came to the aid of the passengers, Mr. Rodriguez, law enforcement who came to aid, and you'll hear from them. The GPS will tell us some very important things, but it won't answer the question that you will have to answer. Was Mr. Pino reckless? And I submit to you what the evidence will show is that Mr. Pino was human. He was human. And that something happened that we may never know. No one will be able to say why he was distracted in those last few seconds, where 9 seconds or however many seconds it was, and did not appreciate that the boat was going to collide with the marker. Had he seen it, we know he would have turned. Nobody's suggesting he wanted to hit it. The state's suggestion that it was speed, that's not a factor. You'll hear that there was 9 full seconds, 2 football fields between the time the boat started veering towards Ocean Reef, towards Angelfish Creek with that marker in the middle, 9 full seconds. At any point in time, if Mr. Pino realized, oops, we're headed towards the marker, all it would have taken was a slight turn of the wheel, and none of us would be here. And the state's theory is his failure to turn the wheel should bring him into a criminal courtroom. Now, you heard the prosecutor talk about interrogatories and a civil lawsuit that was filed against Mr. Pino. That is not what we are here for. You heard the prosecutor talk about accountability. This is not a case of...
Judge, objection to argument. This is closing.
I'm going to overrule on that about what the evidence was.
Okay. So you've heard, in terms of accountability, that compensation is dealt with separate from here. That was what the prosecutor brought to your attention. That's not what we're here for. That's resolved totally separately.
Oh,
What we're here to resolve is whether the state...
the reason that's like technically argument is because the evidence is not going to show anything about the civil case. I don't know if the prosecutor argued it as well. I mean, it's pretty bad form. This prosecutor keeps saying, this is argument. But technically, the first time she did it, it was an argument. It was just, okay, you want him to say the words the evidence will show before it. But this issue about we're not here for a civil case, that's not anything about the evidence. So
I think the prosecutors mentioned, and I could be wrong, or it could have been more than just this one detail, but I think her mention of that civil lawsuit was that in interrogatories, the defendant doubled down, was the language she used, on the claim that there was this boat that caused a wake. So I think
that's how it came up.
I think that was I think it was just that point, but it might have been other examples as well. but I don't really remember fully. But I remember that one detail. So,
This just
and,
wasn't the time and place for him to tell the jury, we're not here for a civil case. I see why he wants to sneak that in here
yeah,
because she did it, you
because
know.
she can still, the family could still get some compensation for their loss, but you don't have to criminally punish someone for an accident. Is really the pleading to the moral compass, I would say.
Right.
And guys, an interrogatory is like either you admit or you dispute. So,
The written questions, it's big. It's like you're being asked to testify in writing,
yep.
but they're pro forma a lot of times. But yeah.
Also, this is so unrelated to the case, but I'm so upset that we have the gallery making facial expressions, but we're not allowed to have a chat room. Like, the gallery is allowed to react, and we can't have a chat. I'm so
No,
sad.
I mean, I thought that one woman was going to give herself like a neck injury.
I just miss the chat. I miss
I
the
do
chat.
too.
We're gonna keep this. Since we don't have live comments, we're just gonna keep this pinned.
Proves that Mr. Pino, that day, that time, in those 9 seconds, as they would say, was acting recklessly because he was traveling on his boat, surrounded by his loved ones, wanting to go back to where they started the day to celebrate his daughter's birthday. The state will feature photographs of visuals of that day. For example, I expect they're going to show you that Mr. Pino's boat was carrying all the empty glassware and cans from the beverages, including the alcohol beverages that were consumed that day. Mr. Pino's boat, his wife will tell you, she took the responsibility of gathering all the empty bottles, all the empty cans, all the trash, to make sure it was disposed of properly and not left out at Elliott Key. And so when you see those bottles and you see those cans, you'll understand that Mrs. Pino and Mr. Pino were acting in a way that you would expect people to act when they've gathered together for a day of recreating at Elliott Key. Don't leave your trash
There's like
behind.
61 containers. Some were water bottles, but most were like Truly drinks and.
You may see very
Whatever.
difficult pictures of the events, and of course they're going to be difficult to watch. It's going to spark emotion among all of us.
Yeah, this little young
But
lawyer.
that
at the
evidence
end
will
here,
not
who's that?
answer the question of whether the
What?
state is proving
The
that
lawyer?
Mr. Pino acted
Yeah, you got
recklessly,
this. Does the young guy
whether
talk?
he
now?
acted with culpable negligence, intentional.
Wait, do you mean this is Mark AJ
Right.
Shapiro?
And then who's the guy on
Do
the
you
end?
mean this
The
guy?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think the guy doing openings is Howard Srebnick, and I think this is Black Srebnick. And I don't think we've seen him speak yet, but there is a fourth attorney named on some of the filings, and maybe this isn't another Srebnick, but I think it's another Srebnick. I don't
Okay.
know. But if and when he does speak, we'll have to learn.
Who he is.
Knowingly,
Yeah.
purposely, consciously, indifferent to the consequences. That when he was traveling at 47 miles per hour in the wide open bay with one marker to go and plenty of space, whether
Like
if he
DB
looked
would
at his
know.
speedometer and saw it was going 47 miles an hour, he should have said to himself, wow, this is really a dangerous speed. When the Robalo boat is built to handle even much more speed than that, all of the passengers were seated. There were the right number of life preservers on the boat.
Is that a good argument?
He didn't have
Who
a
knows?
kill
Like,
switch on.
Could be.
It's not
Could be
required
not.
by
Could go
law.
Either way, right?
And so to the extent that you'll hear evidence of other features of a boat or other safety features that can be employed, we're not here to decide policy of whether we should require safety switches.
For people to sit down or stay
Kill
seated to not
switches.
see.
And given that you know that in that channel there is no posted speed restrictions at all, not then, not now, the evidence will show that the speed at which Mr. Pino was traveling was perfectly appropriate given the conditions of that day. Calm waters, no wind, no rain, no lightning, no busy boat traffic.
So he's using the calm conditions to justify a possible higher rate of speed. So it wouldn't have been negligent to be doing that speed by their argument. state's position is to a lot of people on the boat, it's harder to maneuver, so you still should have been going slow for that reason, whether the waters were calm.
But even so, somebody died. Even so, somebody died. Mr. Pino will have to live with that.
Judge, objection to argument.
Argument. Right. That's why I'm like, wait, right there, he's doing it.
Lawyers advise what they believe the evidence will show.
Oh, don't
Let me say,
start.
he wasn't
Kick him.
texting,
Somebody
he
kick
wasn't
him.
on the cell phone,
Oh boy.
but
Oh,
he was
boy.
the operator of that boat.
Hold it together.
At the end of the day, it was on him. It was on him to get those girls back to Ocean Reef safely. That was on him. He accepted that responsibility and it was on him. But the law, as it will be instructed, I submit to you, tells you that even when we fail as humans,
Camera zooming.
Objection
E-
to argument, Your Honor.
Counsel?
even though we
Sorry, I spoke over that. My bad. I'm laughing at the camera zooming in.
Is this the
fail
opening?
as humans,
Yeah, finally. You're
You
really
need
loud,
to
Bob.
take your camera down too. I mean, you're.
Oh, am I loud? All right, hold on. How deep are we into it?
I
my
think we're approaching the end of it. He's been going for like
Damn.
40 minutes, maybe.
All right.
So I think you sound better. Say something.
Yeah, I cranked it way down.
He sounds
Okay,
perfect, my love.
Thanks,
there we
baby.
go. He came in here booming.
Yeah.
tells you that even when we fail as humans,
Objection
E-
to argument, Your Honor.
Counsel?
even though Mr. Pino may have failed as a human to avoid this
Your
tragedy,
Honor, can we go sidebar? Counsel?
Oh,
Please, no argument.
the evidence will show that this tragedy was not caused by
Kick
reckless
him.
and culpably
Kick
negligent
him.
behavior.
He's trying.
At worst, he was human and he committed human error.
People that think this is fake are out of their
Thank
fucking
you, ladies and
minds.
No, I.
They just are.
State, the first witness.
Your Honor, I think the court said we were going to
excuse the
take
jury.
a momentary break before the first witness.
That was an appropriate way. I think that was a good way for the state to ask.
Are you prepared to move forward?
Yes, certainly. All right, can we make sidewalk?
She has just like such an odd.
He pulled it together. He wasn't disruptive. Get over yourselves.
Are they doing that again?
So
Like,
you
is-
missed it. She specifically asked if the judge would have the defendant confirm explicitly that he would not do this again.
What?
And the judge was like, no. The judge was like, I already discussed with counsel. That was my decision.
Wait, the state asked if they could ask the defendant if he could confirm that he would not do this again. I mean, I just, maybe Alice and I just understand it like in a different way because we deal with defendants and, we understand the impact
Well,
on
but
their
the
lives.
gallery's crying too. I mean, it's not like the only person emotional is the defendant. And right,
I mean,
like-
it's an incredible emotional case.
I don't-
Like
But
kids
Kat,
die and are, permanently disabled. I mean, it's like a nightmare. Like this is like, I can't think of a case in more recent memory where like they were just trying to do something nice for their kid. You know what I mean? They're just trying to have like this isn't some nefarious. That's what I kept trying to say yesterday. This guy's not a monster. Like he's not a guy who is acting with malicious intent. It's quite the opposite. The question becomes, was his negligence criminal? His
Okay,
level
Mary
of
Shelley.
negligence. I don't know. I feel so bad for the guy.
I don't even see how his negligence could be criminal. I'm just baffled by this.
I really think it's that circular logic to assume that he was impaired, and because you made the decision to get behind a boat while impaired, you are. It
But they
rises
can't
to
make
that
the
you
level.
can't
impairment
argue.
I
argument.
know, I
So,
know,
but
but I think
without
they.
that,
I think
what's
that's
left?
what they. If the jury makes that inference and that's how they want to convict, how are they going to know that on appeal? I mean, you'd have to win a sufficiency of the evidence argument on appeal because you can't get in the minds of the jury. So if the jury, if the state can get a conviction, how do you even argue that on appeal?
You
You can't.
you couldn't. You'd have to, unless they keep putting it in there.
With
Then you would,
objections made on the record to it as it happens. We did have
right.
a what I think was a request for a mistrial motion during the prosecution's opening statements.
Was that for the
You know,
quotes or what?
it was something relating to alcohol usage or a mention of it, and it was like, I have a motion, but and then we will maybe hear it later.
Because the vessel homicide, in terms of the elements of that, and I'm looking at it, it's like for the reckless aspect of it, they have to be able to show that he operated it in a reckless manner that was likely to cause death or great bodily harm on
Like
another.
hot dogging.
Right. And like, that's not what he was doing. Like he clearly didn't see the thing, but he wasn't hot dogging, right? Like he was probably, operating his boat like he does all the time. Like I'm sure he's got it full throttle, going 43, 40. I mean, I do that on boats that I rent. You know what I mean? It's like if you're trying to, have the kids. I mean, like Ali, I was telling him, like last year we brought a group of scouts friends out. I'd be like, if God forbid something had happened, like I don't see a jet skier and one of the girls got injured or worse, I'd be destroyed. You know what I mean? And it was like, I don't know. It's a tough case. And then the manslaughter statute, in terms of kind of defining what culpable negligence is going to be tricky.
Well, yeah, they filed almost 20 pages of the jury instruction language that we heard them say they were going to file yesterday. It's two sets of, because remember he mentioned that there is like a different type of negligence element for the vessel homicide, a lesser included for the vessel homicide, and then there's the culpable negligence standard for manslaughter. And so there's like, not only do you have to argue the specific language for each of those charges, but you have to do it in a way that the jury will get the distinction and not just assume if one, then the other.
Right.
So, which is a hot mess. I struggle, and I tried to dive into this more because it was very relevant in the Alicia Andrews case, which that was October 2025 when that case happened. So still somewhat recent. Her appeals, we're waiting to see her appeal, but she's been doing some post-conviction motions. And I think it's confusing to try to digest culpable negligence. And that jury had questions about, does culpable negligence apply to like other lesser included? So it's something that the jury in that case seemed to be inquisitive about. So very important. And again, it goes back to that motif that jury instructions are critical to cases and critical on appeals.
You're one of the unicorns in the world that's not a lawyer that actually understands that. Frankly,
every time I see an overturned conviction, it's like an 80% chance it's going to be some type of
jury
judge
instruction.
erred by not giving a jury instruction.
Exactly. And I mean, it's frankly one of the most critical things that you're doing in terms of, those jury instruction conferences that take place. Like our chat's always like, oh, it's so boring. I'm like, it's so important.
Yeah.
I'm like like words matter in the law more than anywhere else.
It is very boring when they don't discuss it. They just have the printouts in front of them and they're striking through it. So you can't really follow what they're doing.
Right.
That is like, you can't garner much from that. But when they
they
display
get
it on
into
the screen
weeds,
or argue,
in terms of like an argument, it's fascinating stuff. Cause the culpable negligence, from what I understand, is like a really high bar. You know what I'm saying?
That's how it seems to me.
And I don't know.
Wait, my hidden lessons at 1-3, right?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
And I think again, like there's a punitive element here, because if the state wasn't really trying to push for hires, then I don't think they would have included that 10-20 to life statute in the language, the charging language. So, like, I don't know.
I don't know either.
Weird. And that's weird. Does that mean an instruction's going to go back with the jury that would relate to language relating to that statute, where they have to consider whether the boat was used as a weapon?
I mean, in theory, it could, right? I mean, it's like
they could take that off before they send it to a jury and like opt to nix that, right?
Yeah, definitely they could. I mean, that would be, to me, that's like a bridge too far. You know what I'm saying? It's like, there's no part of it.
It's just a way to get an aggravating factor on there.
Yeah.
I think it's leverage for a plea deal, to be honest. That's my speculation. It's pure speculation. But when I see stuff like that and it doesn't exactly fit, I always think that's a way to bump it up. Like, here's what you could be facing.
Yeah.
And it gives us more pressure when we want to get this case to potentially end in a plea deal
I
compared
mean, that's
to
what they
going to
always
trial.
do. That's, I
So,
mean, it's their primary move. You know, it's like
yeah.
I've had clients that I believed with all my heart didn't do something that they're saying that they did, but when they overcharged the case, you know, and then they
You
put you
want to
through the
take it to trial.
well, but worse than that, it's like that thing that I was talking about yesterday that this dude's been going, and it hasn't been, you know, I've had cases that have gone 2-3 years before we're on the eve of trial, and the process itself is punishment. I keep trying to have people understand
I
that.
think it's punishment for all the family members here. Like, they are all grieving. They are all taking time out of their lives to be here.
Well,
And what if
100%.
that minimum range that the prosecutor mentioned yesterday, like, oh, we didn't give them an explicit offer, but they're aware of our minimum range of what we would accept, what we'd be willing to discuss accepting. If they didn't tack on this 10-20 to life, maybe that range would adjust downward, and maybe they would have gotten their plea, and maybe they don't have to do this whole, like, Marcy's Law, we don't want to keep the witnesses out there. Some are able to be in here, but others want to be here. Can we call them to testify soon? You're obviously aware of what you're putting people through.
Well,
And maybe you
100.
could have
Yeah.
gotten a handshake on a plea deal if you started with the right charges to begin with.
Well, that's what
adjusting the
I'm
ranges
saying. Like
appropriately.
the typical move is to overcharge. And like what I was saying with my clients, what they would do is they'd put them through, and I'm talking about not the family members, not the other people that it's definitely affecting, as you're saying, but the defendant himself. Like it
Oh,
is,
right. Okay.
no one's feeling more pressure in the nightmare of the scenario than the defendant themselves. Like I said, it just consumes you. Every minute of your life, you're thinking about this thing that's like hanging over your head, and that could just change your life in a way that you never contemplated. So, but what they do is they'll get closer to trial, and at that point, they'll then say, "All right, look, we're gonna knock it down from a felony to a misdemeanor. You did 30 days before you're able to bond out. We'll consider it to be time served." And so even on a case where I feel like my client, he's telling me he's innocent, I believe that he's innocent, they'll take it. They'll take the deal because of the threat of losing a trial and then going to prison. So you know what I mean? So they do that thing. Now that's a different set of circumstances than this. But do I think that there exists a charge that could have fit for this particular case that wasn't either of these two counts that they went at him with? Yeah, I do. You know, but then again, that's the interplay with the families. You know, that's the interplay with the Fernandez family in terms of what their expectation is, you know, and but at the end of the day, it's still going to be the prosecutor's call. You know, you're going to try to you're going to try to appease the families as much as possible, but at the end of the day, it's still your call. You're like my best friend, his father was killed in a car accident by a guy who drove him. He was like leaving a doctor's appointment, and this guy was doing like 90 plus miles an hour on a main thoroughfare, like in the western suburbs of Chicago. And he drove, like he rammed my buddy's father off the road, and his father died as a result of it. And it turned out that this guy was on all kinds of like on a script that he shouldn't have been driving, you know. And they, when they got the black box, and it was very similar charges. And ultimately, you know, and like I was kind of going through, I was able to see from the victim's family's perspective the interplay that he was dealing with the DuPage County prosecutor's office. And I mean, they were so frustrated. Like my friend's family was so frustrated. They never got answers. And I think that's the norm. It's not the exception. You know what I mean? So it's like, in terms of why this case is going the way that it is right now is an interesting dynamic that, you know, behind the scenes, I'm really curious as to what's going on. Cause I mean, Pino is clearly destroyed. Like, to me, it's
Yeah,
like
we went from the misdemeanors to a first felony indictment that we then escalated to add manslaughter.
Yeah.
and eventually null pros, like the smaller counts, I guess smaller, but like the safety equipment and the expired registration or whatever.
Yeah.
So, and that only happened on May 16th. So it's like it's just been this like revolving and evolving door of indictments. So,
I am surprised that the family is pushing so hard, you know, like for it to be criminal. I don't know how I would feel.
It's
I
hard to
don't.
know,
Hard
right?
to know.
It's hard to
But it's
know. 'Cause
also hard to know. You'd be like, well, how in the hell did this guy hit the freaking, post? Like, and then you hear that the GPS is off. I mean, you still have eyes, but I mean,
Yeah, but like we need to hear the facts, but I'm sure that George initially was calling the Fernandez family and texting them and trying to explain what happened or what didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, and I
there was
think
this
they've
period of
gotta.
time.
He's going to
Right.
testify. The dad's going to testify. So I think that's where we'll hear some of that. But it's my understanding that they were in communication after this event and like grieving together in
together.
part. Maybe right away they were attending of court, but that seems kind of normal.
So
And then
I
as
am
time went on, they were
researching the
still in
statute, by the way.
discussion.
In the meanwhile,
Yeah,
I'm
sweet.
I'm doing it now, so don't worry.
Ali
What?
the goat.
I'm what she asked us to look into, like, because I
Oh,
wanted to pay attention to the openings, but
try to get us a clear answer on what the hell culpable negligence is in terms of what they're going to have to prove.
okay.
Like that's the element that's tricky because of the
And
interplay.
what is it not? Like what would not be
Right.
culpable negligence? And what would be beyond culpable negligence? Like what would be higher than that?
So, but we also still want to know about why it's aggravated in the way it is to get to the 10 to 20, right?
Possibly, because I'm wondering if they'll nix that before they send it back to the jury.
Okay.
But who knows? 'Cause
Oh,
we didn't get instructions ahead
there
of
was some
time.
questions that people had. One, can he
Yeah.
be given an anti-anxiety medication? I do not see why he could not, unless
It would
I'm
have to be
missing.
by choice, but it can't be court ordered without
Right.
a
No, they can't force
competency.
him. Correct. They can't force him to take it. But if it was prescribed and he wanted to take it, it's not something that affects your ability to understand the proceedings or to participate. And in fact, might help him participate better. And it's something that his lawyers, hey, lawyers out there, contemplate, maybe get him a slight anti-anxiety medicine. But you also don't want your guy up there like, but
Stone
not like that's
faced.
going to happen from if he's never taken anti-anxiety medication and he takes something low enough, I would assume, you know, it might
Oh,
help. But
babe.
are your emotions really your anxiety? Like, would it help? Like, I don't take anti-anxiety medication. Someone that does would have to say, if you're sad, is it going to help you control your sadness? I'd have to help with some of that, like the regulating because that's anxiety too. Like that's like emotion.
It's like a panic attack.
Right.
It's a
But brought
precursor
on,
to a panic attack.
so I think it would help.
Or it is a panic attack. One of the two. I mean, I don't know.
Right, and then another thing that people were wondering, um, was let me see.
Babe, while you're looking, text our friend because
Oh.
Zig crossed the Rainbow Bridge this
Oh,
morning.
This morning.
Yeah,
Oh.
so text our
And
friend.
Kat, people are wondering if they tested to see if he had any aneurysm or something that triggered the crash in any way, any sort of medical condition beforehand.
I don't know, but there were brain scans. He was concussed, and I'm not sure if any evaluations since, because there's several like people with MD following their name that the defense added on their witness list, their discovery when they turned it over, that maybe would come in and do that. And remember, they did also want to call in a toxicologist. And I'm not exactly sure if
defense
that would
did
just
or
be the defense did, and the state wanted a week continuance for it. And my belief is that's probably to rebut. So they want to have this Lieutenant Thompson opine that, alcohol can dissipate at a rate of like a beer an hour from your bloodstream. And by the time I observed him, it would have been like an hour and a half after he left. He made this elision. So maybe the toxicologist was just going to come in to rebut that as kind of an expert rather than any type of testing, but I'm not quite sure because the hearing wasn't televised.
and it's not supposed to be an issue. So it's probative value. There's still probative value for the reasons that you said, that the jurors back there, that could still be something in their head, especially now that they're using air quotes. And that was some bullshit by the state to put air quotes about around the 2 beers when alcohol is not supposed to be an issue here.
Yeah, and it's also like, if that's all the evidence will show and you're putting air quotes, then that's argument. So,
Yes, yes, that is very
misargument.
good point. I mean, Katt should just have her law degree by now. I'm serious.
No, I was okay. So what I'm sitting here doing is like the reactions in the gallery are exactly what I wanted to be doing when I sat in for a different hearing in another case. And I sat there with my head down taking notes because I'm like, oh, you're not supposed to be like, and it wasn't like a jury hearing, it was just a hearing with the judge. And I just wanted to react so bad. I wanted to say things out loud to correct things that were wrong that the judge was saying. And it's like, I couldn't be a judge. I would be a hot mess. I would be held in contempt.
That's
I
like
don't know
what
how you guys
Ali
do
Hold
it.
does.
yourself in contempt.
The one
I'm
time
like, I'm just
Ali,
gonna see myself out.
Ali sat in the gallery at Allen, she was doing the exact same shit. Like I'm like, shh, shh, like she was correcting shit that was going on in the
Was
well.
I? I don't know
Oh my
about
God,
that.
yeah.
All right, I
Yeah,
gotta
well,
call our
give
friend.
me
I gotta
that
hop off and call our
question.
friend.
Huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so sorry to hear. That's always sad news.
yeah. Yeah.
We will continue, guys. We were getting our first witness here. So, and I do believe we had the state ask for a sidebar, and it's possible that that sidebar request was just because the defendant was starting to like
Emote.
yeah, it was becoming observable, like readily observable. And it could have been they weren't aware that the defense was about to end their closing arguments. So not exactly sure what that sidebar was. The defense seemed to think that she was asking for a recess, maybe because her witness wasn't ready, but I think she was actually asking to ask for space and time to get the defendant to calm down. So,
Yeah.
and we don't know what happened at the sidebar.
I
But
mean,
that's where we left
here's
off.
the reality, Kat. This guy's never going to be calmed down. Like this is going to be a thing through the entire trial. He's clearly an emotional human being. Like
Well,
I
and
am
he was part of it. You know, some people get in accidents and they're like unscathed, but you still have like the imagery of what happened. This guy was underwater and like took in water and had a head bleeding. So I don't know. There could also be like crying just because you're remembering being submerged,
all of it.
right? Like, I don't know. And like, I have nightmares sometimes where I wake up and feel like because I imagined myself drowning in a dream. So I can't imagine actually having experience where I was submerged underwater and
Yeah.
was reimagining as it's being described that the boat was capsized and he was submerged underwater and they were submerged underwater. I'd be like,
I mean, and right, you clearly have some kind of water issue going on. Like you,
no,
like
I really do.
I know. Like I think you tweeted something about like you're afraid of like at this point rivers, oceans, lakes, like pools.
Well, I grew up near a lake where people like they would swim and you could like kind of put your feet on the ground, but the problem is people would get their feet caught in the seaweed or algae or whatever was growing under there. And there were some drownings that happened because of that, where it's not like you're submerged and can't stand, but you can't get out of it. And then you panic and then you die.
Right.
And then like, since moving to Florida, there's like all these gators and weird bodies of water. And yesterday there was a story in Panama Bay where someone that worked for a naval base was like swimming right along the docks and got attacked by a bull shark.
Oh shit.
And lost an arm. Like, I think it's moving to Florida has made me very scared of water.
I believe it. Like I'm so old that when Jaws came out, after Jaws came out, and I think I was probably like 10 or something like that, I actually had this kind of a crippling fear that somehow a shark would be able to make its way into a swimming pool, which logically I knew was ridiculous, but it was still like this thing that was in the back of my mind. That's how scary that movie was. Like that movie legit was terrifying, man. But it took me years. I'm like, is there some way like through a drain system? It was weird, but it was very vivid. Like I had this weird thing with it.
Well, it can happen with certain floodings of waterways because they come up into the freshwater, into the rivers, and then if it's flooded, they can get into like streams where they wouldn't normally be. So there's a lot of houses here in Florida between the barrier islands that are built on like they'll have like little docks in their backyard, but they're these like little tiny water inlets. But sometimes the sharks just like corral up in there and realize there's a bunch of little fish that nobody else is trying to eat. So it becomes one of the most dangerous places, but people don't think about it because it's like, this is my backyard.
And the gators. The gators are a real thing down there. It's like the gators are like, I'd be way more
I have
afraid of
signs, right?
gators.
There's like these small, I call them ponds because I think they're kind of tiny, but there have been tiny gators and there's signage like, don't touch or feed them. And when they get to a certain size, they call animal control. Like once they're over, I forget the length, but like 2 feet or 3 feet or something, they call.
Uh-oh. There's kids screaming in the
Uh-oh.
background.
All right, we're going to get this witness going.
Let's go.
Your room is equipped currently for
All right, are we all the way volume? All right, the judge is saying something, but it's really quiet.
your room is equipped currently for the, so can we take the jurors, Renee, if we would, out in the hallway?
Are they going to move him to another room?
Oh, George?
I don't know. They said the room is equipped, is what I heard the judge say. And then they asked to take the jurors in the hallway. So the jurors are going in the hallway. Maybe they're going to argue. So here come the feet, guys. We'll zoom their feet. They can walk very fast.
Sneakers. Nobody was wearing flip-flops today. I saw flip-flops yesterday. One person had flip-flops on. Old moved on the court in flip-flops.
The evidence. And this witness.
Oh, they're going to argue the evidence?
We do miss the chat so much. Apparently, I went into our Discord and, like...
Broke things.
I broke shit. Like, my mic was on, and I don't know what was going on.
We'll zoom a little bit till they're arguing. The camera has like one tiny focal range area where it gets things very clearly in focus. It was getting the top of his head, the center top of his head.
They're aiming at the eyes.
I know, they're like zooming right in on it. They're like, hello?
Yeah.
So they're just showing him. We'll speed that up a little.
His lawyer's like, look, man. It's like, I get it, bro, but I'm just telling you. The judge is she's gonna launch you into the other room.
Your Honor, I know that the defense has sought to exclude basically any photographs of Ms. Fernandez after the crash. I would like to show the court photographs that were already shown to counsel previously, but there states 1S, 1N as in Nancy, and 1M as in Mary for identification. These are the 3 photographs that the state would be seeking to introduce, and I'll pass them up to Your Honor in just a moment. Yes, Your Honor.
Nice. All right, so she looks like she's on the stretcher with the tube thing.
You consolidated from, I'm sure, many photos. And let me look at here. What is this? Exhibit 1-5?
That is from the medical examiner's office. That's the legal identification photograph. It's nothing gory about it.
No, legal identification. Do you have any comments on this?
Yes, Your Honor, we're objecting to the introduction of any of those photos. I think during the pretrial hearings, we discussed these issues at length. I pointed, Your Honor, to multiple cases that are directly on point and are relevant. Aside from that, I think Your Honor ruled that 1 to 2 autopsy photos would be appropriate, 2 being the max, during the testimony of the medical examiner. Your Honor, aside from those 3 photos, I believe those, the state characterizes them as the hospital photos.
Okay, well, this first that, and again, this is marked for identification. I'm not sure how this is. Is this 1-5?
One S, 1S.
That's an S.
That's not my S, it's not my S.
Okay, 1S for identification. It's a single photograph. Over defense objection, I'm going to allow for purposes of legal identification. Okay? Now, there's 2 photographs here in terms of hospital photographs.
If I may also just interject, Your Honor, that in order to not, have some kind of dramatic moment when Mr. Fernandez sees these photographs of his daughter, he's seen these photographs before. So it's not like this is going to come as a surprise to him. He'll be able to handle looking at these photographs. As difficult as it is, he'll be able to control his emotions and be composed.
Let me ask you, so Mr. Fernandez is going to be making a legal identification? I understood that this is going to be through the medical examiner.
Well, Your Honor, what the medical examiner, of course, would not know who Lucy Fernandez was. So what the medical examiner's office does is they take what they call a legal identification photograph, which is not an autopsy photograph. It just shows who the person is so that,
I understand.
and it allows
Is
a
this
linkage
necessary
from
if
who
it's
the
not
person is to what the
contested?
medical examiner case worker.
We have stipulated to that identification as well as cause of death.
I understand you stipulated, however, the state can present this evidence over objection. All right. Now, 1N and 1M, M and N. What is the purpose of these photographs?
Your Honor, I want to make sure I'm speaking with precision. Which one is 1M, please?
1M, with more devices, bigger picture.
Why weren't these issues all
Done ahead of
resolved
time.
prior to trial? Like, they got the jury
That
sitting there.
photograph, the state is
This
seeking
is
to
like-
introduce, we're not seeking to introduce a full body photograph of her, which we have, with all the medical regalia around her, but it just goes to show it's part of the process where over the time that she was at the hospital, they tried all life-saving measures for her. Also, Judge, it has to go with when her body is ultimately transferred to the office of the medical examiner. One of the notations that the medical examiner will include is evidence of medical intervention. So this is just kind of a close-up. There's nothing gory, there's nothing bloody about it, but it just shows some of the medical implements that were used to try to keep her alive. States 1N, which is the
I think it's because there must be marks on her body and they don't want the jury to look at the autopsy and think she could have died from certain types of injuries sustained in another manner rather than I'm assuming they're going to try to argue that there was alcohol in her system and that contributed to the death and that alcohol was available on the boat that was owned by George Pino and that contributes to a totality of the circumstances type of way of getting to culpable negligence.
Yeah,
But
to
that
me,
leaves-
Katt, that's the biggest problem for the defense is the fact that all the kids were underage and alcohol was made available to them. In terms
And
of
if she was sober, maybe she would have been able to not
exactly whatever
get
happened
stuck
to
under
her.
the boat.
Yeah. But I mean, like this, in terms of them putting in photographs of her deceased, I mean, it's always that more prejudicial than probative argument in terms of how much do you need, in terms of like, frankly, one picture probably does the trick in terms of, proof of death. So
Well, it seems like they want to focus more that like any marks on her body could have been from intubation or other things that the medical equipment caused, and that it's like the jury will assume that the drowning was the significant cause of death and not so much these other marks that might be on her body, like maybe she died from the impact. I think they want to lean into her dying from drowning because she died from drowning, but she could have swam away if she was sober. That strengthens their argument.
right.
And they don't want the jury to look at these other like red marks if they're not familiar with medical treatment and how that could be caused by the life-saving measures. They might conclude that the impact itself. Oh, are you talking to me? Because you're muted.
No,
Okay, I
I was
think you're
talking to
talking to Ali.
my
Okay.
I was talking to Scout who's running, right? It's summer here. So
All the
like,
energy.
yeah, well, and there's no school. So, it's like
Gotta
got,
get the energy out.
yeah.
So there's that. There's their argument. Judge is at least allowing some of these photos in, even though this seems like it was discussed pre-trial. It's being relitigated right now.
Other photograph, which is closer of her head. The purpose for that photograph, Judge, is you'll see on the side of her head, there's some what looks like fuzzy things. That's fiberglass that got embedded into her head from the vessel crash. And because of the force of the impact, it's basically penetrating her skull. And I think that's very relevant to showing the recklessness that the way that this defendant operated his vessel at that rate of speed right into that channel is why Lucy, especially given where she was seated, which was right in front of the operator of the vessel on the starboard side, goes to the cause and manner of how she died and why this crash was so deadly.
Your Honor, all the facts that the state just described just now is simply not relevant. We have stipulated to identity. We have stipulated to cause of death. It's not at issue in this case. Those photos are very emotional to look at. There is no relevance to them. We are not disputing anything. As you have mentioned many times, this is a difficult case. This is an emotional case. Those photos are only add to that element, and it's just not necessary. And even if this court perhaps agrees with marginal relevance, just of minimal relevance, it is unduly prejudicial and it is barred under 403. Your Honor, during the pretrial hearings, you noted 1 to 2 autopsy photos, purposes of identification, and cause of death may be relevant and admissible. Anything beyond that, Judge, we cited to numerous cases in our motion. It is dispositive, it is controlling, and I think those photos are inappropriate and should be not admitted.
I would imagine, well, I don't guess, but there are autopsy photos that show the condition of Ms. Fernandez with the fiberglass during the points of the autopsy, right? So this is, from what I'm reviewing here, 1N seems to be much less graphic.
Exactly, Your Honor. I do have 2 autopsy photographs that I do intend to introduce through Dr. Garavan, but we're not at that point yet. If the court wants to litigate, but it's literally only 2. There's nothing gory about them. They're very sad, of course, but it's a homicide. That's to be expected.
So, I understand your point, counsel, whether they're relevant. I think the photos have relevance. The question is, are they unduly prejudicial? You're permitted to present your case and evidence in your case. Death occurred, okay? I'm curious, though, as to why, through Mr. Fernandez, these photographs have come in.
I understand.
That's
This is the reason why, Your Honor, because when he and his wife were in the process of trying to locate their daughter, they first go to one hospital, she's not there. Then they go to Kendall Hospital, which is where their daughter is. One of the issues was that when they wanted to, touch their child's head, they couldn't because of all the fiberglass that was there. And so he literally sees her in that condition. Now, he saw a lot more, and I have the photographs of a lot more that I can give to the court, so Your Honor can compare and contrast the way that these photographs that I have selected, I think, are the least emotional, are the most simply a chronicling of what the evidence is. And again, to the extent that, conflicts in the evidence, lack of evidence is a part of what reasonable doubt is. I think that these 2 photographs, which simply show some of the medical implements.
I'm sorry, but is the argument here that they want to be able to have the dad on the stand to recount how he wanted to be able to touch his dying daughter but couldn't because she was so injured by this fiberglass? How is that not unduly prejudicial?
It seems incredibly prejudicial to me. I think the defense, clearly there's been some rulings prior to. The judge seems inclined to allow certain things. I don't even understand what they're saying about the fiberglass. And I'm talking about the state.
It's like they started by saying it was relevant to show recklessness because of the impact, because the fiberglass was so damaged that it was embedded. But that's a weird argument to make when she argued in opening that fiberglass isn't like cars. She argued that cars are made of steel, boats are only made of fiberglass, which the damage can be done it could be
But
much more significant damage to fiberglass. But now she's arguing that fiberglass is much sturdier than you'd expect, and we need to show how it was so forceful and reckless that it got embedded in somebody's skull.
But I don't
Which is
understand like the how that happened. Like, what are they saying? Like, when did she come in contact with the hull of the boat? Like where the hole was? Like, I don't understand that. Do
I
you
think
understand
as
what
it
I'm?
was capsizing. So she fell off the starboard side, which is where we have the fiberglass, like the damage is that same side that she was sitting out, wrong side, this side.
Okay.
And maybe somehow when it was capsizing and turning around, maybe she got pinned between that and the channel marker. I don't know. And
I don't
for
know
what
either.
it's worth, like I don't know how that would go to show the reckless of the action that led up to the elision.
Well, but is there some kind of claim of like blunt force trauma being like did her head hit the boat? You know, because it's one thing. Was she like knocked out cold by the boat? Like, if some weird thing happened where boat's capsized, she's flying through the air, she comes down, smashes her head into the boat as she like because presumably she could have been launched in the air, right? I
But
mean,
wouldn't that help the defense then if they're trying to if it's possible that they want a minor was intoxicated and that made it more difficult to recoup and get above water and not drown? Wouldn't a blunt force trauma be something that's
you could
caused by
argue
the
that it had nothing
accident?
to do with the it had nothing to do with the alcohol consumption. Yeah, I mean, you
So
could
I
definitely.
really, and the reason I'm not really trying to figure out the root. What I'm saying is when you actually think through the arguments and possible relevance as she's trying to argue it, some of the time I do think that the latent function of her wanting these photographs in, despite her manifest arguments, are that she wants to be able to have the dad on the stand to talk about how
Right.
he couldn't get a proper imagine having to say goodbye to your daughter that way and you couldn't even touch her.
Which is strictly emotional. Like there's no relevance to it. There's no evidentiary value of it other than to just force the dad to start crying on the stand, which obviously
She just promised he wouldn't do. She promised for him that wouldn't happen, just like she wanted the judge to make George Pino promise that he wouldn't
I don't
show
know.
emotion.
It's I don't get that. Like
This is
when
gonna
did
be sad.
it's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be terrible.
Lord.
Around her head and face and the fiberglass on the side of her head. Those are not included in the autopsy.
What did he say about their head and face?
Is a part of what reasonable doubt is. I think that these two photographs, which simply show some of the medical implements around her head and face and the fiberglass on the side of her head, those are not included in the autopsy photographs that I have selected to hopefully introduce later in this trial.
And in terms of the autopsy photographs, what do you, I mean?
Do the autopsy photographs not include her head?
No, not at all.
I mean, I would assume they would.
So is the fiberglass just not visible? Did it like fall out?
I certainly
I don't know.
understand stipulation, however.
Just making it sound like it was embedded.
Stipulation does not mean that I would not allow the state to present certain evidence. Now, they've minimized, and they've asked me to review these two items to come in from Mr. Fernandez. Do you have the autopsy photographs?
I do have them, but those I'm not seeking to introduce through Mr. Fernandez, of course.
Of course not, but
Judge, I'll show counsel what has been marked as states 1T and 1U for identification.
and that's just those.
Yes. Your Honor, I'm passing them over to the court. And Judge, just for the record, the frontal photograph of Ms. Fernandez, I asked our litigation support team just to pixelate where her breasts were, but you can still see the injury she suffered to her chest because of the CPR that was done on her trying to keep her alive.
So was she alive when they initially got her out of the water?
Yeah, she died after being airlifted.
No, there's no, these are the only hospital photographs.
Correct. 1N and 1M are the hospital photos, and then the two that I just passed up, Your Honor, I forgot the letters.
Are there any other photographs?
1T and 1U were from
Any
the
other
autopsy.
photographs of Ms. Fernandez?
Excuse me?
Were there any other photographs of Ms. Fernandez?
At the autopsy?
Yes.
Yes, many.
I understand.
Yeah, one with the head.
No, those are the only two.
Okay. And these are the two now for Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, actually, the three, correct?
Well, two from the hospital and one of the legal identification photograph.
Okay. We've already, again, I agree, we've heard argument on this. I have to balance whether the prejudice outweighs it, whether the value I think is relevant. You've minimized, to my satisfaction, over defense objection. One end and one end will come in. All right, now, in that regard, is Mr. Fernandez going to be your witness that we're calling in?
Yes, Judge.
Oh. And,
Oh,
Judge,
boy.
can we address the autopsy photos, or are we gonna move forward and address that at a later time?
I'll address that at a later time. I was just making sure that there wasn't going to be any kind of duplicity and the limitations of what photographs are going to be introduced.
I just want to reserve the right to respond to those two autopsy photos as well, please.
All right, are we going to make any adjustments in seating?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
So no seating arrangement adjustments for George Pino. He's staying in the court.
He's staying in. I mean, Lucy's father is going to be a whole thing.
I was like, if Lucy's father cries, there's no way that there is not going to be tears across this entire courtroom.
Right. I mean, and he's got every right to be emotional up there.
Yeah.
Like, people aren't robots. I don't understand this trend towards trying to control people's emotions in a court of law. I understand the underlying concept. I understand that it can make the jury feel a certain way, and you want to try to avoid that if possible. But when it gets to the point like where the judge is talking about taking the Pino out of the room, that's crazy. Like, that's going to have a much bigger impact in terms of him being held in a separate room where he's still able to observe what's going on in the courtroom, but not be at the table. I mean, how do you think that's going to impact a jury?
Can you imagine like an appellate issue where the appellate court finds that was like reversible and then they had to go through this all again?
And he's still going to cry. He's still going to be crying.
Well, then you gotta have the parents, the family testify again and relive
All
it all.
everybody, the whole nightmare. It's like that with any criminal case. It's like the victims' families are the ones that are forgotten in terms of that of analysis, except
Yeah, and like
by
the
name.
dad wasn't capsized, but like the teenagers that were on the boat that were capsized, if they're following along with us and hearing the description again and seeing pictures of the boats, like holy moly.
Yeah.
Like,
well, plus the fact that their friend died, like all of
Yeah.
it, like every part of it is nightmarish.
or
and
like
trauma.
imagining you were under the boat but didn't see your friend was still under the boat and like having to live with that on your shoulders that like maybe 2 seconds could have changed the outcome there.
Everything. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Or if somebody was standing, like there's some
oh,
reason
you missed that. So the defense's position is that everybody was sitting.
Wow. So how did George miss the damn thing? I just don't get it. I just don't get it. They didn't lean into there was another boat, right? He didn't bring that up.
He embraced that as a false memory. So he said that and it was actually, I thought it was actually a really good lawyerly way to do it. He gave like 3 different examples of things that George Pino incorrectly stated to the police. Like he thought he pulled a girl named Nati out of the water and not Lucy, which you should have that straight because everyone's like, where's Lucy? Where's Lucy? You jump under to intentionally look for Lucy, but you still can't get your memory straight. He misidentified. He like without hesitation said that the 2 engines on his boat were like this one thing, but that was the model of his old boat. So it was a correct memory of the wrong boat. And then they gave a 3rd example, but he gave this like line of examples of things that were mismemories or like older memories that weren't relevant to what he was actually answering, and then they embraced he also thought there was this big wave. He said a big wave, which is like this traumatic, like nightmare imagery that someone, maybe if you're having a traumatic experience, that might be how your brain remembers it.
Totally.
And there was no actual boat. So he did embrace it, and I thought it was actually a really strategic way, since he seems to have the facts. There must be body cam of him saying this is the engine I had, I was rescuing Nati, and realizing like, look, that's all helpful for us to show that maybe you're having memory issues. And I was like, oh, okay, wow.
Yeah. Interesting.
So, but again, that was just argument. We don't have the actual facts yet. So let's see. Get ready, guys, because we are going to have the dad of Lucy. We're going to have Mr. Fernandez up. Got the tissue box ready. You see that? She just put the tissues there.
Having stayed in the courtroom, that's better than here, but if you have a suggestion, Judge, I'm all ears.
Perhaps the gentleman can sit this way on the corner there.
That corner, sir? That's fine.
They're trying to hide George behind his lawyer so the jury can't see him crying.
But what if he, like, now people are going to judge him if he's trying to lean forward to see what the jury's doing.
Yeah, I mean,
So, because it's going to be
people are
obvious
gonna
if
judge
you're
no
looking at the
matter what.
jury.
People are gonna judge no matter what. If he's sitting there stone faced, he doesn't give a shit. He's guilty. If he's crying, he's fake crying. It's there's no.
You're giving Pino again because there's no pad.
Right here, they're going to show it, I think, maybe.
He has his notepad, so he has a place to put this. And that way you can have communication with Pino and counsel.
Oh, so maybe he's right. Maybe the camera is going to block his view from the jury if this is where the media is set up.
Yeah.
Right, you see what I'm saying? So if the jury's like all the way off over here and the camera guy is literally right here panning to him, he's like in his earlobe now.
Yeah.
The media must be blocking the view.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, they basically did the partition thing that we were talking about yesterday, except it's a human being with a camera.
Yeah, which usually those cameras can be really big, you guys. Like really, really big. So it can probably do some good view obstruction. But now we get to play the game of watch the cameraman.
Which he's going to be doing a lot of that.
Yeah.
The super fan.
Oh, now they're all like, oh great, we're going to be on camera.
Yep.
Like, let me look good, he said.
She's like, how's my hair look? Oh wait, let me put my hair behind my ear. I think I'm good. This guy's my phone off, so doesn't catch me with my phone going off in open court.
Someone's phone was ringing earlier.
Yeah.
We have one.
Just gonna sit with the camera right on this guy. Can you imagine what this looks like in person if you were just like seeing the camera person standing like 2 feet away, but standing at a full angle facing the person next to them?
Being super, super unnerving. It doesn't help George's mindset, I'll tell you that.
All rise.
Get the jury and we'll watch the feet go by.
Oh, there's
there were
flip
sandals.
flops.
I saw toes.
Oh yeah.
I can only see. State, can you call the first witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state court will call Aracely Fernandez, please.
So would you step forward, raise your right hand and sworn?
You swear affirm testimony about the truth, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
awkward for you facing this way, but the microphone's this way, so please keep your voice loud, please.
Will do. Thank you.
Oh, we got good mics now.
Finally.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of our jury?
Good morning. My name is Andres Fernandez.
Do you go by a nickname?
Andy,
How old are you?
52.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a lawyer.
What kind of law do you practice?
I'm a banking lawyer. I represent banks in, transactional, licensing, and regulatory matters.
Did you practice any kind of law prior to doing banking law?
Yes, I started my career as a public defender in this very building.
How long were you a public defender?
I was a public defender for about 3 years.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Who were you married to?
Melissa Fernandez.
How long have you been married?
We've been married for almost 25 years.
Do you have any children?
I do have 2.
Before we get to your kids, where do you live?
I live here in Miami, Florida.
How long have you lived in Miami?
52 years.
Did you go to high school here?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to Christopher Columbus High School.
Okay. You said that you had 2 children.
Yes,
Is one of them in the courtroom today?
yes.
And who is that?
Our 17-year-old son, Kevin, is over there.
Did you also have another child?
I had another child.
What was her name?
Her name was Lucy Fernandez.
What was her given name?
Luciana Cristina Fernandez.
What was Lucy's birthday?
August 26, 2005.
As of September the 4th of 2022, how old was Lucy?
Lucy was 17 years old.
Do you know a person by the name of George Pino?
Yes, I do.
Do you see him in this courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so the record will be clear?
He's there at the end of the table in a dark suit and a white shirt.
We stipulate, Your Honor.
How do you know this defendant?
I've known George's wife, Ceci, all my life, probably since the 2nd grade. And I met George when he started dating his wife, Ceci.
Did you attend his wedding?
Yes, I did.
Did you bring a date to that wedding?
Yes, I did.
And who was your date for Mr. Pino's wedding?
My future wife, Melissa.
Did you know his children?
Yes, I do.
How many children does he have?
He has 2 girls.
Do you know their names?
Yes, I do.
What's the older daughter's name?
Carolina, she goes by Caro.
And what's his younger daughter's name?
Ceci, like the mom, and she goes by Little Ceci.
Was your daughter friends with either of Mr. Pino's children?
Lucy was friends with Little Ceci.
Did the Pinos help raise Lucy?
No. Melly and I raised Lucy.
Did you ever know Mr. Pino as the camp counselor?
Never knew him as a camp counselor.
I want to take you back to Labor Day weekend of 2022, okay? Before we start talking about the events of that day, okay? And if you need water or something, just let me know.
Maybe a little water.
You do?
Yeah, a little water.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
I got it.
Okay.
Thank you, Jim. That weekend, were you at a place called the Ocean Reef Club?
Yes, I was.
Could you explain to the jurors what is Ocean Reef Club?
Ocean Reef Club is a private club, a gated community in North Key Largo, Florida. It's a boating community, it's a golf community, it's a tennis, pickleball community. It has a hotel where you can rent rooms. It has condos that you can rent. It also has homes and apartments where people live there, full-time and part-time throughout the year.
Are there any facilities there that allow people to store or dock boats?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
They have, at Ocean Reef, they have several marinas where you could keep your boat in the water at a slip, but they also have a facility that's dry storage where you could store your boat there, and they pick it up, with a forklift, and they put it on a rack.
The storage
Were
facilities
you a
actually
member
look
of
really
Ocean Reef
cool.
Club at that time?
Yes,
Are you still a member of Ocean Reef Club?
yes.
About how much of your life has been spent going to or visiting Ocean Reef Club?
A lot. I would say over 50% of my life has probably been down in Ocean Reef.
Why would that be?
My parents became members there in the early 80s. So my brother and I were raised going there. Probably our best memories as children were at that club. And then in turn, my wife and I, we raised our kids going there often.
Can you describe whether there's a sense of community amongst the people that are members of this club?
It is. The community is a family, and it's an extended family for all of us.
As of Labor Day weekend of 2022, was the defendant also a member of the Ocean Reef Club?
Yes, he was.
I wonder if they're going to argue that that's
Now,
why
you
nobody wanted
mentioned
to say
something
people were
about being
drinking.
at Ocean Reef that Labor Day, is that right?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors a little bit about what were your plan for that weekend?
It was Labor Day weekend, and we had made plans to be down there that weekend. My parents were going to be down there. My brother and his family were going to be down there. So our plan was to head down there on Saturday and spend the long weekend, playing golf, relaxing by the pool, watching football. It was the opening weekend of college football, so we just had plans to be with family and friends down there.
And what were the plans for Lucy that weekend?
Lucy was also going to be down there that weekend, but she wasn't going to be with us. She was going to be with the Pinos. The Pinos had invited Lucy to go down with her and spend the weekend with her, partaking in festivities that they were planning and had planned around little Ceci's 18th birthday.
Did you have any problem with Lucy going to this planned, weekend celebration?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I want to now take your attention directly to Sunday, September the 4th of 2022. Can you tell the jurors, what was it you did that morning?
That morning, I woke up and I played golf with some close friends. We played early in the morning. And I remember it was probably halfway through the round. I got a call or a text from Lucy, and basically saying that she missed us, that she hadn't seen us, that she was going to be playing pickleball later in that day, and to please come by and see her.
Did you do that?
Absolutely. When your teenage daughter says that she wants to see you, you drop everything that you're doing. So immediately when I finished my round, I went over to the pickleball courts, and I walked over and I saw her, and she came over and she gave me a super warm hug. I still remember that hug today. And she told me that their plan was to go out on the boat, that they were going to go to Billy's Point, and she said, please, you and Mom, please go out there, meet us. I haven't seen you guys. I want to see you guys.
When you saw Lucy by the pickleball courts, were there other girls nearby?
Yes, their whole group was there.
Okay. And when you say the whole group, I'm not asking you to list everyone, but do you remember some of the other girls' names that you saw there?
Yes. I remember Katy Puig was there. I remember Coco was there. I remember Cami was there. I remember Claudia Portocarrero was there. I believe even some of the boys were there that were also visiting. It was a big group that was there having fun.
Were a lot of these kids that you knew to be friends of Lucy for a long time?
Yes, many of them I knew for a while.
And even their parents, did you know?
Yes.
So when you finish up your round of golf, was it your number one goal as the day began to get on a boat and go out to Billy's Point?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Because my plan that day was to play golf and to relax, and then we had plans to watch the FSU football game with my dad at his apartment down at Ocean Reef. He was going to have some people over. We're big FSU fans, and we were going to watch the kickoff to their season. That game was at 7:30, so I was always very conscious on the time that afternoon.
Did you in fact take your boat out to Billy's Point or that area?
We did.
Why?
Once again, Lucy asked us to go out and see her and meet her, so I remember after seeing her on the pickleball courts, I went back to where Melly was, which was on our other boat, and I told her that Lucy had asked us to go, and we both reluctantly said, we got to do it. So at that point in time, we started making arrangements we bought some sandwiches and stuff and got ready to head out to meet them where they were.
When you say Melly, just so we're clear, who's that?
That's my wife, Melissa. She goes by Melly.
Okay. Tell us a little bit more about the preparations that you have to make to go out onto your boat to head out to Billy's Point. What all do you buy?
I mean, I went to the store and I went and got sandwiches because I know we hadn't eaten anything that day. You know, Melly was out, you know, doing exercise. I had played golf. I hadn't eaten, so we went and got some sandwiches. I got ice. I made sure that the little boat had fuel. So, you know, towels. We just, you know, prepared, you know, the boat for, you know, being out for a couple hours.
The sandwiches, did you buy drinks to go with those sandwiches?
They didn't
No,
buy
I had.
alcohol. Oh, Court TV. No.
I had a couple seltzers.
Do we mean alcoholic seltzers? That was a horrible part to cut out.
Did it actually
You know,
cut
the
her?
boat for, you know,
Yeah.
being out for a couple hours.
The sandwiches, did you buy drinks to go with those sandwiches?
No, I had.
Ah,
I had a couple seltzers, and I had a little bit of rum and club soda for me.
Okay, so we do have some alcohol mentions. And there were seltzer containers in the
So
garbage
once you have the
bin.
boat packed up and ready to
So-
head out to Billy's Point, do you actually get out?
Oh, go ahead.
no, I was going to ask, but I guess I answered it in my head. You know, it's just this focus on the alcohol thing. This is because this is the state still, right? The prosecution,
Yep.
direct examination. So, but I mean, I'm wondering if if the defense should have tried to just exclude alcohol altogether. But then I agree with what your position has been, that the jury back there might still be thinking about it, even though they never heard it. So, and it's, you know,
Well,
it seems only helpful. I almost think like the state, for example, the state putting up that picture that you have put up since we've been on this stream multiple times with all the stuff. Like if
yeah,
they didn't address
we'll do
that
it
in their
again.
opening, and I wanted to know what your thoughts on this was. Now, let's say the defense just said things aren't going to be, the evidence will show that the state is trying to present to you a deceptive picture of what actually occurred, and you're going to hear from witnesses that can explain the state's evidence, and that's all I'm going to say to you right now, but can explain the state's evidence in a way that makes you scratch your head and keep an eye out for that. And then just didn't tell them about this and let the state put it on as like a big, either implication of a bombshell, whatever. Here's this bucket with all the stuff. And then mom gets on to be like, we were cleaning up the beach,
We
and
didn't want to
everybody.
leave a mess in the water because this picture doesn't show it, but they said there were 3 or 4 boats of other people. So the people that were there were not just Lucy's
And that
parents and the passengers on George Pino's boat that they were cleaning up after.
And that would be something they'd be able to reaffirm with anyone who boats in that area or boats with kids, in an area where they're doing that, to say, this is something that you've seen people leave their drinks behind and somebody will clean it up, so it would have been able to come together. Do you think by them, and I guess we'll have to see it, but by the state, the defense sort of fronting it like, this is what the state's picture is, and I'm giving you the answer right now, takes a little bit of the drama out of kind of chopping it down later?
Well, and I think, and I hate being in a position where like a close family member of a victim's on the stand because I really typically reserve commentary, but now he's a witness. So I feel like I've got to comment on it. He came on saying he's a lawyer, right? That's his profession. He's a lawyer. He's in banking, but he used to do criminal work. He was a public defender. And he gets on here and it's almost like he wants to deny when the prosecutor's asking him about these drinks. What else did you buy? It's like he wants to say, no, I didn't provide any drinks, but also I brought seltzers and rum for myself.
Right, right.
And there's 2 issues there because now you are an adult that's operating a vehicle
Right.
around others. Maybe it's just your wife on board with you, but you are making the decision to drink as well. So that's reducing the significance of somebody else possibly having 2 beers. Because there apparently won't be evidence to show more than 2 beers. And not to say a jury can't make that leap, but there's no evidence to support it. But
And I
then you could have been the one that supplied the seltzers to the underage kids. And does that remove the obvious and only possible conclusion that it was the Pinos supplying the alcohol that could have impeded somebody's ability to get out from drowning under a capsized boat?
Is that what they're arguing here with the drinking?
I think that's what they're doing. Is it's the underage drinking, and that could have made it
Well,
more difficult for
to
Lucy
me,
to recover.
that right there, they did allow kids it seems to knowingly drink and be on a boat. Did they not? I mean, is that up for debate that the Pinos knew the kids were drinking?
I don't think it's up for debate. I think they're contesting this amount of alcohol being provided.
Right, obviously, and I don't know what the kids are saying if they're drunk or not, but that fact right there, one that I didn't think of before, allowing the kids who are, to drink and be on a boat. Now, if you're in a boat town and you've got anybody who's even like a touch affluent, because it really is more of an affluent thing to have your kids out on the boats and the waters, drinking and partying, because but also in Florida maybe everybody has boats. So maybe it's a little bit different. But, you know, that's a real negligence right there to allow kids, although, because you could have the same issue, like think at your house and you let your kids, like my almost 20-year-old, if I let the kids here to drink and then there was a fire and they were like, it
And
made
they
it
were
less.
too loopy to know how to
Right, they
not
didn't get
panic
out
and
as
get out of
thick.
there.
Right, whatever you could argue. Now, would everybody say that was negligence? I let under 21-year-olds drink, but in a
And did
more
it relate to
responsible.
the actual outcome?
Right. Obviously, it doesn't relate to the fire or in here, the accident itself, but it could very well relate to their ability. Now,
The survivability.
right, but she was capsized. So that makes a huge difference to me now that she was pinned, right? She couldn't have, no matter what
I
her
think the
abilities
idea is
were,
she's
get out.
pinned because, and I don't know why. So I think you were gone while they were arguing this, but the state was making all these arguments trying to get extra hospital pictures admitted through the father, with the argument being that it would go to show the recklessness because there was fiberglass embedded in her head while from the capsize. But then later, the prosecutor said, well, because when the parents went to the correct hospital to see their daughter, they tried to touch her on the head. They tried to touch their daughter on the head, but they couldn't because there was fiberglass there. And then that became the reasoning for wanting to get these pictures admitted. So to me, it seems like we're going to hear that there's all these injuries from the impact that Lucy sustained that maybe the others didn't sustain because they weren't sitting on the starboard area of the ship that ended up having this big
But
damage.
even with that, is anything you just said impacted by, let's just assume she was buzzed or drunk, if
But if
she's.
you have a head in, if you get it bumped in the head, whether you're drunk or not, and isn't there sometimes like alcohol can actually help you persevere through certain accidents, physical impact a
I
little bit
think it
better
could
than,
be. I think
but
there's
yeah, if
something
you
there, but
have this like blunt force trauma to the head that makes you unconscious,
and then you're pinned, you're
is the alcohol factor, is the culpable negligence of having a minor that's drinking alcohol on your boat, does that directly relate to why you drowned
right, and then it would not legally, it would not, because
legally?
under legally, you have to have the causal connection. It has to be tied to the specific accident. So just because you're negligent to have kids drinking, in theory, allowing underage people to drink and be on a boat, and that could have caused them to be less able to navigate the waters if they were in an accident. That's not what happened here. She wasn't less able to navigate the water. She was pinned. She received, like you just said, a severe head trauma and then was pinned, right? Pinned or not pinned?
I believe the theory was that she was pinned.
Right.
And
So
I don't know if she was pinned when they went under to try to rescue her, but in some point of the tussle, she was pinched or pinned in some way, and the boat may have continued to move and capsize. And maybe she wasn't pinned when they went under to get her, but for whatever reason she wasn't consciously able to rise herself by the time they went and got her and pulled her up out of the water.
right. And I don't think, from what we're describing here, and this is just like my gut reaction as we're talking, obviously, is that I don't think any level of alcohol intake was affecting that scenario. If at some point she was pinned and lost consciousness, this isn't about being able to navigate under the water. If it becomes that, maybe it's a different scenario, but I would be arguing that that would be prejudicial to even imply that the negligence at issue here was allowing the kids to drink, period, since that did not impact the accident, the manner of death in this case, nor did it impact the accident. Now, if he said they were all jumping around and standing and running, because like I couldn't even see the posts in the ground because everybody was running amok and like up and dancing, and I couldn't get them to even sit down. Like I'm just making my own story here. Like to the extreme, well, then maybe alcohol did, because they were acting a fool because of the alcohol, and you couldn't get them to sit down because of the alcohol. So that contributed to the accident. It contributed to a distraction to you,
Well, and if
something.
they were all sitting, they might have observed something weird about George Pino. Right? Someone might have been like, "Are you okay?" And if nobody really remembers that, and not just because people were capsized doesn't mean that they're going to have memory issues, right? Not everybody bumped their head. Some just like went into the water, got up, and had to get back on to get the Good Samaritan, get the life rafts, and get carried
Right.
out of the water. But
You're
not
saying they
everybody
didn't
had like some
notice
head
that
impact.
he was hanging on by the edge of.
Like he wasn't just like and like all loopy and drunk or
Oh,
something.
right.
Like none of the witnesses that were there initially, contemporaneously, noted any signs that would point towards impairment.
Right. And like you said, I
So
do think that this undercuts the prosecution's case. If he can have 2 drinks, 1 drink, and he's drinking what one guy says 2 beers, he just said hard alcohol. And still,
seltzers and rum.
right. I mean, I guess we'll have to hear if he says, "Well, no, my wife didn't drink at all, and she drove the boat home." I guess
And
we
it
haven't
kind of
gotten there
like
yet.
if you get to the sandbar and this is when everybody's drinking while you're there, is that on the Pinos then? If this is when if it's believed that the teenagers drinking in this moment should be culpable negligence, is it the Pinos? If
And then
if the actual parents are there bringing drinks as they arrive, and those drinks are the same ones that are consumed. I don't know if we're going to have receipts and show he purchased something that wasn't Truly's and there are whatever he purchased is not in this waste bin. I don't know.
I think it's like legally 2 wrongs don't make a right, but if you're a juror, it does. And that's why, so I was going to research culpable negligence, the standards, all of that. Then I called
Messy.
right. Then I called my friend. Then I got a client call. So I'm back on duty. I was on
Well, good
Westlaw.
time.
Okay.
Good time, because he's just telling us that he picked up this alcohol, but it was for himself.
Yes, we got it.
And it's just him and his wife on this boat going out to meet where they are at Billy's Point, where everybody else is.
First, showing counsel states on for identification.
Now we got the picture
First
of Lucy.
question for you, Mr. Fernandez. Do you recognize who is depicted in States 1A?
A normal picture.
That's Lucy.
Judge, I move States 1A for identification and evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
1A, March 20, States Exhibit 1.
Yeah, see how she got that question about the drinks being purchased out on the record and then moved right into another topic?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh, man.
The record I'm showing counsel states 1B for identification. Mr. Fernandez, I'm now showing you states 1B for identification. Do you recognize what is depicted in this exhibit?
Yes,
Can you tell the jurors, does this fairly and accurately depict the area of Billy's Point and also Ocean Reef and the Cutter Bank Channel?
yes.
Your Honor, I move states 1B for identification and evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
1B, March for ID, States Exhibit 2 in evidence.
Your Honor, may the witness have permission to step down?
Yes, sir, just keep the voice up, please.
Yes, yes, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, I have a little pointer here. First off, can you point out for the members of the jury, where on this map would we find Ocean Reef Club?
Right where this little blue dot is, right down here. That's the area where the main marina is of Ocean Reef.
Now, if a person wants to go from that location up to Billy's Point, and just by way of example, can you tell us if Billy's Point is visible on this map?
Billy's Point is visible with this orange sticker right there.
Okay. So what would be the route that you and your wife took to go from Ocean Reef up to where Billy's Point is?
Okay, we came out of the Ocean Reef main marina, which is right here. You can see it by this red marker right there. And we came out through here, we came through Angelfish Creek, which is all this, and then you end up in this Card Sound Bay, and then you come north through this channel, past this red marker, and up to Billy's Point.
Okay. Now, there's a series of green dots that are on this map. Can you explain to the members of the jury, what are those green dots?
That is a series of markers. They're red and green that traverse this whole area. It's actually a pretty long channel, and it's referred to, I believe, as Cutter Bank. And it takes you from this bay here, Card Sound, into this other bay, and it's protected by shallow water on both sides.
Over the course of your life, about how many times do you think you've gone from Ocean Reef up toward the Billy's Point area?
Many, many times.
How long have you operated boats in your life, over the course of your life?
Since I was 15 years old.
Okay.
So he never went up the left
Is
side.
this like your backyard?
That's basically my backyard. We spend a lot of time boating in this area, between this area and Ocean Reef and on the ocean side, so we spend a lot of time up there.
When you are traveling through the Cutter Bank Channel, is there one particular side that you would be on that channel as you go northbound?
Yes, I'd be hugging the right side of the channel, similar to the rules of the road.
And if you're coming back down, let's say from the Billy's Point area toward Ocean Reef, as you're going through that channel, what side of the channel are you on?
Same thing, you're hugging the right side, rules of the road.
Okay. Now, that particular Sunday, when you were going up to the Billy's Point area, did you leave in tandem with the defendant?
No, we had left. We left at some time, but we left on our own. We didn't leave at the same time as them.
Okay. Did you have any problems getting from Ocean Reef up toward the Billy's Point area?
No.
Once you get up there, do you encounter boats with other people that you knew?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors who is it that you see there?
There was another boat. The Suarez's were out there on their boat. The Pinos were out there on their boat, and then I recall another boat being out there, but I didn't really know who that family was.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the Suarez's. Is this another family that you knew from
Yes.
the Ocean Reef area?
Yes, they were there that weekend as well.
Were you all able to stop there at the Billy's Point location to hang out together?
No, we did not stop at Billy's Point.
Can you explain to the jurors why?
At some point, I learned that we were not going to Billy's Point. We were actually going a little bit further north because the Suarez boat needed more water. It had a deeper draft, so the water needed to be a little bit deeper, and the water at Billy's Point is more shallow. So the decision was made before we got there that the anchorage spot was going to be more north. So when we arrived, the Suarez's boat, which they had a bigger boat, was already anchored. So we were somewhere north of Billy's Point.
The red dot that's on this exhibit, does that depict the approximate location that you were at?
The general location was up there north.
Would that be a memory of something about a bigger
Oh,
boat?
you know one other thing. Are you familiar with Elliott Key?
Yes.
Have you ever been to the Elliott Key Harbor?
Yes.
Seems like it could
Can you
be.
describe for the jurors what's Elliott Key?
There's an
It's a
active
harbor
discussion.
here
They're
somewhere in
both
the
bigger,
middle, and it's
so
referred to often as a ranger station. There's a dock, there's some facilities there, there's a little bit of greenery there. People go camping there, people do barbecues there. It's like a little marina harbor in the middle.
The yellow dot that I have here on this exhibit, is that the approximate location of where the marina is?
Yes.
Or the harbor?
Yes.
And in fact, put your glasses on. Does it
Yeah.
actually say?
It says Elliott Key Harbor. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. You can keep your seat.
it was nice to see a map, go through it. Also probably smart to go into logical questions after showing a photo.
Right.
Do you remember the approximate time of the day that you get to initially Billy's Point and then that location a little further north where the deeper water was?
It was close to 4 o'clock. It was somewhere around that time.
And did you feel like you had some kind of time limit on how long you could be there?
Yes.
Why?
Because as I mentioned, we had plans to watch the FSU game with my dad, and that game was starting at 7:30. So I wanted to make sure that I made it back to the marina with enough time that I could wash the boat, organize stuff. My wife and I could get showered and ready and be at my dad's apartment by kickoff. I didn't want to miss the kickoff. And I had realized that, we were a little bit further away than we normally are, and I knew it was going to take, me at least 45 minutes to an hour to get back.
Can you tell the members of the jury what took place once you get there at the northern part of where the, north of Billy's Point? I'll just call it this Sandbar rendezvous location.
Okay. When we got there, I remember, the Suarez's boat was there already, and they were anchored, and we were pulling up, and the decision was made instead of us, because we were on the boat Melly and I was on an 18-foot boat. Instead of throwing the anchor, they just offered for us to throw a line to them, and we were kind of like tethered to their boat. The conditions were perfect. There was no wind, so we were kind of just tied up behind their boat.
Okay. And in relation to the Suarez boat, are you like in front of it, or are you behind it?
Behind it. We're behind it. We're tethered, and we're back behind it.
Okay. And were you also tethered to the Pino's boat?
No, I was not.
Where was their boat in relation to where you and the Suarez boat were?
The Pino's boat was off to my right, to the east and back a little bit, but I would say, a good 30, 40 yards away.
And what kind of activities were taking place while you and these other, well, first off, were there kids there too?
Yes. Yes.
And parents?
Kids and parents were both there.
How were you all speaking with each other?
I mean, it was a beautiful afternoon. People were floating in the water. Everybody was having a nice time. The weather was great. The music was on. It was really a wholesome event.
Now you say wholesome.
Yeah.
Was there some alcohol involved?
Yes, there was.
Talk to us about that.
The girls were drinking, the boys were drinking, the adults had drinks. It was a situation where everybody was having drinks.
Did you have any concerns that the defendant, Mr. Pino, was too drunk to operate a boat?
No.
Did you yourself have some alcohol?
I made myself a drink when I got out there into my Yeti. Yes.
What's a Yeti?
A Yeti is a little cup that acts like a cooler, and you can put ice in there, and the drink and the ice will last for a while.
What was the drink of the day for you?
It was rum with club soda.
Okay, and you said that there was music. What was the music for you?
The music for me, I believe my default is reggae or something beachy, so I'm sure I had that going on in my boat.
At some point, does your daughter come over to where you are at your boat?
Yes.
And what did she feel about your music?
As typical, Lucy told me to turn down my radio, that there was too much music playing, and she probably thought that the music I was playing was nerdy.
Okay. Did you turn the music down?
Whatever Lucy said, I did. So Lucy said turn it down, I turned down the music.
Did Lucy ask for anything while she was there on the boat?
She did. I think I was on the boat on the time by myself, and I think I was putting on some sunscreen, and she got up on the boat and she said, "Papi, can I have some sunscreen?" I said, "Of course," and she put on sunscreen, and she was also asking for a rubber band, as they say, una liga, to be able to put her hair in Spanish. Liga.
L-I-G-A?
L-I-G-A.
Okay.
A rubber band for her hair, and Melly had one on there, so she took it and put her hair up in a bun.
Does there come a time when you leave that area north of Billy's Point to head back so you'll be able to watch the football game?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact time that it was that you left?
I mean, it was sometime, between 5:30 and 5:45. I was very set on leaving on that time because I knew it was going to take me a while to get back.
Now, as you're getting ready to leave, does the Pino's boat with the people that were on that boat, do they leave at the same time?
No, I left first.
Okay. Before you left, did you take any photographs?
Yes, at some point in time, I don't know exactly when, but I did take a photograph of the afternoon.
Showing counsel states 1E for identification. Mr. Fernandez, do you recognize this photograph that's listed as states 1E?
Yes.
Is this a photograph that you took of the Pinos boat and the people that were on it that afternoon?
Yes.
I move States 1E for identification and evidence.
No objection.
That's
One
sad because
E
that's
marked
the
for
last
D
photo,
states
guys.
Exhibit 3 in evidence.
Be careful, camera guy.
Where are you when you take this photograph?
I am standing somewhere on the boat that I was on. So I took it from my boat towards their boat.
Are you able to tell in this photograph if your daughter is in the picture?
Yes.
Where is she?
She's down here floating in the water.
Put this here. Right here where my finger is?
Yep, right there where your finger is.
So she looks like, let me pull it up. She looked like she was pointing over on the outer right-hand side, like kind of in the area where there's maybe 2 people off the boat there. I'm not sure though, but that's the picture.
Before leaving that area, did you and your wife say goodbye to your daughter?
We did.
So I couldn't hear.
Did you say goodbye to your daughter?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to ask you about that in a minute, but when Lucy came up on your boat and asked for the rubber band and the sunscreen, what did she do before leaving?
She gave me a hug. And I remember it clearly because that's the last time I held her alive.
I want to now ask you about that photograph that you took. At the time you took that photograph, what was your state of mind?
Peace. Yeah, I was observing a really nice moment, a really beautiful afternoon, and that's why I took a picture of it, because it was really a beautiful moment.
Can you tell the jurors, how do you and your wife say goodbye to Lucy?
As we typically do, it was very easy for us to leave because we were not anchored, we were just tethered to the other boat, so we just let go of the line, we said bye, and we pulled out, and we pulled close to Lucy, and we were very obnoxious. And we started screaming to Lucy, bye Lucy, we love you, this and that, and Lucy just looked at us and was like, typical. But that's how we said bye to her that day.
Do you make it back to the Ocean Reef Marina?
Yes, we do.
What do you do when you get back to the marina?
We get back, I start cleaning the boat, organizing some stuff, and I eventually move back onto the other boat to start taking a shower and getting ready to make it to my dad's apartment by the 7:30 kickoff of the game.
Did you ever make it to your dad's?
No, we did not.
Why not?
At some point, right before we started to take a shower, we hadn't taken a shower, but we were about to take a shower. We learned that the Pinos got into an accident and the boat was capsized.
What do you do when you get that information?
My wife and I immediately, we jump back onto the little boat and we go to retrace our steps to try and find what's going on and try and find Lucy.
For the record, I'm showing counsel states 1D for identification. Mr. Fernandez, I'm going to show you an exhibit. It's marked as states 1D for identification. Do you recognize the location depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a blow up of Cutter Bank.
Is it an accurate depiction from your experience of traversing Cutter Bank?
Yes.
I would move states 1D for identification and evidence.
No objection.
1D marked for D states Exhibit 4 in evidence.
Mr. Fernandez, where would Ocean Reef be in relation to this blow up?
Down here. Yeah, on the bottom. Yeah.
So Ocean Reef is further south than what we see in this exhibit?
Yes. Yes.
Do you retrace the steps that you explained to the jurors earlier in terms of how you went back out to try to figure out what had happened?
Absolutely, since we didn't know what happened and we didn't know where they were, we basically, were just tracing our steps the same way we came back. We were going to go back out to see if we could find them.
Now, do you find any boats before even getting to the Cutter Bank channel?
Yes.
Can you point approximately where you would have been when you first encounter all these boats?
I mean, we came out, I would say Angelfish Creek is down here, which is how I came out the first way. We came out through Angelfish Creek and the moment we got into this bay, we saw the chaos.
And that would be Card Sound Bay?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see once you get on the other side of Angelfish Creek and you're coming up Card Sound Bay?
Right. As I said, the minute we go through Angelfish Creek and we get into the open bay, right away you could see what appears to be chaos. You see police boats, you see police lights, you just see basically the scene of something serious and bad that had happened.
Did you approach this chaotic scene?
We went straight up to it, and we later learned that the boat that was there obviously wasn't the Pino boat, it was the boat that was the boat of one of the first responders, and they had put, all the girls and as many people as they could from the boat onto that boat, and we got up to it as close as we could, and Melly and I were just screaming, "Where's Lucy? Where's Lucy?" And we were just looking all over the place, and we couldn't see her, and we were just screaming, "Where's Lucy?" Nobody was responding to us. As we got closer, we saw Katy Puig on the back of the swim platform, and she was in really bad shape. And at that point in time, Melly and I knew that
I don't know why the feed Court TV. Okay, the feed is not.
There are other girls that were in that vicinity?
yes.
Did you ultimately get any kind of clue of where you might go to look to find your daughter?
At some point, while we're screaming, someone said, I don't know, but we learned that Lucy had left on the police boat. That's the only information we got. Lucy left on the police boat, find the police boat, Lucy left on the police boat.
Did you know anything about a helicopter ride or anything like that at that point?
At that point, no.
Does there come a time when you do get information about what hospital you might be able to find your child?
Yes.
Where?
At some point, when we were already on our way back from Ocean Reef to Miami, we learned that some of the girls had been taken via helicopter and maybe even land, because there was a lot of information going on, to Jackson South.
Did you go there?
We were on our way there. We had spoken with family members and friends who were on their way there, and that's where we were going.
Was Lucy at Jackson South?
No, she was not.
So do you then have to
Yeah.
caravan to another hospital?
Well, at that point, our nightmare escalates.
I was gonna say, that's gotta be a
because
nightmare.
we have no idea where Lucy is. We can't find her. We don't know where she went. We don't know if she was taken. And it was a traumatic and nightmare experience that was playing out in front of us. We at some point get information that there may have been girls or a girl taken to another hospital. And we were told to go check Kendall Regional.
You've
So
got to
we
know if
headed
that's like
that way.
locally, like where the
When you
serious
get to
injuries
Kendall
are
Regional
taken.
Hospital, ultimately, do you get to see your daughter there?
Ultimately.
Can you tell us what the process was once you get to Kendall Hospital to be able to see your daughter?
Objection, relevance.
Pardon me?
We get there, and as you can imagine, when Lucy arrives, she has no ID, she has no nothing, so nobody knows who she is. So we walk into Kendall Regional and we go up to the reception desk and we go, we've received information that our daughter, who was involved in a boating accident, may have been brought here. And we had a picture of Lucy on our phone and we showed it to the receptionist. And the receptionist comes back and says, yes, somebody was brought here, but we cannot ID her from that picture because she's in bad shape. And at that point, Melly and I knew the inevitable. But we said, okay, she has a birthmark on the side of her hip, and she also has a necklace with her initials, LCF, Luciana Cristina Fernandez, and her date of birth. And we told that to the receptionist. The receptionist went and got on the phone, and Melly and I walked away. She called us back a few minutes later, and she goes, your daughter's here.
Are you able to go and see her?
We did.
Can you describe what you saw when you entered the room where she was?
Horrific. A parent's worst nightmare. We walk in and she's hooked up to machines. She's got tubes coming out of every hole. And when we walk in, a nurse is performing some sort of emergency CPR on her to just try and keep her faint heartbeat alive. We have no doubt that she was holding on for Melly and I to get there.
Does there come a time over the course of that, well, do you remember approximately what time it was when you finally get to see your daughter?
I have no idea.
Nighttime though?
Yes, it was definitely nighttime.
Does your daughter pass away the next morning?
She passes the next morning at 6:30 a.m.
Previously marked the states and for identification.
Standing objection.
Mr. Fernandez, I'm going to ask if you recognize the exhibits 1M and 1N for identification, and tell me if these are pictures of your daughter at Kendall Regional Hospital.
That is
that the brother?
that is what we saw when we arrived.
I move states 1N and 1M for identification and evidence.
1M marked for ID, states Exhibit 5. 1N marked for ID, states Exhibit 6.
Can we tell him he can't be emotional?
I think the whole courtroom's like,
Mr. Fernandez, calling your attention specifically to states number 6, which is now in evidence. Toward the bottom of her head,
Ay, ay, ay.
what is that?
It's a piece of fiberglass.
Were you able to touch your daughter's head?
We went and we were there, and the first thing we tried to do was take that off, and they immediately said, don't touch her. It's evidence. And at that point in time, Melly and I looked at each other and we're like, our daughter's a piece of evidence.
Oh. See, he's using some techniques. Clenched fist. I'd have to. There's no way.
Do you need a moment?
Huh?
Do you need a moment?
No.
He's pinching himself with his one finger to his other finger, right? Or no? Is he just
I
holding
mean,
his
or
hand?
like clenching fists. You got to think about like random things in your head and like think about anything else.
To be perfectly honest, I almost think
Lastly,
that
Mr. Fernandez, I'm going to show you
an instruction or some sort of conversation with the jury needs to occur, that we, when we're doing trials, everybody's emotions have to remain in check. It's for, I don't know, something.
But you
Because
still need to look at the facts, or
right,
like
well,
you're
just
here
like to explain why he's sitting there that way. So the witnesses, the defendant, I don't know if they say the witnesses, but whatever, to say something like I don't know, because now it's like, are they looking at him wondering what the fuck he is doing? why he's kind of being
Does he
even
look like he's angry at the
right,
witness? Like, does he want to
right.
fight this witness for accusing him? Like, you could read that in any number of ways.
Right, and I think that it is being prejudicial to him right now. So I feel like if I'm the defense, I have to say, Your Honor, I feel like we have to talk about this. Is there a way that we can advise the jury that, you know, defendants are not allowed to have, you know, emotional outbreaks during trial? I mean, obviously the state wouldn't want this, but now I do think he's over there, and I wish we could see the chat wondering if
Yeah.
people are thinking, yeah, if you don't know that he's literally trying to like fight back, and I
Constrained
also
because he doesn't want
right,
to get kicked out of the courtroom.
right, that he looks like he's some sort of weirdo, and like you said, he could look angry, he could look furious, and I don't know. Do you know if the table has a longer kind of
So
front?
they moved him to, like, he's sitting next to the camera setup, it looks like. So I think they're trying to use where the camera, because those things are big, plus the guy operating it to cover some of the vantage point of the jury. So technically they moved him closer to the jury, but there's some kind of obstruction there. But I don't know if his arms, his lower body's
Right,
covered. And that's
that's
the
what I'm
part
wondering.
that the fists are the part that kind of look crazy.
Right. Because some tables, have like the longer wood that's blocking a little bit and some don't.
No, it looks like his left leg was kinda like, when they showed it, it kinda looks like his left leg is outside of the end of the table, and, like, his right side of his body's kind of in line with the table. And I don't know if there's another table in that area that would also obscure, 'cause, they're not gonna, like, pan too much in that direction because the jury's over there. But yeah, there's also case law in Florida where, and this relates to somebody that, court orders a competency evaluation and then says, all right, we're going to medicate you. We're going to order you to be medicated. That is something that I think you can't do that mid-trial. You have to do it because we have to give instructions down here before and at the end of trial to the jury that could explain their affect, their emotional affect, because
Right.
of they're forcibly medicated. And I think that case law applies because that's not their choice.
Right.
But in my mind, I'm thinking of what you're saying, that there is some type of instruction about those things that exist for another purpose, but there's a slight overlap there that I don't see why. It'd probably be a judicial discretion, but it could be something a judge could do.
And just think about the conflict here with the state wanting no one to be able to say that a defendant might have real emotions, right? They don't want you to be able to say any of this because they don't want it to imply to the jury that this guy is feeling emotional. So that's why they don't want any of this said. Meanwhile, they put on all of this evidence has nothing to do with how she died. That her parents can't touch her head, all of this heart-wrenching evidence just for the purposes of invoking emotion, and the courts, allow this. This is like, well, that's part of the crime. That's part of the thing. These are real people, and this is how it affects them. But it has no bearing on whether he did something reckless, culpably negligent, or didn't do something culpably. Now, if the fact that there was this protruding out of her head was relevant, you still don't need to get it in like this, right? You get it in with a medical professional. So the court, the law allows, unfortunately, in I think a lot of cases, for this kind of emotional pull evidence. But then you've got the state wanting the defendant to not only stay completely emotionless, but
And then
not
weaponize that as a contrast
right.
to, look at this grieving father. They never got to properly hug their daughter goodbye. They couldn't even touch her forehead.
And look at
And then
that
this guy's
angry
sitting
animal
there.
over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then so it seems like some sort of instruction would be,
I think it's
would be
probably just
warranted.
gonna be like a general sympathy instruction, that like
Right.
the model instruction that's just not particularized to the defendant.
Right. And I don't think it's enough here, depending on how much they can really see and what it really is portraying. You know, I still
With good
haven't
objections, the defense is objecting. They renewed their objection to these photos, so it seems like down the laundry list of items that could evoke this type of emotional response from anybody in the courtroom. But obviously, the defendant is part of that reaction. They seem to be objecting and renewing their objections.
right. And if he sits there with his eyes closed, then what's the jury thinking?
he doesn't want to see what he caused.
Right. So,
Um,
I think they might actually have needed an instruction. I mean, I had you talked about this situations where the court has to let the jury know this person's being medicated, but we found out on a case after the fact in social media chat rooms, somebody who worked at the prison saying, I injected medication to this defendant every day before court. And I'm like, I think I like messaged the family. Does your appellate lawyers know this
know
fact?
this.
Like, go hunt this person down for your, you know, post conviction shit. Because if that was happening, that's outrageous. But no, I agree with you that
Well,
maybe
it's not just an affect, but how do you know that they could participate in like whatever they were consenting to?
oh, no, they didn't this person, if those of you haven't watched Tunnel Vision, it was also Anthony Garcia just laid basically either like that the whole time or with his head on the table. It was like insane. But nobody knew he was
Well,
being
but
medicated. They thought it was just a result of his long-term, solitary confinement and all of that. But I think that your point that there are these other instructions that are crafted for other reasons that the defense could argue, look, we do this here and the logic is X, Y, and Z. We
the
all
intent
see
behind it.
right, and we all see that this man is trying to control his emotions. That control is could be portraying him as a villain or being misconstrued by the jury, and I think we need something here, because him not being in the courtroom would be I don't know I can't even think right now what that would look like to the jury, um,
I mean,
but
my
you
mind comes up to like a disobedient defendant, a Daryl Brooks, so someone that's defiant, someone that's trying to cause chaos or disobey the judge. That's typically what I picture when I think of someone being removed from the courtroom. And that's very prejudicial, right? And judges will give like multiple opportunities before they kick somebody out of the courtroom because they know it's such a prejudicial thing. And I don't think the judge has not made an order. The judge is just trying to
right.
make it an option. And the judge has also pushed back on the state when the state's like asking for like a definitive decision here. So I think the judge is playing that correctly.
And the judge
Um,
might be open to some kind of argument that you're making here. And if the defense were to come up with some kind of instruction that says, look, because again, I didn't see what he did yesterday yet. I kept wanting to go look at Bob's, but then I started researching. So maybe the jury saw enough to know that now this man's trying to control his feelings. But I don't know. What did they see enough to make it seem like, oh, he's really emotional over this?
well, I mean, so I think the issue with that is they might be further away. We had cameras zooming in, and cameras
Right.
can do weird things with pixelation. And some people are like, we don't see any tears. We don't see anything going on. I don't know what that looks like for someone sitting in wherever this jury box is and the distance
But
between
it's
them.
possible they
But
weren't
they
even paying
saw
attention to him? Or was it
I think
so
it was known because the way the state asked for a moment, the state would have made it known in their wording, which I thought was kind of odd because usually it was like, hey, can we take a recess? And then like you send the jury out under the pretense of like, hey, we're going to approach at the bench and discuss something outside of your presence. But I don't remember exactly what happened, but I believe the prosecutor made it clear in her request that it was the defendant being
defendant's emotion?
emotional
Right.
and the jury was still there.
And if we had our sound effects right here, I'd say, "Here's my suggestion," and play that one with the lawyer saying, "Your Honor, I have to go to the bathroom."
Oh yeah.
That's what the state should just do. When this is going on, someone just says, "Your Honor, I
Cover
have to
break.
go to the bathroom." Right.
Yeah. The
Um,
go-to, the safety word, if you will.
yeah, and just to let you know, while we're broken, I've been doing some research, and it does seem, but I have to look at these cases, that Florida cases has used that statute, the one to to give that
The
the extra
1020.
right, if for a vehicle, when a vehicle was used, but I wanna see if it's like a vehicle was used, like we're talking what's
Someone
her name?
rams their
Trilla?
gas
Right,
pedal
Trilla?
because
Right.
they are pissed.
Or we're just
Yeah.
talking about a regular old, run of the mill, they were speeding and got into an accident type thing, so
Well, so what you're
I've
getting at would be the Commonwealth's theory of what Karen Reed was doing. Like she was pissed and using her vehicle as a weapon would
right,
be maybe that could be the case law that you're seeing. It's constrained to situations where there's
right.
a higher degree of intent there.
Right, so I haven't read the case law yet, but I've researched enough to know that they have found that a vehicle can be a weapon under that statute to give it the 10 to 20. So, but I'm gonna look at those cases as well. So Let's just
Look
keep
at
going.
Ali. See, the chat would be going wild right now. I know it. Let's see what they do here. And again, so we don't know the exact angle of like what is visible to the jury, but if the camera, because the camera has like a tripod, the bigger camera parts are usually like higher up. It's possible that his lower body could be visible to the jury and just not his face.
Exhibit.
He's got an AirPod in.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Is this a picture of Lucy after she had died?
Yes.
At this time, I move states 1S for identification and evidence.
Over objection.
Yes. 1S marked for ID, states exhibit 7 in evidence.
Oh man. That's really sad.
No other questions, Mr. Fernandez?
You think they timed that on purpose to end that way?
Oh, of course. And just so you know, under the subsection they went, it's not a 10 to 20 increase. It's up to
It's a
30
5
years.
years. 30?
No,
Yeah,
up
okay.
to 30 years. So it's something, but yeah, they definitely, that's always what they do. And that's just going to that conflict that I'm talking about, to pretend you don't want emotion in the courtroom when the prosecution always brings and sets everything up and designs it for the most emotional impact possible. So
Well, I guess we're going to get to cross-examination, which I do not envy a defense attorney having to
No.
cross-examine the family member, someone that lost anybody.
no, and in this case, for the reasons that you said, before, some of it came out in direct already about what him drinking, and I think him seeing them drink, right? Him knowing that the kids were drinking has been, so he can save all of that for,
Argument later.
for argument later. So the question here becomes, you either ask no questions or you're sure as shit better have good questions to ask that needed asking. And we'll
I
see
think
if
they're kind of using him as a boat expert because he's boated his whole life. So I think that because if this is where the state's going to get into some of those questions about the route and the way things are in that area, I think they've got to ask him about that stuff.
and there's
Maybe.
no one else that we know that's coming on. Like, even if they've got
Maybe law enforcement.
right, if they've got the boat, cops, my perimenopause brain can't even think right now.
FWC.
That they would know a lot of that stuff, and you don't need to be asking it of
Yeah.
the grieving father. So I guess we'll see what they decide to do here.
All right, so
Thank you,
cross
Judge.
by.
Yep.
Let's see.
Oh, he's crossing. Does he preface it? Does he preface it? I'm
Teresa.
sorry to have to ask you.
Yeah, do we get the preface?
The Faust preface, right? Was it Faust?
We did that a lot.
Mr. Fernandez,
I'm sorry
as
for
good
your
a
loss.
morning as possible, sir.
I would have thrown it in. Sorry for your loss.
We're both lawyers, and you understand that I will ask you some questions, right?
Understood.
Sorry for your
We're
loss.
highlighting.
Thank
There
You did
go.
it.
And highlighting he's a lawyer.
Just a few questions. Lucy spent a lot of time during her childhood with Mr. Pino's daughter,
Yes, they were friends.
Important.
and spent some time in Mr. Pino's home.
Yes,
The family spent time together at Ocean Reef.
yes,
I think you described Ocean Reef almost like an extended family.
yes,
And so if I say that it was like Lucy was part of the Pino family, would that be a fair sort of way of expressing the kind of relationship that the families had?
right. But she was raised by Melly and I.
No doubt. But you also participated in events with Mr. Pino's daughters,
Yes,
and you cared for them like, as if they were your own daughters, you would care for them the same way, right?
yes, yes,
Families cared about each other.
yes.
All right, you made that point. That was one that had to be made with that.
And on, excuse me, on that weekend, the Pinos had organized the get-together for all the girls, and some boys too, right?
Yes,
And I think you described that that day you started out playing golf and then you went to the pickleball event.
Yes.
Right? And was it Mr. Pino who had organized that pickleball event for the?
I'm assuming he organized everything.
Okay. So had he organized other things for the kids over the years? Events, things for people to go to?
I'm sure, yes.
And you attended many of them?
Yes.
Okay, so then that day you travel over to Billy's Point and then go further north. Let's call it Elliott Key. Is that a simple way?
Yes.
Fair enough. Okay. And was it typical? Was this the kind of gathering that you all had done in the past?
Yes.
With the Pinos even?
Yes.
Sometimes without the Pinos?
Yes.
And the various families, depending on who might be at Ocean Reef that weekend, would, I use the word caravan or however you want to describe it?
Yes, it was a very popular spot where many people would go.
And was this weekend and this Sunday typical of the kind of activities and celebrations, even if it's not a birthday, but the kind of mood that would share with the families?
Yes.
And you told the jury that that would include the adults consuming some alcohol?
Moderation, yes.
And that was something that had been done in the past?
Yes.
And the parents, at least you and the Pinos, would allow or not object to the kids, some of the teenagers consuming some alcohol?
Yes.
And on that day, you were going to travel back by boat from Elliott Key back to Ocean Reef, which you did.
Yes.
And I think you told the jury you had had a drink.
Yes.
And you felt still that you could operate the motor vessel without being impaired, right?
Yes.
And you observed Mr. Pino that day?
Yes.
And you felt comfortable that he was not impaired?
Yes.
And I just have one other question area. Mr. Pino had seen Lucy for much of her life, knew her quite well, her face, right?
Yes.
He would, under most circumstances, he would recognize Lucy right away when he sees her, right?
Yes.
And not call her Nazi.
Did you sense there was love between Mr. Pino and your daughter?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I know that he's known Lucy forever. How he felt about Lucy, I mean, I can't speak.
But the families had.
There was a friend. There was a friendship. There was a friendship.
Sorry that we had to have this experience together.
I'm sure you are.
One moment.
So,
Let's see, are they passing
One
for
more,
real?
Harry. There's a photograph I'd like to show you.
Got one more thing.
maybe it's the dumps, the trash can, or whatever, the bucket.
Let me do it this way, there are two. The first one would be the bigger one, that one, please. And forgive me, Mr. Fernandez, I have one more thing. So this would be Defense Exhibit A1, marked for identification. And if I may approach the witness.
Cameraman trying to zoom in. Trying to
Are
help
we
us
not
out.
allowed to get any pictures?
I think he was zooming in on one that he's not admitting.
Oh.
Unless it's a copy of what's on the. It could be a copy. It
Have
kind
you
of looks
seen
like
that
it could be the
photograph
same.
before?
Yes, I saw it one other time.
And does that photograph depict the area that we've been discussing today, including Mr. Suarez's boat and your boat?
Yes.
Offer Defense Exhibit A1 into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection? No. Without objection.
A1 marked for ID. Can I have it? Defense Exhibit A.
are they going to show that the boat moved on the tether?
I have one copy that I can show the jury while you're holding that one.
Oh, excuse me, can I see?
Oh, no, it's a copy, not a second picture.
She's like, just in case he's lying.
And so, let me stand over here. That's okay. There's a boat in the photograph with a black bimini top.
Yes,
That would be your boat.
that's the boat we were on, correct.
Is that called the Tidewater?
Tidewater, yes.
And if you look, there appear to be two people in the boat. Would that be yourself and your wife?
Yes,
And then there were some folks swimming in the water in the foreground here.
yes,
And is that Suarez's boat to the right side of the photograph with some people swimming in the back?
correct. You can't see, but there's a line that goes from his boat to my boat, and I'm tied up like that.
And the word line in boating is a rope.
Right, right.
Okay. So your boat is effectively tied to the Suarez boat so that the Suarez's boat anchor is serving effectively as an anchor for your boat.
Correct.
They're basically doing this
Do
together.
you know at what time this photograph was taken?
No, I do not.
Have you ever seen, has anyone ever shown you any metadata regarding that photograph?
No.
Objection to what?
Is he there later than he thought? So
I'd like to
narrows
show
the
you
window
something
of
that's not yet in
further
evidence to see if you
intoxication.
recognize it, and just read it to yourself. I've
Oh.
shared it with the state.
How do you feel about doing this with a lawyer who knows about laying foundation?
And I ask you if that perhaps refreshes your recollection as to what time that
I don't know
photograph
that it
was.
changes anything.
See?
For identification?
It was marked
Yes,
as,
Judge.
what number was it marked as?
A2.
Defense Exhibit A2 for identification. And
Let's
without
see.
reading from it, because it's not yet in evidence, does that refresh your recollection of what time the photograph was taken?
I can only assume what it says here. I didn't take this photograph.
So you're saying no.
So I'll ask you, without reading from the document,
So,
is it
pause it real
possible
quick.
Okay.
that
So that's why Katt asked me, what do you think about him doing this with a lawyer? Because a lawyer knows all I have to do is say no. It doesn't refresh my recollection. Right. I can only assume based on that. So what Katt, again, who definitely has an honorary law degree as far as I'm concerned, she's like a litigation expert at this point. She might as well be a trial lawyer. Is exactly what you just saw happen in the politest, with so much ease way that it could have. He's not going to give it to them. He knows better.
And I wonder, but I'm already thinking, I don't know if the jury's thinking it, but the idea that you heard the word metadata, and I think it was very strategic for this attorney to say the word metadata, because most people are going to think, well, if the attorney's asking something about metadata, that supersedes whatever this guy's memory might be, because our memories are whatever they are.
Yeah.
And the implication, the question of, does that refresh your recollection of what time this occurred? I think this is a great attorney on the defense. Like, he's very calm in his demeanor, but I think he's kind of sharky.
Right.
Where he's asking the question in a way where he's expecting that there's a huge possibility that the recollection will not be refreshed, but he's getting the important pieces out in the air, which
Right.
is why the state probably knew that's exactly what was going to happen. It's going to come in through the questioning, which is why they tried to object however way, which was overruled.
Right.
So
I mean, Katt doesn't even need Bob or I here. She's got this shit on lock.
no, I love you guys here, and I like struggle with the culpable negligence stuff. So you were definitely assisting me there. So and let's see. I think, is this the last question?
Yeah. Unless
you
it's
were
following.
still tied to the Suarez boat as late as 5:41 p.m. on
Oh, he said it.
September 4th.
Like I said, I didn't take that photo, so I can only go by what that number says.
Okay. You told us that you thought you were departing Elliott Key somewhere between 5:30 and 5:45.
Correct.
And is it possible you departed even a few minutes later than 5:45?
It could be possible. I mean, from this picture, it looks like I'm actually getting ready to get up onto my boat to leave. And like I said to the jury before, that from the process of getting on the boat and leaving was literally just untying and going. So likely it was very close to that time.
I thought he said all his goodbyes with the
Ms.
daughter.
Fernandez, thank you. Sorry again.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's
And
going to
again-
have to save it for closing. You can't.
Yeah, you can't get him to, because he's arguing back and fighting it. He knows.
Right. And you don't want to, but also, again, the whole he's a grieving father thing. But you're right. I mean, he took a little bit of a chance trying to give him give him that push. Like, I don't think after he gave so much push on I still don't remember, I'm gonna pretend this doesn't refresh my recollection, I probably would not have asked that, "Isn't it possible that you left
You left
later than you
later.
thought?" question, because I would have just saved it for what there's gonna be an expert who that here, I'm assuming later that you know, put that metadata together that's gonna be able to say the time of the picture or anyone else they could have called for that purpose. And now you have him just saying, "But I can tell." And look, it's like any other witness who's not the grieving father, I'd be like, "So you're gonna tell us
Let's go
now
to town.
that you can tell from this picture that you are about to get on the boat to leave? That's what you want to tell the story, but clearly you don't do anything remotely like that with this guy." Like, I
Even
think
though Lucy still needs to swim all the way over to you to say goodbye, get on the boat and say goodbye, and then swim away because you're going to boat over to her before you say bye because you do this big goodbye as you're driving past her as you untether.
right.
Maybe that's why he tried to give that context on direct because he already knew this approach was coming.
Who knows? Who
He was
knows?
like,
But
"Oh, it's very easy. We untether and we just like waved and yelled bye."
absolutely, I think 100%, 100%. When he said, "Has anyone shown you this metadata?" Maybe he should have asked, "Has anyone told you the time of because I think based on what you're saying and the way he was setting that up, it was just like, "We're out," that they knew this issue was coming. And it just begs the question, like, I mean, what do they think? That's what I don't know. Do you know from the civil case, what are they alleging? Are they alleging he was drinking? Are they alleging he was speeding?
I don't know much about the Fernandez side, but the Puigs allege that there was a serving of the alcohol and that the Pinos were also drinking themselves. But that's from the Puigs lawsuit, which I think there's a settlement that's undisclosed, like the terms are undisclosed with George Pino, probably as a condition because he had the criminal matter pending. But his wife settled for, okay, I don't want to make up the amount, but I think it was like a few $1,000,000. And that was like publicly known that the wife agreed to settle
I
for an
mean,
amount with the Puig family. But
that
George's
should
part of the settlement was not disclosed.
absolutely, I mean, whether there's any sort of criminal liability at all, there's no doubt that there's, civil
Gonna be
that
civil stuff.
family should have gotten every dollar possible, and that's a situation where you would typically have the plaintiff, the person being sued, being like, "If I could make them pay out any sooner, I would." We've had cases like that where, like if the person could be like, "Yes, pay," to the insurance company, they would do it, but you can't force your insurance company to pay without them doing their due diligence.
Well, and speaking of that, I mean, I've seen a lot of commentary online like, oh, George Pino is a douchebag because he tried to cap the damages to like the value of the boat that could be paid out as liability. But I think that's a very typical insurance company move. Like the insurance company immediately moves to try to cap those things,
The
like
the
because it's
plaintiff
them that would be paying it out.
Right, the
So
plaintiff has not literally, you almost don't even talk. You could get into an accident and never even talk to them, and all of a sudden they settle, or just like 3 years later, you're called in for a deposition, and everything getting filed is being done without your knowledge, without your input, without anything. So for anyone I don't know if these are
it was social media comments. It wasn't
so
chat. Like this is like
Bob says
reading
there's a verdict in the, uh,
one of the pro se cases.
cat it looked like a K,
Oh,
uh
Carmelo Anthony.
yes. I don't know if that's
Oh,
something you
that
need
was,
to know right now,
didn't
or
they have to do jury instructions?
let me ask him.
Or is it like out, or are they just saying that they're announcing it and waiting for everyone to get back in? I mean, it's not televised anyway.
Oh. Oh, okay,
I
so it's
see
not like we would
32
watch it.
minutes. If you guys are interested in watching something, Kathy Rousson posted that they have a camera outside the courthouse.
Okay.
So it's not like footage. And I
Oh,
don't
yeah,
think,
that's what Tracy sent me, like, she sent it at 1:52, if I was paying attention. Verdict reached.
yeah, and remember the options there, you guys, they did allow
1:52 my time.
lesser includeds to go back to the jury. So I don't see an actual verdict though.
Right, so maybe they had, like, a half hour. This was posted, like I said, well, looks like actually 1:49 Central Time.
Well, if there's a conviction, that won't
They're
be the end of
in the
that case
courtroom.
anyway. That's going to be appeals for a long time. So, you know,
Bob
I don't
says
think
they're
a verdict is necessarily going to be like a guilty verdict isn't going to be the be all end all either. But I can't wait for the internet to just have really bad takes no matter what happens with that case. So, oh man. So there's that, guys. There's no camera feed for that, but there is outside footage, and I can't link it to you guys because we don't have a chat, but you guys can go to the Law and Crime channel if you do want to check out the outside camera pool for that. We could see whenever there's a verdict announced, we can say it out loud on the chat too, but I just don't see one yet. Also with this, we were passing the witness. Were we finishing up anything, or are we ready to play?
No, we're ready to play. We were just saying, I think they're about to be done with him. Like he did what he could, and he couldn't push back with this guy. Like, oh, you believe, like he just said, like that you went over into your daughter and all this time. So I think
Oh yeah, and why it matters is because a contentious point is how much time transpired between when people leave and observe. Like the family members of Lucy would have said, we didn't see any issue to leave our daughter behind with someone who would be driving this boat. If they narrow that window, that gets you to there's no other evidence of more than the 2 beers.
Well, and that's what I
So,
asked you when we were first on with Bob, and I was like, well, how much time? Because you made that point that they're going to make this point. I was like, oh, well, how much time passed before the accident? And you put up the little spread, the little thing with the time, and it had it like an hour based on the time that the witness is testifying to now. And then I was like, oh, well, that I guess is plenty of time for him to get more drunk. So yes, closing that window is everything. I mean, how much time does it really take to drink a beer? But still, closing that window, the
yeah,
more you
if
close
no
it.
one observed, like usually it'd be a showboating type thing to just start downing a bunch of drinks at once, and maybe you'd think that'd be reasonable for 14 people on one boat. Somebody would remember that.
Like all of a sudden he just started, pounding him. Okay.
So yeah.
We would offer it if the state has no objection, otherwise we can tie it up later.
Tie it up later.
Foundation.
I'm gonna hold on to it. And I'm gonna look this one.
There should be 2 exhibits. Does he have it?
The clerk has it. No,
Yeah, I gave you mine.
This is the
Okay, you need to write.
This is the exhibit.
Okay.
Yes.
I have the exhibit. And then the other one. Oh, here it is, sorry. Here it is.
Mr. Fernandez, I have here for you Defense Exhibit A, which is in evidence.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you this bright pink pen and ask if you can circle on it where you are on this.
Right on the picture?
On the picture, yeah.
That's me down there.
Now, it kind of looks like you're maybe toward the back of your boat in this photograph. Is that right?
Yes, that is.
What's at the back of your boat there?
My ladder to get onto the boat.
And how are you so sure that it's you?
Because I remember the hat I was wearing that day, and I remember, or I can see Melly was leaning over to me and we're having a conversation.
How did your daughter like that hat? Nerdy?
It's probably made fun of me about it, for sure.
So they just closed that. Is
Opposing
it now
counsel
closed,
asked
do you think,
you
Kat?
about the fact that
Sorry, what?
Do you
Is
think
what
it's closed now? Like he explained how he can tell from that very picture that that's the picture that he was about to leave from that little interaction? Did that leave the defense
Because he
no
put on
wiggle
a
room in
hat?
your mind?
I kind of missed it. Did you say you put on a hat?
Yeah, and he could tell that the way he was bending over. Here, let's watch it again, and everybody think
Okay.
about whether this here now closed the gap of what Kat and I were talking
Because I
about
remember
later.
the
that
hat I was
defense
wearing.
could argue at trial. So she's coming back with that very same picture, and she's wanting to know, all right, You just told the jury that at the very end of his cross-examination. Well, I can tell, I'm pretty sure right there I'm about to get back on to leave and I untether and I'm gone. So she's honing in on what in this picture helps him connect those dots where Katt and I were sort of like, what?
I think it shows how important of an issue is this time window, and I don't know if I'd want to emphasize how worried I am about that time window, but the jury might not look at it that way.
In that day, and I remember,
She felt the need to
and where I
rebut
can
it.
see Melly was leaning over to me and we're having a conversation.
How did your daughter like that hat? Nerdy?
It's probably made fun of me about it, for sure.
So that's it. They're having a conversation. So that's all I know.
Opposing counsel asked you about the fact that, there were minors there, kids that were 17
Were they
years
not
old
talking
that
any
were
other time of the
consuming
day?
some alcohol.
Yes,
Why would you allow for that to happen?
because adults were present. It's a controlled environment. We were around there to watch them and make sure that everything was okay.
Did you ever see the defendant with any alcohol?
Yes,
What kind of alcohol did you see him with?
I recall him with a beer.
Okay. Were you overly concerned about the fact that he had a beer?
No.
The defense attorney also asked you if, when you saw Mr. Pino, was he
Defense attorney.
impaired? Did you check his eyes to see how dilated they were?
No.
Did you ask him to do tests like where you have to walk on a line in a straight line and turn around?
No.
Did
Did the
you
cops-
take his pulse?
No.
Did you get up in his face to smell if he smelled like alcohol?
Why is this happening, Katt?
I think this is improper. I think this is
I-
so improper because what's the inference? What's the inference supposed to be? And he's an attorney. He's a criminal defense attorney.
It
So-
almost helps that he did, I didn't do all that, but I know I've been around enough to know. But why is the defense allowing it? Why is the prosecution?
there's no
doing it when
objection.
this is not a intoxication case. I guess
But
they're
I don't
saying-
know. We don't know yet, but I feel like this judge wouldn't allow a recross. So it's not like you can just save it and rebut, and that's why you're not objecting. But
I mean,
I would object anyway, even if you could.
if they raise, okay, so first of all, let me just think about what the defense, they asked very narrow questions. I don't remember the defense asking anything. Did they ask anything about whether he thought he was drunk, too intoxicated, or?
Just if you felt comfortable leaving with your daughter, knowing that George would be operating the boat,
Okay, so,
which I believe the state already asked that on direct as well.
right, but so if he didn't, if the defense didn't raise something, that deep in, I'd be arguing maybe this is outside of the scope. But if the prosecution asks something kind of new that he didn't get to touch on, he would have a possible chance of recross if she's raised something new. We'll see if the judge says anything out based on that.
A person is on a boat. Is it very easy to just stand perfectly still?
No.
Why?
Because,
so
there's
you wouldn't
things
tell if someone was
moving,
wobbling?
waves, current. The
Wow.
boat is by nature not steady. The boat, when you walk to one side of the boat, it moves, and this and that. It's not a flat surface like concrete.
Do you know
You
how
said the
much
water was so
alcohol
calm.
the defendant might have consumed after you left?
No.
No other questions.
All right, thank you. Sir?
Excuse me. Thank you, Judge.
Well, I mean, the consumption of alcohol is definitely an issue in this case. I don't know what's going on.
I don't get why they didn't try to at least, like-
I need to speak with the lawyers. I just want to find out about the next witness. Just give us a
And maybe
moment.
she wants to know why the hell everyone's making intoxication such an issue in this case. She's like,
I don't
you know
think
what?
she's gonna ask. I don't think she's
Is
gonna.
it because it's almost lunchtime? Because she's like, I need you guys to go so I can ask them about the next witness? That's kind of weird.
I think this might be where they have to go over the
Oh.
autopsy photos or other admissibility issues that they reserve for later on
Right.
some of the exhibits.
Okay.
We'll speed this up a little till they get to arguments, but that way you guys can still see. Oh, they're just walking people out. Aw. So are those people that were sitting, did those people come from, no, they were sitting back here, or did they come from that side as well? In the
I'm
gallery.
not sure. They look like they came from the other side, just the way their backs are turned.
Yeah, because these girls have been sitting over here, and I don't really see any other open seats, but maybe they came from like back here where we couldn't see.
Yeah, this man definitely needs some anti-anxiety medication. I mean, he's
Oh, there's Leanne from local news 10 sitting back there, taking notes. All right, so it looks like they've got a little bit of downtime before they get the judge doing whatever they're going to do.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a very
And then they muted us.
We're going to take our lunch. We have one more witness before lunch. So we're going to take, again, a quick comfort break. You can note as your proceeds. Please do not discuss the case. And we're going to, again, this restaurant, we're going to everyone's ready to follow.
All rise, follow me, take your envelopes.
All right, so we'll skip this. All right, so this, yeah, they are going to hear objections to whatever other photo exhibits.
Was taken while court was in session, and we were at sidebar. There's a photograph depicting Mr. Pino and I guess members of the family or friends while in front of the jury, stepping up while we're at sidebar and actually having physical contact and hugging Mr. Pino. It is absolutely.
Who did that? Somebody hugged.
We're not at a sporting event. We're not at a social event. Mr. Pino is the accused in this case. I'm going to treat everyone professionally, respectfully, and properly. But this court will be treated the same way. When this jury is in this courtroom and when this court is in session, we're at sidebar, we're in session. My attention is focused on the attorneys at the sidebar, addressing whatever the issue might be. My bailiff's responsibility is to focus on and manage the jury, keep them occupied.
Wow.
That means everyone else in this courtroom, if you're going to be in this courtroom, has a duty and responsibility to follow the rules of this court and to treat it respectfully. And maybe it was misunderstood, but in particular, when this jury is in this courtroom, this is not a sporting event, as I said. This is a very, very serious proceeding. There's no contact at all or communication between any of the parties and anyone in this courtroom as a spectator. It is permissible for Mr. Pino to consult with his attorneys only. And frankly, it wouldn't be even appropriate for his attorneys to put their arm around Mr. Pino. It's not appropriate in front of the jury. Same as it wouldn't be appropriate for the state to turn around and put their arm around Mr. Fernandez, for example.
They're trying to help him calm down. Come on.
I'm going to ask everyone. I am going to make this part of the record. We're going to proceed, but this will not happen again. I hope everyone understands my position.
Who was it? Do we know?
I think it was that bit that we just watched, where we saw the hugging all over, because the jury was still there the whole time.
Oh.
So all of that hugging and interaction, I guess they were dealing with something at a sidebar before they actually let the jury out. And then they dismissed the jury.
Oh,
and then when the jury's gone, she came back in.
I was looking at Westlaw, so I missed it. What?
Yeah, so that was just like the gallery was doing a lot of hugging and
Each other or Mr. Pino?
Somebody remember when I was asking you, who's that hugging Mr. Pino? Did they come from the other side?
What you said. I thought you were
that was in front of the jury, yeah.
The jury was still there?
Yep. For all of that whole thing.
Well, everybody was, well, we were talking about those two people who were talking and the girls stood up. What? What is wrong
I guess
with
they were
people?
doing something at sidebar, and that's why she's saying we weren't paying attention, because we were at sidebar, and everyone started clearing out because nothing was happening, and they knew that there was just going to be a delay before the next witness and a comfort break or whatever.
But the jury was still seated, or they were on their way out?
The jury was still seated until after, like, a bunch of the gallery members that we watched them clear out. Gallery was still seated and not relieved yet.
Wow. Wow. People acting a fool. So who do we think it was then that hugged
All
him?
after, I don't know, but it was the, I thought they came over from the other side, but who knows? People could just sit wherever there were seats.
Because I think I clicked on, like, after you asked the question, I was looking at Westlaw right before that.
All right, we're kind of here. This is the scene. So he gets off the stand. We'll watch it in 4 times speed, so we won't actually hear anything that's going on. So this is when they do the sidebar, but the jury's not kicked out yet.
Oh, I thought
You thought the jury was gone already, and that's why everyone is
was
walking away
standing
now.
up. Like, I thought she had said, all right, I'm going to let the jury go and ask them about their witness. So
Jury's still there. So there's all these people shuffling out, and I don't know where these people come from, but this lady, we get the hugs here with the defendant.
who that guy is and who that girl is. And they can't.
She's
They
like,
did.
this
I
girl's
think,
like, is this supposed to be happening right now?
I think that did happen. They did come from the other side, I think. So that's all I saw was like him breathing. That I was like, wow, he really needs that medication. Like I wasn't.
Yeah,
I,
yep. So he was up, they hugged him.
the
And
jury
then
was
she'll
still
come
there
back
for
in
all
and
of that.
tell the jury. I'm like,
And
I don't know,
they,
there's a lot of expression and emotion and displays going on
yeah,
here.
she's sitting there looking at the jury while he's stroking her shoulders. Oh, and then take the jury.
We're going to take our lunch. We have one more witness before lunch. So we're going to take, again, a quick comfort break. Leave your notepads here for seats. Please do not discuss the case. Everybody, again, just rest and let me know when everyone's ready to follow back.
All right, follow me.
And then we get that when she came back, that's when she was saying all that.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a scene. They were just like, I don't even know why anybody's getting up before. I mean, all she did is say, I want to talk to them. Yeah, crazy.
Well, and all of that when we're not allowed to have a chat. No, I buffered us.
No family hugs for us.
All right, we heard this part.
Professionally, not, and anyone in this court is attorneys only. And frankly, it wouldn't be even appropriate for his attorneys to put their arm around Mr. Pino. It's not appropriate in front of the jury. Same as it wouldn't be appropriate for the state to turn around and put their arm around Mr. Fernandez, for example, in front of the jury. So I'm going to ask everyone. I am going to make this part of the record before I proceed, but this will not happen again. Hope everyone understands my position. I don't see any more activity of this sort. People will be removed from the courtroom and permanently removed from the courtroom, and that's what's going to happen.
Your Honor, if I may, I just want to make it clear that Your Honor most of the time appeared to be addressing the people to Your Honor's left.
No, I'm addressing everyone, okay?
But
my eyes go back and forth. This applies to everyone in the courtroom.
Well, Your Honor,
Adrian Love.
I understand that you are the one that runs this courtroom, but in the morning I asked the court to admonish the defendant specifically, rather than only through his lawyers, to maintain proper decorum in this courtroom. He's already shown signs that he's not doing that, and now, even though he has heard me ask multiple times last week and this week not to engage in public displays of affection, especially when a jury is around, he continues to do it. He allows it to happen. So yes, I understand the court admonishing the people that are in this room, but the main person who should be admonished is the man who's allowing it to happen, which is the defendant. So I just ask the court, please, if Your Honor would consider directing these comments directly to the man who's allowing it to happen.
You have anything you want to say, counsel? Do you have any issue with me addressing your client?
No issue.
Specifically, Mr. Pino, there will be no more contact in this courtroom with anyone other than your attorneys. And that is not a physical contact. You can communicate. You have notes, you have a notepad, and that is how all communications will be. There'll be no more, there's no communication. We are in session. This court is in session. When you're in sidebars, and maybe, I don't want to assume anything. I'm not going to assume anything, but it's going to stop. Okay? If I have any more concerns, Mr. Pino, you understand what the alternatives are. This case will proceed, and it will proceed in a proper and just and respectful fashion. This is, again, a court of law. You take your socializing or your concerns, emotions outside this courtroom as best as we can do. And we all need to do our best. But Mr. Pino,
We all.
this means you. Okay?
I understand.
Very good. Bring the jury in.
All right.
I really hate when a judge specifically says, hey, gallery, we need to all not be touching the defendant. Don't be making these big expressive things in front of the jury. And then the state's like, no, just constrain it to only the defendant.
Right.
We could speed up the footloose.
State, you can call your next witness.
Thank you. The state will call Camila Alvarez, please.
I'm fixing to this line here into the microphone. I know it's a little awful because you're looking this way, so you have to keep your voice in the mic.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jurors your name?
Camila Alvarez.
Do you go by a nickname?
Yes, Cammy.
How old are you?
I'm 21 years old.
Do you go to school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
Florida State University.
What year are you in?
Going into my senior year.
Could you tell the jurors what is it that you're studying?
Studying public relations.
And what's your plans post-college?
Hopefully go to law school. I'm studying for the LSAT this summer.
What do your parents do?
They're both lawyers.
Thank you. Could you tell us, what are you doing this summer?
Yeah, I'm studying for the LSAT pretty much. That's the gist of it.
I think we've all been there. So that, okay. Let's talk a little bit about where did you grow up?
I grew up here, specifically Coral Gables. I live there.
What high school did you attend?
Our Lady of Lords Academy.
Okay. When did you graduate high school?
2023.
Growing up, were you friends with a girl by the name of Ceci Pino?
Yes.
Did you ever meet her parents?
Yes.
What are her parents' names?
Ceci Pino, George Pino.
Do you see George Pino in court today?
Yes.
Could you please point to and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue tie, suit.
Stipulate.
So identify.
How did you distinguish between Mrs. Pino and her daughter?
I say Ceci Mama and Ceci Hija, so Ceci mother and Ceci daughter.
I want to read you a list of names of girls and ask if you're either friends or acquaintances with them. Lucy Fernandez.
Yes. Would you like me to specify whether I was friends or acquaintances with her, or just simple yes or no?
What was your relationship with Lucy Fernandez like?
We were friends.
I'm going to show you an exhibit that's in evidence. It states number one. Is this a picture of Lucy when she was alive?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you guys go to school together?
Yes.
Were you close friends?
I would say so, yes.
What about a girl by the name of Katerina or Katy Puig? Were you friends?
Yes.
What about Isabella Mia Rodriguez?
Yes.
What about Natalia Reed or Nati?
Yes.
Coco Aguilar?
Yes.
Andrea Knopfler?
Yeah.
Sarah Gutierrez?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. Paula Pau Garcia?
Yes.
Claudia Portocarrero?
Yes.
Carolina Monterrey?
Yes.
And Ceci Hija?
Yes.
Little Ceci?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you an exhibit. It states Exhibit 1O for identification. Are these the names of the girls that I just read out in addition to a couple of other people?
Yes.
Who are the other people that we didn't just name that were your friends from school?
Cecilia Pino, adult, and George Pino.
Okay. On September 4th of 2022, did you go on a boat owned by George Pino with the people listed on this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I move states 1O for identification and evidence.
1O marked for ID, states exhibit 8 in evidence.
So let's talk about the weekend that you went on that boat trip with all these people that were on that list that I just showed to you.
Do you remember what grade you were in school?
Yes, I was senior in high school.
Okay. Did you get invited to a birthday party that weekend?
Yes,
Okay. Whose birthday was it?
it was Ceci's house, Ceci's daughter.
Okay. What was the purpose of the party?
It was just kind of to celebrate her birthday.
Where was it? Where did the party take place?
We would be in Ocean Reef.
Had you ever been to Ocean Reef before the time that you went for little Ceci's party?
I had been there for the day, never overnight.
Okay. Could you tell the jurors, what was your understanding of what was going to happen over that weekend?
Pretty much that we were gonna drive to Ocean Reef that Saturday morning, spend the day there, spend the night in the house that they had at Ocean Reef. Following morning, we'd have morning mass, and then we'd go to the sandbar for the day. And I don't remember really the plans after that.
Okay. So on the afternoon of Sunday, September the 4th of 2022, is that when you went on the boat to go to the sandbar?
Correct.
Who operated that boat?
George Pino.
Did anybody else at any time steer or operate that boat?
No.
Was Mrs. Pino also there?
Yes.
Were any food or drinks provided on their boat?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I just vaguely remember Ceci's mother offering food, and that's pretty much it. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Were there also drinks that were brought by the Pinos?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what kind of drinks were provided?
All I remember is water and kind of mixed drinks, like maybe seltzers, that sort of thing.
When you say seltzers, what do you mean?
Do like Truly, or also they had the hard lemonade.
Do those beverages contain any alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you wind up going to the sandbar that afternoon?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what kinds of things were going on at the sandbar?
Just kind of like nothing out of the ordinary, like people breaking off into groups, kind of conversation, like people just switching over. Most of that conversation, hanging out. What'd you say?
Okay. Were people drinking alcoholic drinks?
Yes.
Were you?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you had to drink that afternoon.
I had those hard lemonades. That's what I remember. I don't remember if I had any other specified drinks, but I definitely remember drinking hard lemonade.
Who were you drinking with?
From what I remember, Katy Puig and Paula Garcia.
Okay. Is there an expression you use called one for one?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, what does one for one mean?
So basically, one for one, I guess, means that when you have a drink, you have a partner per se, and you guys go one for one. So let's say I'm on my first drink and my partner's on their first drink as well. When you finish, both of you finish number one, you go to number two, and you don't go to the second one until that other partner is done with the first one. So you kind
He's
of
not
match.
playing this with Lucy, though, right?
Was that clear enough?
I think so. How many of these one for one drinks do you think you had that afternoon?
I remember having 10.
Okay.
Damn.
Did the Pinos ever tell you, hey, you're not supposed to be drinking alcohol?
No.
Why is there not an objection? I don't
By the
understand.
time you leave the sandbar, how are you feeling?
Objection, relevance?
I was feeling, impaired, I would say.
Had you ever consumed alcohol before?
Yes.
Wow.
Does it come
For
a
the
time
exact question you just
when
asked,
everybody that
like, so now she's basically a stand-in for Lucy. And we're supposed to assume Lucy probably drank this much, and Lucy probably felt as intoxicated. Why is it
But Lucy
relevant?
wasn't her one for one partner, right? Didn't she say someone else?
Yeah,
Or
but
did I
I'm just
mishear that? But you're going to infer that all the girls are playing one for one
right,
with
or
whoever their partner was.
right, or that this is probably this must be pretty. This is probably the same thing that Lucy was doing, but he is not charged with anything related to this person's level of intoxication. I don't know why it's relevant. It's almost like the reverse of like,
Circular
using
logic of
other crimes evidence. Like we're using her level of intoxication to let the
by
jury
association.
right say that that's probably similar to what Lucy's was. And
The
again,
only thing I think I have an idea of maybe why.
okay,
If they started with 61 containers and they're trying to, through process of elimination,
oh gosh, right.
that's the only thing I can think of.
Well, spell it out for everybody because I
Well,
can't.
so if her and her friend account for 20 of those containers, now we're down to 41 between the 4 boats that all got pulled into the garbage of this one-way spin, which
So-
in theory could reduce the amount that somebody else could have been drinking. That's the only thing I can think of.
Now we're going to need everyone else to
Do
just
the math.
right count maybe how many, just guesstimate how many drinks that they had. I mean,
As long as no one can say they saw George with more than 2.
but
Maybe that's what the
are they
defense is
saying
doing.
about Lucy though? Is this also getting to Lucy? How much was left
And
for Lucy to
her-
drink?
But I think the defense that might be the state's theory and they're trying to establish that, but the defense doesn't even think it matters because I think they're going to argue something with the impact to the head. So maybe
Then why
I don't
haven't
know.
they argued this beforehand and tried to exclude this evidence altogether? Why
There
aren't
was
they?
motion in limine for any alcohol references and all of this
Oh,
stuff,
there
but it was
was.
denied.
Okay. All right.
So yeah, I think
They
we
need to
have
be
a
re-raising it.
redaction on the refusal to do the blood test at the advice of an attorney.
Okay.
That's like the one exclusion. I don't even know if the state fought that bit. I think they might have stipulated to redact that bit.
Right, because they know that that's supposed to be out.
But yeah, so I think this might just be a sheer numbers game of counting down from that 61 containers. I don't know.
They should be objecting no matter what.
Yeah.
To preserve it and just say, Your Honor, we have a continuing objection to this line of questioning, period. Then end it.
That went out on that boat all gathers back onto that boat.
Yes.
To get back to Ocean Reef.
Yes.
10 is a lot in
All the same
heat to
people
be
that
drinking.
went up with you are the same people who came back with you?
Correct.
Now, as you get up onto the boat, at some point, was a video taken of you and some of the other girls singing and dancing?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Have you seen that video?
Yes. Yes.
I've shown that to you before?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember that video even as you're here today in 2026?
Yes.
I find this highly prejudicial for everybody who thinks no adults should be letting kids drink to this level and act this way and girls doing this and who knows what.
I know that you don't have your initials on this, but on this CD or DVD, there is
That's a lot.
a video that I believe I showed you recently, yes?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'm going to move states 1R for identification,
What?
subject to linking it up.
No objection, subject to linking it up.
Being linked, admitted.
Okay.
1R marked for ID, States Exhibit 9 in evidence.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish? Thank you.
Maybe this takes a minute to queue up. We'll zoom.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
They're pretty good with the tech so far. I mean, the easel, which is like mechanical. She was good at like disassembling the easel real quick earlier.
You call that blooping, Cat, not zoom?
Oh, see, to me, this is a bloop. I go bloop.
Okay. All right. So zoom is fast forward. Okay.
Yeah, I got this little like scrolly thing. Oh god. Sorry, chat. Let me redo that because that was extremely loud. Let's run that back. Let's bloop
See,
backwards.
this is what I'm talking about. If there's
the bad
people,
mics.
if there's people on the jury who are more conservative, more religious, they might just think that this is
This is
outrageous.
enough right here.
Right. Like, how dare him be letting them get drunk enough and have these young girls bouncing about on a half dressed in their bikinis with their boobs bouncing around. I mean, I don't know. You
Well,
know
there
what I
is,
mean?
oh, like, because they're like partying and young and under 18. There
Right.
is an avid boater apparently on the jury, the 6, not an alternate, I believe, because they didn't they said it while describing the group of 6 in an article that I read. So maybe they're like, oh, this avid boater knows the lifestyle, knows the
Hopefully.
unspoken
Right.
hangout vibe that might not be relatable to others, but maybe boat guy understands. All right, so this is like a third of the volume. Someone had a Yeti. Whose Yeti cup is that?
I mean,
But
it's
that
all
was,
good, clean
The
fun.
video
Come
that
on.
was shot of you and the girls that afternoon.
oh, sorry, let me make it louder now that they're talking again. It's weird that they have her sitting here.
Is Lucy in that video?
Yes.
Is Katy in that video? Is little Ceci in that video?
I need to keep your voices.
I'm so sorry, Judge.
Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. You can take your seat.
We're done with the video, and I'll
I don't
actually
know
flip
why
this. I think it's showing that someone had alcohol in their hand, but
Again,
who brought that cup of alcohol? Did the Pinos bring that? Whoever was carrying that?
I don't
know
think
if it
it
was a Yeti
matters
cup.
because it's open and obvious. You
Yeah,
know what I
they're
mean? To me,
allowing
it doesn't
him.
matter who bought it, who provided it. He knows they're drinking it, and but so do the parents, the other parents, and so do but again, like we said, two wrongs don't make a right, but I still don't see how their level of intoxication is playing into the accident and the victim's inability to get up from being pinned underneath the boat.
Yeah, and they're showing him again. So rather than bloop, we'll see. He's got it together here. He's fine here.
Also, on that particular day, was a photograph taken of you with most of the other girls?
Yes.
Showing council states 1F for identification. Alvarez, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Is that a photograph taken of almost all of the girls that were at that party at the sandbar?
Yes, ma'am.
I move states 1F for identification and evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
1F, marked for ID, states exhibit 10 and evidence.
There's the group photo. That could block the visibility of a channel marker.
Ms. Alvarez, I want to ask if you will help me
Where was it?
fill out.
It was just at
on
the
this
sandbar. It
photograph
wasn't while they were
the names
navigating.
of the various girls who are depicted, okay? So let's start first with this young woman up at the top on the left. Who's that?
That's me.
I'm gonna speed this part up because
Yami?
Yes.
Who's next to you?
Como?
Okay, the next row. Who's in the pink hat?
I'm Jeanelle.
Who's got the pink glasses?
That's Katy.
Who?
Katy, that's the one that has the lifelong disabilities now.
And who's next to Katy?
That's Claudia.
I wonder if this is to establish who was on the boat when they departed, maybe?
Okay, now over to the far left hand box. Who's that?
I want to say they, I think, are implying if they're all gathered like this, we
S-A-R-A
can
or
do anything.
S-A-R-A-H?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Who's next to Sarah?
Scott.
Her real name is Carolina?
Yes.
And who's next to Karen?
That's Bob.
Who's on the end here in blue?
That's Nabi.
Who's got the pink heart-shaped glasses at the bottom with a little tiara on?
That's Ceci.
Little Ceci.
Yes.
And
Why is she
finally,
gotta
who's
be
in the
Little
white
Ceci?
bikini with the little flowers?
That's Ceci.
Because the mom's name is also Ceci.
State just wants to say little a bunch of times.
No, I do think that's George's team is saying this says the same thing.
Oh.
But
Everybody's properly?
Yes.
Now, there's one
Mr.
girl that
Fernandez
was,
wanted to
that was
distance
there,
how
that's not in
close
this
the
picture. Who was
families
that?
were.
Yeah, Rodriguez.
Was she the one who took the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now you
I
gotta
can
slow
slow
it
down now. Sorry. I didn't even think about it because I usually watch like at 2 times. Not on stream, but you know.
No, I hear you. I know what you meant.
Now, when you all start to head back to Ocean Reef, do you remember if everybody sat in the same seats that they did going up to the sandbar?
I don't remember.
Do you have a recollection though,
Had 10
of
drinks.
where you were
Yes.
when you were coming back from the sandbar? Showing council states 1B for identification. I'm showing you an exhibit, it's labeled as 1V for identification. Is this an accurate depiction basically of the layout of Mr. Pino's boat?
Yes.
This time I move states 1V for identification and evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
1B, marked for ID, states exhibit 11 and evidence.
think it already has
I'm
the
going to
number
ask you a
markers.
couple of questions if you remember who was sitting where.
Okay.
Okay, first we have a circle here that says OP. Who was there?
George Pino.
Is it weird that they already give her the circles asserting where people were seating and she's just filling it in instead of saying, like, I remember this many people were sitting in the back and this many people were in the little cabin thing?
Yeah,
Because the circles are already established there and she's just...
I mean, I wonder if she's gonna say some people weren't sitting in those circles. Is the state wants them sitting and him able to see and that he can't because he's speeding,
Well,
so he
so
couldn't navigate it.
I thought maybe they were going to say, hey, there was just like an obstruction of view, which could be negligence, but not something that might rise to the level of manslaughter. And that's maybe something, a strategic argument. But during openings, the defense's position was that people were seated at the time of the collision.
Right.
So I think it's actually reverse of what I expected now that we're seeing how they're going through it.
Right.
It's just odd to see the circles already there. Like, I feel like that's skipping a foundational
Yeah.
part.
No,
of
for
memory.
sure. Let's talk about leading. Could you be any more leading? The circles are there
And then, like,
for you.
what if you prep this witness who had 10 drinks and, like, just says she doesn't really remember certain things, like,
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, I mean, if we're not going to get into the obstruction, it might not really matter who's specifically sitting on the bow, aside from the fact that I think Katy and Lucy were on the starboard side that made impact. That's particularly relevant. But other than that, if there's anybody sitting or standing on the bow, it might not really matter who exactly it was.
Who was seated in the seat that has the number 1?
Ceci Mama, so mother.
Mrs. Pino?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember who was in seats 4, 5, or 6?
No.
But some of the girls were located there?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about seats 13 to 12. Do you remember who was in those seats?
No.
How about seats 11 and 10?
Yes.
Okay, who was at seat 11?
Me.
Are these all
Who was at
defined
seat
seats
10?
then?
Copy.
On the ship? That's kind
Yeah.
of a small boat. I wouldn't expect 14 seats.
It must be a 14.
Do you remember who
seater.
was in seat 7?
Maybe Coco.
That kind of takes me down a little bit from what I thought.
What about
was
seats 2
really
and 3? Do you
bad. I
remember
thought
who
it
was
was
sitting in the
oversat.
back?
Yes.
Who?
2 would be Mia Rodriguez, and 2 would be Mia Rodriguez, and 3 would be Sarah Guterres.
She might have people right now not in a seat.
What about
Can't
seat
tell.
8?
Caro Monterey.
She was-
And finally, seat 9, who was that?
Lucy.
This is an accurate depiction as best you remember?
Yes, ma'am.
I know there's got to be someone that would be in this chat like, that model of a Robalo has 14 seats or it doesn't. Like, somebody in the chat would know exactly
It's a
how many
Robalo
seats are
is what
built
it
in.
is?
Yeah.
Let's see.
A Robalo, I don't know.
I want to ask you a question.
Katy, Lucy, and Mia were all seated on the right-hand or starboard side of the boat.
Yes.
Who were the 3 people that were the most injured after the boat crashed?
It would be them 3.
Mia, Lucy, and Katy?
Yes.
So they weren't in a seat? That I can't tell what she's just saying right there.
I think she's just trying to identify where the impact was. Like, instead of just being capsized and thrown overboard, the biggest injuries came from people that were sitting where the impact occurred. Which
So on the way back
kind of
from
goes
the
to the
sandbar, did
like
something
one injury
catastrophic happen?
possibility rather than somebody
Yes.
the outcome being driven by
I just
level
remember
of alcohol in
a
the
jolting
blood
kind of
or
feeling, where I pop up and the boat starts to capsize.
Up until that moment, were you paying attention to where you were going?
No, ma'am.
Were you serving as a lookout to make sure that there was no danger ahead?
No, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that you and the other girls were just exchanging, laughs and just hanging out together?
Yes.
After the boat struck something, did you know what it had hit?
No.
Did you eventually find out what it was that it hit?
Yes.
What was it?
A channel marker.
Okay. Did you notice those channel markers when you were heading up to the sandbar?
Not that I remember.
Were you paying attention to them on the way back?
No,
Were you the operator of the boat?
no.
After the boat struck an object that you realize now was the channel marker, can you describe as best you can, step by step, what happened?
Yes. So I remember kind of popping up to my feet. I'm looking around, I see George, and the boat starts to move. And I hear a loud scream, jump. So I just jump off the boat. I'm now in the water. I'm looking around, I see a lot of cushions in the water. And immediately I see Nathi Reed.
All right, I looked, so I had that the model of the boat is a R302 that can legally carry 12 people, and it's yacht certified, which means it doesn't need to display a passenger capacity plate.
Right, and this thing that I'm
So,
seeing says 29-foot Robalo center console model is yacht certified, means there's not a per set numerical passenger limit, but it's a weight. So I think what they're also saying is because they've got a lot of people on the
on
bow
one
of the
side of the
boat,
starboard,
right? Like,
or
so like if you're crowded up on the bow, that could be part of what they're saying contributed. And we'll get into it when we're done with the stream and we can have the chat back on, like the whole legal definition between, ordinary negligence and the high level that has to be here for homicide, for manslaughter, about whether, like having too many people on the bow could rise the level of something like that,
yeah, I do think the state they're not trying to argue an individual theory. They are. I mean, I think they wish they could do the impairment theory, which would be like a straight standalone shot to get there. But they are arguing like a totality
And you said
cumulative.
you thought it was the what? The R what?
So I have that it's the R302, Robalo R302, and it is
Okay.
center console. And then when I added the center console in my search, I got a result that says carry up to 8 people, but it seems like they have more than 8 seats on what they're showing in court. So
Right. And I
I'm sure
looked
we're
at
going to
2
have some
different
testimony.
places, one that did the 302 specifically, and it says it's yacht certified, so there's not a maximum persons. There's a maximum weight.
Hmm.
And it's even exempt from a capacity plate.
Yeah, that's what I'd seen. Because it's 29 feet instead. I think 26 is when you have to have the plate if it's yacht certified or
This says
fine.
20 boats under 20
Oh.
feet, but I don't know. It's different places are saying different things. So
They better call someone and tell the jury how it works, so we can know too. See.
She's like treading water, panicking. She's in a panic attack, and she's not. And she's not staying afloat. She's bobbing in and out.
So wait,
not
this is
swimming.
She's not
Lucy?
pinned.
Is
I
this
think
Lucy?
so. Yeah, let's run it back.
Lying on the water. I'm looking around, I see a lot of cushions in the water, and immediately I see Nathi Reed.
Nathi.
She's like treading water, panicking. She's in a panic attack, and she's not. And she's not staying afloat. She's bobbing in and out, not swimming. So
This is prejudicial.
immediately, simultaneously actually, Paul is screaming, Lucy, Lucy. And I tell her,
Paula.
I look around, I see who's
Paul.
around us, I see that some girls have been ejected from the boat like farther down. And I tell her, I said, go over there, just go and see if she's there. So as I send Paul off there, I turn around and I see Nathi, and I grab a cushion for her, like the seat cushion or float. I grab it for her, I give it to her, I said, you just gotta breathe, you gotta hold on to this, and you just gotta stay above water, just hold on and breathe. And she looks at me, I'm like, are you gonna be okay? She's like, okay, I'm okay, like, thank you, like, okay. And then I hear some sort of like wailing kind of sound. I don't know how to describe it. I'm sorry, I can't go like more into detail, but it wasn't like a crying, it wasn't like a screaming, it was somewhere in between. And I turn around and I see Mrs. Pino holding up Mia, or attempting to, Mia Rodriguez.
Do you need some water?
No, okay, thank you. Mia Rodriguez is covered with like blood. So is Miss Pino. Miss Pino's trying to hold her, but she can't. They're both kind of taking on water. Like, any minute now they were going to be completely submerged. And so back to cushions. Grabbed another cushion, put it under Mia to kind of lift her up, hold her above water to help Miss Pino. So it's us two now, kind of holding her up. And then some good Samaritans, I guess, had come into the water at that point. And they're like, here, give her to us. And I kind of give her to them. And at that point, in that handoff, I hear Bow. I'm assuming it was her, but I do hear someone telling me, Lucy, like, she's not here, she's not here. So I immediately turn around, go by myself, and I just start swimming. I just start swimming towards our boat, the one that's now completely capsized. And at that point I see George from, like, I'm getting closer now, I see George's hand on the boat. Just kind of like, right, and
I'm sorry.
yes,
Only
I can
because
stop.
we're in lawyer land where you
Oh,
have to
please.
speak out loud.
Oh, sorry.
What you just described, can you tell us what you saw? I think we all saw you, but just so that the record will be clear. What was
Nice.
it that you saw the defendant George Pino doing?
I saw the boat completely flipped over, kind of like, I would describe it like a top of a shell, kind of. I just saw his hands kind of just on the boat now. It's completely flipped over and his hands are on the boat. And I just hear from a distance someone saying a check under the boat. And I don't remember anything else.
I want to ask you a question. It sounds like you were really involved in trying to help other people. Did you yourself get injured at all from this?
After everything, like when my dad got me, my head started, like my head definitely started to feel kind of pain, but during the.
And you also told the jurors that you'd had quite a bit of alcohol that afternoon. After that crash, did you still feel buzzed or impaired?
No. There was a point where I believe when the police got there, like on the boat, kind of like let go, and I kind of felt like a fog. I don't know if you could put that in the impairment, but before then, no, I didn't feel
Impairment.
at all or anything like that.
Do you feel like you had your adrenaline pumping through your body?
Most definitely, yes.
Feels like the state's trying to use her to show like
You
she had
indicated
10 and felt
that
like she
you
wasn't
had
impaired. So
Seeing the defendant right after the crash on the boat, what did you see of him at that moment?
I saw George passed out. He was stuck in the aisle of the boat, tangled in some wires. When I first saw him, I thought he had passed away due to impact.
Were you glad when you saw that he was actually outside the boat holding onto it?
100% yes.
Does there come a time when you see Lucy after this boat crash?
Yes.
Where do you see her first?
From what I remember, I see her on the boat that I'm on.
What's going on with Lucy on that boat?
They're attempting to give her CPR.
Do you remember initially if there were people that were not, like from fire rescue or police that were helping her?
Yes.
Okay, so it was other good Samaritans?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see how she wound up getting onto that boat?
No.
Aside from you and Lucy, was there anyone else from the boat crash that was on the same boat that you were on?
Yes.
Who?
Mrs. Pino.
Any other girls on that boat with you that were from the crash?
No.
Okay. Did the police wind up coming up to that boat?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember a helicopter hovering over that boat?
Yes.
What do you
All right,
remember about that?
pause it a sec.
I just remember.
So, because my sister called with an emergency, that's why I turned off the thing. So she said she didn't see Lucy in all of this until, and then the question was
She's
Lucy?
just on the Good Samaritan's boat with her. Doesn't see how she got there, and the only other person from their group was Mom Pino, Mrs. Pino.
So why she was able to tell any of
Everything else.
right is, why it wasn't just, generally, did you see people? I mean, it's so much. I can't believe that and it sounds like a lot of this went during pretrial motion. So maybe they did try to limit, what she's allowed to testify about. But I mean, if anyone's going to testify that they saw Lucy in the water at any point, struggling to um to move, that'd be different. But you'd also have that initial where she hit her head initially.
I wonder if they're trying to contest whether or not George Pino helped look for and recover Lucy and pull her up, because I think it's the defense's position that once he realized she was still missing, he went under the boat and helped get her up on the Good Samaritan's boat. And here it seems like they're creating some distance from that being possible, because she saw him looking like he was dead, which I think helps the defense.
Right.
If it could explain why he has false memories. Because he was tangled up in some wires and she thought he was deceased. So when she turned later and saw his hands on the boat, she was relieved that he was okay. I'm wondering if the state's trying to say that because he was still by the boat and then she just remembers being on this Good Samaritan boat with Lucy already, he couldn't have been the one to help rescue her. But they're not charging anything relating to a failure to render aid or help somebody. And they could have charged that if they wanted to argue that.
Yeah, there's no way with him hanging on for with what they're seeing anyway.
Yeah. So
I mean, he didn't
I
even
don't know.
say it was her. He thought he rescued someone else. I mean, we'll have to see how it plays out. Maybe he did rescue someone else.
Yeah. And then I don't know, I'm not trying to, I think this is how memory actually works. I think what we're seeing with this witness is a great example of how memory works. But she remembers very much, but then she suddenly doesn't remember anything. And I am not faulting her for that. I just think that this is a great example of
the flaws in
do we
memory.
really think this? Yeah, it's just the way it is. It blips on and blips out.
I remember looking up and seeing a helicopter right above the boat that I'm on and a man coming down a ladder, I would say, rope kind of.
What happens once the police and the man that comes down from the helicopter get on the boat that you're on?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Of course. What happens once the police get to the boat that you're on and the guy from the helicopter comes down and they're now on that same boat with you and Mrs. Pino and Lucy? What's the next thing that happens?
They take Lucy and me and Mrs. Pino onto the police boat.
Where were you on the police boat?
So the center console is here. On the other side, towards the front, where they usually have a bench right there, that's where I was.
Okay. And where was Mrs. Pino?
Right next to me.
Where do the police take you and Lucy and Mrs. Pino?
Like
Not so much the name of it.
Some
but
place, yeah, I don't know, I would say, like some station of sorts, I would say.
Was there a place to dock boats?
Yes.
Was there bathroom facilities there?
Yes.
Did you see grass around?
Yes.
Okay. And is that where you wind up staying?
Yes.
For a while at least?
Definitely.
Does there come a time a little after you arrive there that a lot of the other girls are brought to that location?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury which girls do you remember, even if it's not all of them, do you remember any girls in particular that were brought by a second boat to that location?
I remember Rose Ceci, and Claudia.
Did you ever see the defendant at that ranger area station?
Yes.
What did he look like when you saw him?
At this point, had been there alone for a little bit, and then George had come, And I kind of remember them, like, I couldn't talk to him at first, and then I ended up seeing him, and he was just kind of, he's a manner of shock, like, very slow. I remember, like, specifically, it looked like his eyes were, like, kind of coming out, and he was just like, Cammy, what happened? He was like, Lucy, she okay, where is she? And that's all I remember.
Eventually, do the police and fire rescue escort you and the other girls and Mr. Pino away from that ranger area?
Yes.
Did the police give you and the other girls anything to cover up with?
Yes, some sort of like white blanket, I would say.
Up until that point, had you guys pretty much just still been in the same bikinis you were in for the party?
Yes.
Okay. Do the police take you to a marina that's on the mainland?
Yes, I believe it was Black Point.
Did somebody come and pick you up?
Yes. My dad.
Yep, she might be wrapping up or she's getting another picture. I don't know.
The lawyer instinct from Ali there.
Good afternoon, Ms. Alvarez. My name is Jeanelle Gomez, and I represent Mr. George Pino. We've never met before, right?
Correct.
We've never spoken.
Correct.
You used to play soccer with little Ceci, right?
Yes.
And when I say little Ceci, we all know we're talking about the daughter, and when I refer to the mom, I'll say Mrs. Pino.
Okay.
That's how you met little Ceci, right? Playing soccer.
Yeah.
And you used to consider little Ceci a good friend.
Definitely, yes.
You still consider her a friend?
Definitely.
And you still talk to little Ceci, right?
Yes.
You also know little Ceci's parents,
Yes.
Mr. Pino and Mrs. Pino.
Yes.
And you have known Mr. and Mrs. Pino for at least more than 5 years?
Yes.
Since around 2021, that sound right?
Yes.
And you visited the home of Mr. and Mrs. Pino?
Yes, ma'am.
Do your parents know little Ceci's parents?
Yes.
And before September 4th, 2022, before that, had you been on a boat before?
Yes.
You've been on a boat several times?
Definitely,
Did
yeah.
you drink?
You think around 30 to 40 times is?
I would say yes.
Okay. And so you have some familiarity with boats?
Correct.
A little bit of experience. So I want to talk now about that weekend, Labor Day weekend, September 2022. So you went to Ocean Reef Club to celebrate little Ceci's birthday.
Yes.
You girls all had like a slumber party of sorts.
Correct.
And your parents knew that you were going to be staying with the Pino family?
Yes.
Did your parents accompany you that weekend?
No.
Did your parents know that you were going to be taking a boat ride with Mr. Pino that weekend?
Yes.
And did they allow you to do so?
Yes.
They allowed you to travel to Ocean Reef and do this boat ride?
Correct.
Your parents trusted Mr. Pino with your safety?
Judge, objection?
So at the sandbar that day, you all went to Billy's Point. That's the name of the sandbar. You were at the sandbar after you left Ocean Reef Club.
Yes.
There were other boats at the sandbar, correct?
Yes.
There was AJ Suarez's boat. Mr. Fernandez also had a boat there as well. So there were other adults.
Yes.
Mr. and Mrs. Pino were not the only adults that were at the sandbar and were part of that group that weekend.
Correct.
And you were all hanging out together.
Yes.
So you testified a little bit about how you had engaged in some drinking that day. And some of the other boys and girls, they also were engaged in some drinking.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
When you were done drinking, whether it was a glass or a container, you had to throw away that container, right?
Correct.
And you would toss, we're going to call it the empties, you would toss the empty, let's say on whatever boat was nearest to you when you were done consuming that beverage.
Yes.
And so if you were closest to Mr. Pino's boat, you would toss the empty on there.
Correct.
And you tossed a lot of empty containers on Mr. Pino's boat.
Yes.
And you also saw other boys and girls and other people toss empties on Mr. Pino's boat.
Yes.
You estimate that a lot of these empty alcohol containers were tossed on Mr. Pino's boat.
Yes.
And that's because you were hanging around near his boat for a lot of the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Mr. Pino drinking alcohol that day?
Not that I recall, no.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about the boat ride on the way to Billy's Point. You were on Mr. Pino's boat, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Pino was operating the vessel.
Yes.
On the way to Billy's Point, did Mr. Pino drive his boat in any way that made you feel unsafe?
No.
Did you feel that Mr. Pino was driving too fast?
No.
So you felt safe when Mr. Pino was driving his boat on the way to Billy's Point?
Yes.
You felt comfortable?
Correct.
And now before leaving Billy's Point, I know, you spent some time at the Sandbar, you spent a few hours there, right?
Yes.
Before leaving Billy's Point, did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Pino was impaired by alcohol?
No.
Okay, now, you were also on Mr. Pino's boat on the way back from Billy's Point?
Yes.
Correct. And I want to talk before the accident, before the crash. When Mr. Pino was driving his boat back from Billy's Point, did you feel that he was driving in a dangerous way?
No.
Did you sense that he was operating the boat in an excessive speed?
No.
Did you feel unsafe in any way?
No.
Was there anything about the way that Mr. Pino was operating his boat that it made you feel an accident could have happened?
No, ma'am.
Did you sense that Mr. Pino was operating his boat in a way that put other people in danger?
No.
So you also felt safe during the ride back from Billy's Point into the marina?
Yes.
You felt comfortable as well?
Yes.
And now just before the accident, if you can remember, just before, do you remember did you notice an increase of speed?
Can you clarify that? Because when you get on a boat, like you slow and then you start to go faster. Do you mean that specific time? Or
Of course. No, right before the accident.
No.
No, you didn't sense any kind of increase of speed. Now, on that ride back from Billy's Point, was there a time that someone instructed everyone to sit down?
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes.
And did you follow the instruction and sit down?
Yes.
And did everyone around you also sit down?
From what I recall, yes.
And on that
Depends
point,
once everyone
did
sees
everybody have their own space to sit on the boat?
Yes.
Were you sitting on anyone's lap?
No.
Was anyone sitting on your lap?
No.
And you didn't see anyone else, sitting in that way?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Did the actual impact, it came as a surprise to you, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And after the impact, you were not ejected from the boat. You stayed on the boat.
Correct.
And you saw Mr. Pino stay on the boat as well.
Yes.
And you testified that he was knocked unconscious.
Correct.
His eyes were closed.
Yes.
You testified that you thought he actually died as a result of the impact.
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
Is this one of the friends? One of the girls that was on the boat?
I think you came on loud again. I don't know how your volume went back up, Bob. Because you didn't actually leave StreamYard.
I know, it's weird.
No further
It's
questions.
68.
Thank you.
I'm at 40 something.
Oh, you are?
Ms. Alvarez, when you were out there on that sandbar, are you hanging out with the adults mostly, or are you hanging out with the other girls and the boys that are your age?
You wouldn't see if George was drinking.
I don't remember.
Damn.
Were you keeping track of what George Pino's actions were out on that sandbar?
No,
Was he the reason why you were there? Or were you there to be with your friends?
I was there for Ceci.
Now, are you saying that the defendant consumed no alcohol, or just that you don't know if you ever saw him drinking alcohol?
Not that I know of.
I'm sorry?
Not that I know of. Yeah, I don't recall seeing.
Okay. Now, I think you already explained to us that you were seated, as according to this diagram, in the seat that's number 11. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And so as you're seated in seat number 11 and you look in front of you, do you see what's ahead of the boat?
No,
What do you see when you're looking up in front of you?
mainly the ground. I'm looking more down.
So are you paying attention to exactly how George Pino was operating that boat?
No,
Did you trust that he was operating it safely 9 seconds before that crash?
yeah.
Did you trust that he was operating it safely 8 seconds before the crash?
Oh boy.
Wait a minute.
I wasn't
Wait.
really telling.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. She's
She's gonna
saying,
go one by one.
he was operating it safely, she's saying, right?
Yeah.
Well,
So
you,
now
you
she's-
trusted. I don't, my personal take, if she had these 10 drinks, she doesn't know what's going on. She's not paying attention to what's going on around her.
Right.
Right.
So why
So-
are we even using her to try and establish this? And it's backfiring, but she's pushing and she's pushing. So the jury, I hope, can see she's trying to put the right words together where this witness is going to testify. I didn't feel safe, and I did feel like he was not driving in a safe manner.
I think she might be trying to look like she'll say anything to defend the Pinos because she's still friends with them.
I mean, I hate to tell you, anybody who's been part of a boating culture or you go out and boat all the time, like going 43 to 47 is not like crazy. Like if you're a boater, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like people that are part of that community and culture just are not going to think that like going 43 knots or whatever you call it on a boat is insane.
Do we know his exact speed?
Yeah.
They're estimating 47 because of, I think, the GPS, not because of any other like internal black box tracking.
Right. It was
But-
like on impact, they claim that he got like, which is weird because like in a boat, like
You
once
said
put the
43 knots they're
throttle-
estimating?
43 to 47 at the time of impact, that it like went up. But you know how it is with like boats that we've rented before. When I have it full throttle, it's just it may pick up speed, but it's not like I can't move the
You're not
throttle
actively
further.
doing it.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do to make it go any faster.
And when you say they're estimating from the GPS, you're meaning they're estimating on the time he left to the time he got there, or they're estimating, or the GPS has some kind of estimated speed?
I could be wrong, but my understanding is they're getting these speed estimates because of the tracking with the GPS rather than any like in a vehicle, a black box that
Right.
would tell you like this is when someone was accelerating, this is when a brake was hit, this was I don't think that they have that information. Did you hear that during openings, Bob?
No, and most of these boats are going to have like, this is like the motors are at the back. You know what I mean? They're not like car
So
engine.
they don't typically have these like black boxes that a bigger
Right,
ship
with the
might
computer
actually have.
shit. I mean, obviously the real high end yachts, super yachts do, but like this wasn't that. You know what I mean? So I don't think
It's in the
I didn't hear
yachting
anything
class.
about any kind of black box intel.
And
So-
they're
And-
saying that the area of the accident was a narrow passageway or curved, or what is it?
I think it was between like what they say it was a range. It was like 115 to 170 or something was the range. Maybe I put it in my day one notes.
Of the width of the
A channel
It varies depending on like
where you're at.
the
in the channel.
tide and weather and where you are as you go, like the time of year.
Plus,
But they
like,
gave like a
water
wide
depth,
range.
Like
Huh?
water depth is always going to affect like what path you can take.
Yeah, yep.
So you said 1 point.
Yeah, I don't have it in my notes, but it was like, I don't even know what the metric would be.
Okay.
So I remember someone saying like 115 to 170 something was like the variable range of the channel. So, but yeah, a lot of this, I think this is why we saw in defense openings when we finally got to hear them that they're relying on GPS, which isn't as accurate as you think. This channel marker could be 25 feet away on the GPS and where it actually is in the real world physically. So, because I came into this kind of thinking that some of the speeds came from some type of like black box reading, more definitive than just a GPS estimate. So,
Okay.
but yeah, Bob. So this is a friend that was on the boat. Ended up going on the Good Samaritan's boat where Lucy was pulled up on before she was airlifted by the helicopter, but she doesn't remember seeing Lucy get lifted on that Good Samaritan's boat. She just looked over and Lucy was there at some point.
She
And
looks
the
like
only
she's
other
like
person.
super mature. She looks like she's in her like late 20s, doesn't she? Like she does like because when did this 2020? Oh, so I guess 4 years. So she'd be like 22, in like that range. Like when I first saw her, I thought she was like in her early 30s. So like I
She's
didn't,
like a medical examiner witness coming in, but it's really just one of the friends.
yeah, something like that.
But yeah, so that's her context, and she's the first of the friends so far to take the stand.
The time, I'm sorry. I don't really understand the question.
Let me take you this way, okay? There was a crash, yes?
Correct.
1 second before that crash, were you worried about whether or not George Pino was operating that boat safely?
No.
2 seconds before the crash, were you worried that he was operating it unsafely?
No.
3, 4, 5 seconds, were you worried he wasn't operating it safely?
Same answer, no.
Because you thought that he was operating that vessel safely, right?
Correct.
Did you trust that he, with you and his wife and his daughter and all those other kids, that he would safely navigate that boat?
Yes.
No other questions.
All right, thank you, the witnesses, excuse.
Yeah, they're not even giving a breath to the defense today.
Yeah, I don't think she does recross. I think they're going to take a lunch here, but let's see if they do any housekeeping.
What did she think she was proving to that? You put me in, babe?
Yeah.
What was that establishing?
Well, since it didn't go the way she wanted it to, it seems like she was just saying you only thought it was that way because you expected him to do it that way. I think she was. I don't know. I don't know. What do you think?
Me or
Maybe it
Katt?
was more of like, maybe it was more like a plea of if you trust somebody to babysit your kid, you trust that you're not going to let the kid like walk into a pool and you're not paying attention and the kid's in a pool with no adult realizing the kid's in the pool. So you put your trust in somebody and it's just creating this visual that there's this great responsibility on George Pino, which there is because he is the operator of the boat. It is his boat. He's one of the two like adults. I'm not there might have been some actual 18-year-olds on there that are legally adults, but for all intents and purposes, the Pinos are the two supervising adults on the boat. And I think it's just trying to heighten that the things that they're supposed to be aware of.
Right. Well, and he's
At least
operating
George.
it. He's operating it. You know, they're all guests of his, you know, and it's like on your own property, you have a heightened duty, you know, to provide, you know, to make sure that your property's safe and that you don't have trip hazards and, you know, things that are going to injure people that you invite onto your property. It's going to be the same on a boat. Like you guys were having like I was driving a scout to her hitting practice in the conversation that you guys were having about the alcohol. Because I agree with you, Katt. I think that the state's maneuver here is going to be the fact that alcohol was available to children that were underage, that's where their negligence is going to lie. And I was thinking, and Ali had put like a hypo out there. What about a hypothetical, like just to kind of try to like pinpoint this? What happens if, forget about the boat crash? What happens if you've been plying a bunch of 18-year-olds with just booze, they're hammered, and one of them drowns? And it's specifically because of the fact that she was intoxicated.
I think that's a stronger pathway to the like what if Ali, like I'm trusting Ali's reliance on, culpable negligence is a
Right.
higher standard than if someone just capsized and there's no other intervening factor that could
Right.
contribute to somebody's death, like a blunt injury to the back of the head that makes someone pass out.
Right.
Especially when we just had this witness, you might have missed it, but this witness testified she thought that George was dead.
Yeah, I
She
saw
saw him
that.
stuck under the boat, thought he was tangled up in wires, thought he was already deceased.
Yeah, I
And
saw that.
if you transfer that same visual, that's something that if that type of thing happens immediately, that couldn't be caused by somebody's blood alcohol content. It would be because of a physical
Right.
And
thing.
and that's, I mean, what Katt's saying goes to the causation argument we were making later, which is an element of negligence. You've got your duty of care, so, the duty that you owe to people on your boat, ordinary, uh, ordinary duty of care,
I
a
think it would.
reasonably
Do you
prudent.
think it might be a heightened
There
duty?
is there I think there is a heightened duty of care
Yeah,
on a boat, but
I
even if
think
you
there
just
is
talk
too.
about whatever the duty is, that they breached the duty, which could have happened here when we talk about allowing kids to drink and be on the water, but then you get stuck at causation. You still have to prove that the breach of duty directly caused the injuries, and you've got the cause and fact, so the actual cause. So that's what they always call like the but for argument. But for the drinking, but for Lucy having consumed alcohol.
She'd be alive.
Right, and
Right.
that's you can't say that here. And
Right.
then
Well,
you
I mean,
also
have they, do we know what the cause of death was? Was it blood? Because that's what I was asking Kat. Like, if they're talking about having these fiberglass shards or
And it seems like
fibers
they
like
had a big
embedded
one that
into her
they
skull.
they made it the parent. I thought it was just going to be like little fragments, like like fiberglass insulation can get all like powdery and all
Yeah.
over. I didn't really think about the same. That's different. That's a different structure than how a boat is constructed. Even though it should be common sense, I should have thought about it more diligently. So I'm thinking there's like these little things just kind of like there. But the parents and it's horrible to have to imagine a parent visualizing this, but it seems like there was a large enough piece that they wanted to like pinch and pull out of her skull, and the
Wow.
nurse is like, don't do that, that's evidence. And also you
Wow.
probably don't want to pull something that's perforating someone who's fighting for their life out of where they could start bleeding. But I got the impression that there's actually a big piece embedded there.
Wow.
It's just a horrible thing to see. But that gave me now I'm like, okay, there was really something, an impact to the head.
Yeah, I mean, because that's the intervening cause right there. Like, if for whatever reason she strikes her head, like, and I'm still having a hard time figuring out how that happened with the boat capsizing, but it apparently did. Like, if it, to the extent where she's got, shards of fiberglass in her skull. I'm curious to know what the actual cause of death is. I mean, I'm assuming drowning, but maybe blunt force trauma was what didn't allow her to get out from under the boat, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm curious to
Uh,
see how those facts play out.
it's
yeah,
so
and
morbid to think
is
about
is the
too.
is the accident an intervening factor? Because again, and our, you know, in-house, you know, layman lawyer touched on an intervening factor, which is something very, it's a big part of negligence law. You have to have that there was no that the injury was foreseeable, a direct consequence, right? And that there was no unforeseeable intervening events. So if we're talking about the negligence just being, which it's not, I mean, they're talking about speeding, I think is what they're saying, but let's just put it on allowing the kids to drink, then is the accident an unforeseeable intervening event? But then are they saying, well, but it's their ability to respond to the accident that we're saying that the alcohol caused? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it's I'm anxious for the ME to get on. I actually want to
Yeah,
hear.
and I wish we learned a little more about the boats first too, because like, oh, duh, the seat cushions are the flotation, the safety devices. But like, I don't know if that was when you were on earlier, Bob, or like life jackets were I forgot about the seat cushions, things like that. But if we
Yeah.
had a little bit of that context first, I feel like some of this would be. It's like it's being taken for granted as we're going through some of these witnesses. But I'm not a boat person, so I don't just
Right.
like innately know Like, oh yeah.
And
We did
you
also get
should be
information there are
assuming
seats.
that the jury doesn't know either. Like to
Yeah, and not
assume that
rely
they're
on
all
one boat
boating
guy.
people is, I get it. It's down in Miami, a lot of people have boats down there, but still, and like Ali was saying, typically you do kind of equate, like the boating community with, being affluent in terms of having money, but maybe it's a little bit different in Florida just because of, the location. But I think that most of the folks that we're going to be seeing taking the stand are going to be well-to-do financially. You can't assume that from a jury, and it's like you're saying, it's a great point, because you could have the life jackets, the seat cushions serve as a flotation device. You know what I mean? It's different, than having your life jacket on, but in a pinch, you can obviously, if the boat capsizes, you can use a cushion to put your arms on and float on if you're out there for an extended period of time. So
And remember the state opened by saying nobody had life jackets on, even though they're not required to. But that could lead someone under to be like, well, if you're drinking, maybe you should make all the teenagers have one on just in case. Why wouldn't you take that due diligence if you know that there's extra things going on contextually to have everyone put their devices on there? Like there's no kill switch device, which he's also not required to have. But there's been a lot of emphasis and anchoring into safety precautions that could have been taken, even though there's no legal requirement to have done that already start this case off as a recipe for disaster if you follow the state's theory. One thing I think is interesting that I came in thinking this boat's got to be overloaded. Like, how are people I thought people were sitting on things that weren't actually formal seats.
yeah.
And I thought that was going to be huge, like a huge not good for the defense, because that's a lot of people to be crammed on a boat. But it seems like there may have actually been appropriate seating.
Yeah, I
for
think it's
everybody.
just like bench seating. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So it's just bench seat. If I'm the defense here, I am making damn sure that during our case in chief, I'm putting on evidence that these kids all come from families who own boats, that they are out on boats all the time, that this wasn't some kind of like one-off magical adventure, that they're accustomed to it. Because Cat Williams, who's kind of terrified of water, getting on a boat is going to be like,
Not Williams.
where's my life jacket? I need my life jacket. Girls this is just kind of their norm. They're not going to be like, I want to wear my life jacket. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you're accustomed to doing something a lot, if that's the case, and I'm assuming that there's going to be some testimony that this wasn't like a foreign thing for them to do, like a one-off, and that it's a thing. It just in terms of kind of like really setting the scene as to what was going on in that boat. That like they're boating people, and a lot of times boating people get a little more casual with the rules just because of comfort level of having done it so many times. You get a little loosey goosey. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when you didn't have to wear seatbelts in a car, and like where it wasn't the law, and it was like pulling teeth getting me to start putting my seatbelt on because I was just accustomed to not wearing it, even though I understood it's safer to wear it. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a mindset or a mentality, but I hope the defense is going to flesh out during their opportunity to kind of put the facts out there, just exactly what was going on and just what the people are accustomed to in terms of the kids and kind of what the mindset was during the party itself on the boat. So we'll see how it shakes out.
Would seatbelt be a good culpable negligence example? So if you have a passenger in your vehicle who is not like underage, where there's like a requirement that they need to be in a seatbelt, and they pass away because they fly through the windshield, but you didn't do anything with your driving, otherwise it was unavoidable. It was like a slick of ice on the road, or an act of God, like a tree fell and you swerved to try to not hit it. But the person dies because they were in your vehicle not wearing a seatbelt, and you were fine because you were wearing a seatbelt. Is that something that could be culpable negligence, or no, because there's no requirement for you to tell somebody you're in my car, so you have to have
In
a
Illinois, it's
seatbelt?
the law. You do have to tell them.
So everyone has to.
You have to wear a seatbelt. There's no age requirement. You can't be old enough and decide better. It's like Illinois is weird. It's like motorcycle riders don't have to wear a helmet. It's not the law, which is insane to me. But everybody in a car has to wear a seatbelt. So it's like Illinois is a little uneven.
I heard someone last week that I know passed away from taking a turn too quick on a motorcycle. So please, please protect yourself when you're riding on
Especially your
a
head.
motorcycle.
Your head.
Yeah, I think he had a helmet, but it was still.
Because it's always the other guy on a bike. Like that's who you're worried about. Like the driver's just not seeing you, cutting you off. It's like it's always the other guy when you're on a bike, unless it's like, you know, some kind of water slick or oil slick or something like that. But yeah, be careful if you're riding. Like Ali never would let me get a bike. She didn't want me to die.
Doesn't think you're careful enough now.
No, I do think he is. I just think the risks are too high. Like,
yeah,
to me, I'm just like, you know, maybe if he had grown up around them and I had grown up around them, you know, I'd have a different mentality. But I'm just like, why do we need to?
That's a great example of the boat culture.
Yeah,
right.
Difference.
Yeah.
Why do we need to introduce like this new dangerous thing that you don't need to be on?
It can become an expensive hobby too.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. But it'd be nice to have my gal on the back and us cruising through the mountains. Wind in her hair. Yeah. No deal.
You do have the hair for it, Ali.
She does.
Right.
It would probably, even after you took the helmet off, it'd probably be like a hair commercial.
Flowing. All right, let's see who's next.
Yeah, so they do. I think they do lunch here, but I think Judge is saying something.
Take a lunch break at this time. Please put your notepads inside the envelopes.
Oh, you missed it. They hugged the defendant while the jury was there. Someone hugged the defendant while the jury was present.
Of your surroundings.
Oh, really?
Do not discuss anything about this case with each other or with anyone else. Do not let anyone try to speak with you or attempt to try to speak with you or in your presence. If you hear someone speaking about the case, walk away. Wear your juror badges at all times, even if you leave the courthouse and go outside and surrounding some restaurants, wherever you might take a walk. You're permitted to go there, of course, but wear your juror badges at all times. Okay, don't take those off. Please no research. Don't go into Google and try to gather any information. None of that is evidence. Evidence is what you're getting in the courtroom, and it's all you can rely on.
Are they calling court for the day?
No, this is lunch. We're behind.
Oh.
When you return, will be at 10 after 2. Please return to the jury pool on the 7th floor. You wait there. Go inside, please. Wait for Renee to come get you.
Okay, lady. There's the feed for Bob.
Love the feed.
You can all be seated. Thank you. Remind everyone, please, in the courtroom, there are people who are in the courthouse, perhaps, viewing the proceedings. Please be mindful of anyone wearing a juror badge. If you have a juror badge, don't even say hello. Avoid any appearance of any kind of contact or communication with anyone wearing a juror badge, even if you do not recognize them as one of our jurors. Please be very careful to find a private space if you're going to be discussing anything about this case. Now, there's very few areas to lunch around here, so many people go to the we'll go there for lunch. So please, again, be very, very careful. I ask the jurors to keep their badges on. So if you see someone with a juror badge, please find, you don't have to leave the place that you would like to eat, for example, but find another space to go and spend your time together. All right, and keep your voices down, be careful and mindful of the other jurors who might be with you. All right, thank you very much. We'll recess till 2:10.
So you say the important there. Nobody got yelled at. Oh, Court TV shows their gallery, all their different views.
Oh, fancy.
Oh, they do it again.
Only windows or whatever those things are.
The next witness will be Carolina Monterey. Carolina Monterey.
Okay.
Alright, this is the jurors. We're gonna see the feet.
Okay, so any presence of the case. And you remember doing your badges wherever you might go to. Oh, excellent. Say things to us.
Yes, Judge, the state calls Carolina Monterey.
Oh, we got the guy asking questions.
forward if you would. Face the clerk, raise your right hand, be sworn.
Do you swear affirm testimony about the case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
This one?
I'm gonna assume she was another friend on the boat.
Please have a seat. May I ask you to keep your
Could be
voice
Coco.
maybe a little louder than you normally would because the jury is actually away from the microphone, so it's a little awkward to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of our jury?
Hi, I'm Catalina Monterrey.
And Ms. Monterrey, do you have a nickname that your friends call you by?
Gato.
Okay. And thank you for using the microphone. Have you ever testified in court before?
No.
Are you a little bit nervous?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to take our time, and if you need a break, just let me know, okay? Ms. Monterrey, how old are you today?
21.
Are you attending college?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
Syracuse University.
And what are you studying at Syracuse?
Health and exercise science.
What do you hope to be when you graduate?
Something in pharmacy down the line.
Okay. And what year are you in?
Going to be a senior.
Did you grow up here in Miami-Dade County?
Yes.
Where did you grow up?
Where did I grow up?
What area of the county?
Like Kendall, South Miami in the past.
And where did you go to high school?
Westminster Christian School.
Now, we're here to talk about a crash that occurred the Labor Day weekend of 2022. Do you remember that weekend?
Yes.
And do you remember the day of the crash?
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about the people that were there. Were you friends with Ceci Pino?
Yes.
How did you meet Ceci Pino?
Little Ceci?
Little Ceci.
We went to Epiphany together.
Is Epiphany high school or elementary school?
It's an elementary and middle school.
So was she someone that you knew a very long time?
Yes.
Was she a close friend of yours?
Yes.
Did she go to the same high school as you?
No.
Where did she go?
Carrollton.
Because you went to different high schools, how did the two of you meet?
How did we first meet?
Yeah.
At Epiphany.
Okay.
In elementary, or before elementary, like pre-K kindergarten.
Did you ever meet her parents?
Yes.
Did you spend a lot of time with George Pino?
Yes.
How about Mrs. Pino? And when I say that, I'm referring to George Pino's wife.
Yes.
Did your parents know the Pinos, Mr. and Mrs. Pino?
Yes.
Would you go over to their house?
Yes.
I want to ask you about some other people. Did you know a young lady named Lucy Fernandez?
Yes.
Was she also a friend of yours?
Yes.
Did she go to your school?
Epiphany, yes.
And how about your high school?
No.
Was Lucy a close friend of yours as well?
Yes.
How about a young lady named Katy Puig? Did you know her from high school?
Before elementary, I met her. So pre-K.
And was she also a close friend of yours?
Yes.
Now, did there come a time when you were invited to spend the Labor Day weekend at Ocean Reef?
Yes.
And I'm referring to the birthday party for Ceci.
Yes.
Were you excited for that weekend?
Yes.
Were your friends excited for that weekend?
Yes.
Did you know all of the girls that were attending this birthday weekend?
Yes.
Would you say you were like one friend group, that you all knew each other, spent time together, called each other on the phones?
Some of us were closer to certain people than others.
So, who did you go with to Ocean Reef? Were you in a car?
Yes.
And who did you go with?
Who was in the car?
Yes.
Katy, Little Ceci, Coco, Lucy, and I.
Did you pack up the trunk with all of your stuff for the weekend?
I think so.
Okay. And who was the driver of the car?
Katy.
So when you got to Ocean Reef, did you all have like a house that you were all staying at?
Yes.
Did you have your own room, or were you sharing a room with other girls?
I was sharing a room.
How many beds were in the room?
In my room?
Yeah.
2 beds.
So just so that I understand, was it 2 girls per bed?
Yes.
Was this a house with several bedrooms in it?
Yes, I don't know how many.
Okay, and how about bathrooms? Did you have your own private bathroom, or were you sharing bathrooms?
I believe we were sharing.
Did George Pino and his wife also stay in the house that the girls were staying at?
Yes, I think so.
All right. So when you all get there, now, and we're talking about September 3rd, 2022, the day before the crash, did you all have like a special dinner at the house?
Before, so this is on September 3rd? I'm sorry.
September 3rd, yes.
Yes, that night we had a dinner.
And this was, I guess, at the house where people were cooking for all the girls who were staying for the party weekend?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't go out on a boat on September 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what you guys had for dinner that night?
I don't remember.
And that's totally fine. Do you remember around what time you went to bed that night?
Around like 2 a.m., I'd say.
Now, when you went to sleep that night, did you know what the plans were for the 4th, and the very next day?
Yes.
What were the plans for the girls to do on the 4th?
In the morning, I know we had pickleball, and then to go on the boat, and then dinner.
So, whose boat was it?
George Pino.
And was he the person who steered the boat when you went out to Ocean Reef?
Yes.
Had you ever been out on the water with him before?
Yes.
Had you been to Ocean Reef before?
Yes.
Had you been to this specific house where you stayed on this weekend?
No.
So this was the first time that you were at the house this weekend that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So when you wake up, was it a nice sunny day?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Clear skies?
Yes.
Do you go out and play pickleball?
Yes.
And just in case any of our jurors don't know, what is pickleball?
It's kind of like tennis, but with not a net. Does that make sense?
And less running?
Yes.
Okay. So how long would you say you play pickleball for?
Like 2 hours? I'm not sure, but I would say 2 hours.
Did all the girls go to play pickleball?
I think so.
After you left playing pickleball, did you go back to the house to change your clothes?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So when you boarded the boat, can you tell me the girls that boarded the boat with you?
I don't remember boarding the boat. I don't remember who I was with when I boarded the boat.
May I approach the witness? Sure. Just to help you out, Ms. Monterey, this is already in evidence. This is case 8. Can you take a look at this list and can you let me know, are these all of the people that were on the boat with you on your way to the sandbar?
Yes.
And do you see your name sort of towards the bottom?
Yes.
Was anyone other than the people on this list on the boat, or were these everyone? Take your time.
I believe this.
Okay, Judge, may I publish this again?
Sure.
What were all the girls wearing when they got on the boat?
I think bathing suits.
Okay, that would make sense. You're going to the sandbar. Was there a cooler on the boat?
Yes.
Now, in the cooler, was it stocked with drinks?
Yes.
Was there some alcoholic drinks?
Yes.
Was there like alcoholic seltzers? I guess one type would be Truly.
Yes.
Was there any beer?
Yes.
And how long would you say the trip was to the sandbar?
Like 30 minutes? I'm not sure though. I would guess 30 minutes.
You're estimating? Okay. So on the way to the sandbar, did you have anything to drink on the way?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, when you get to the sandbar, Can you describe sort of what you see? Were there other boats there?
I don't remember right when we got there were other boats, but throughout the day there was.
So was there, I guess, another boat with young men that were there that you and your friends knew?
Yes.
And would the girls on your boat go back and forth between the Pino boat and the boys' boat?
Yes.
Would you say that the boys on that boat were, part of your friend group?
Yes.
And were they there also in part to celebrate Ceci Pino's birthday?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you have to swim from boat to boat?
Yes.
Who would you say you spent the most time with?
I don't remember, but if I had to guess, Coco, I do.
Was Coco the person that you were closest friends with that was there?
Yes.
All right. When you were hanging out, were you just kind of enjoying the day, having a fun time with your friends?
Yes.
Did you have, or did you drink any of the drinks that were packed in the cooler while you were at the sandbar?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of drink you had?
Trulies.
And Trulies, like I mentioned earlier, is like alcoholic seltzer water?
Yes, I believe.
Were your friends drinking with you?
Yes.
How about the adults? Did you see George Pino holding a beer?
Yes.
I'm assuming you weren't focused on George Pino while you're playing with your friends, were you?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is, were you like counting the amount of drinks that George Pino was having?
No.
But you can't say that you did see him having a beer in his hand at one point?
Yes.
Okay. Did you actually get on the boys' boat?
I think so.
Was there like music at the sandbar?
Yes, I think so.
Did you see, or actually, I don't know if I asked you, do you know Lucy's parents?
Yes.
Did you see Lucy's parents at the sandbar?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever speak to them at all?
I think so.
Just kind of like, hi, how are you? And stuff?
Yes.
All right. How long would you say you stayed at the sandbar before it was time to go back to the house? And you can estimate.
Like 3-4 hours, is my estimate?
While you were there, were you having a fun time?
Yes.
Did it seem like everyone was having a fun time?
Yes.
At some point, do you go back on George Pino's boat to return to the home?
Yes.
And before we get there, let me just show you a photo. May I approach it? So this is already in evidence, but I just want to show it to you. This is stage one. Is this your friend Lucy?
Yes.
May I republish these, Judge, as I go? Yes. Thank you. And then this is already in evidence as well. This is stage 10 that I'm showing you. Ms. Monterey, do you see yourself in this photo?
Yes.
Okay, and one of your friends has already labeled this photo. Was she right?
Yes.
Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And you're in the second from the bottom right?
I believe so. Yes.
Now, earlier today, we watched a video here in court that had music Uptown Girl. Do you remember you all kind of having fun listening to Uptown Girl and being with the video recordings?
Yes.
And you've seen that before?
Yes.
All right. Judge, may I republish what's in evidence stage 9? He published it. Judge, can the witness step down from the witness stand to help me publish the video?
That'd be fine. Keep your voice up, please, ma'am, okay?
Ms. Marshall, can you join me over
sorry,
here?
slow it down
Just
too
sit
much.
down so I don't block you. If you could stand right here and then take a look at the video up here. Remember that to play. You able to see it?
Yes.
Still
So
loud?
Can you tell the jurors and speak loudly who the girls are in the video?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Coco Aguilar. This is Natalia Reed. That's Claudia Potricadero. That is Cami Alvarez. And here on the right, I think that's Katy Puig.
And I'll play a little bit and we'll keep going, okay? Who is that on the left?
That is me on the left, Catalina Montreal.
May I approach, Judge? Yes. Mr. Monterey, I'm showing you, this is already evidence, this states 11, and one of your friends already labeled this as well, but I just want to make sure if this is correct. Were you sitting at position 8 on your return trip back to Ocean Reef?
Yes.
And was Lucy sitting to your immediate right?
Yes.
Now, why did you choose to sit in the middle?
Because I've always been kind of scared of boats.
And so, did you ask to switch seats with Lucy so you could sit in the middle?
Yes.
So prior to leaving, I
That's
guess
gotta be
Lucy
survivor's
moved
guilt.
to your right and you moved into the center.
Yes.
Okay. So when you begin the trip back to Ocean Reef, you mentioned that you had some alcohol. Would you say you were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
Yes.
And you tell me if this word would be the right word. Were you feeling, I guess, buzzed?
Yes.
Were you feeling drunk?
No.
Okay, so you were affected by it, but you still had your senses for the most part. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. On the return trip back, were you all still listening to music and dancing?
Yes.
And when I say dancing, I don't mean full-blown moving around, but I guess going back and forth and enjoying the music, enjoying yourselves.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you're going towards Ocean Reef, is there anything out of the ordinary or unusual before the crash occurs?
No.
Was the impact, was it sudden?
That means unexpected, right? Yes.
Now, did you see George Pino steering the vessel, or he was behind you, so I'm imagining you weren't able to see that?
I did not see, no.
Okay. Were you looking or paying attention to channel markers, or do you know what a channel marker is?
I know what a channel marker is, but I was not looking.
So, moments before impact, were you aware that anything was directly in front of the boat?
I was not aware.
Did anyone make you aware by saying, watch out, look out? Did you hear anything like that?
No.
Did you feel the boat try to jolt out of the way or move suddenly before impact, or was it straight and then crash?
I did not feel any jolts or movements.
Was the crash loud? Did it make a loud bang?
I don't remember.
Did you fall out of your chair?
Yes.
Did you fall out of the boat?
No.
How about, or were you knocked unconscious after the crash?
No.
Did you hit your head immediately after the crash on anything?
No.
Did you see Lucy right after the crash?
No.
Were you feeling the adrenaline of the situation in your body?
Yes.
Who did you see closest to you in the ship?
Nati Reed and George Pino.
Was Nati Reed injured?
No.
How about George Pino? Did you notice whether or not he was injured?
I think he was bleeding, but I'm not sure.
And let me ask you briefly, can you look around the courtroom and see if you see George Pino, the person that we're talking about?
Yes,
And can you just identify him by something he's wearing?
a navy blue suit,
And how about his height?
light blue.
All right.
So good.
When George Pino was still on the boat, did he run towards you or did he say anything towards you?
He said to jump.
And did you jump?
Yes,
Was the boat filling up with water?
yes.
Can you describe what it was like when you saw the boat filling up with water?
It was filling up on the right side, so it was going down on the right side. The left side was coming up, so I jumped to the right.
Did George Pino jump off the boat as well?
I don't think so, I don't know.
And I imagine that your focus is on your own safety, not the safety of George Pino in that moment.
Correct.
Were you wearing a life jacket?
No,
Were any of the girls wearing a life jacket?
no,
Was George Pino wearing a life jacket?
no,
Was Mrs. Ceci Pino wearing a life jacket?
no.
Was this a situation where you were asked to wear a life jacket and you didn't, or everyone was just happy, not wearing it?
We were never asked to wear life jackets.
All right. So when you land in the water, is it a situation where you're jumping a far distance, or at this point, are you pretty close to the water?
When I have to jump, is that what you're referring to? I jumped, and when I got back up out of the water, I was far away from the boat.
Do you know or do you remember hearing anyone else shouting or calling out?
No, but there was a lot of yelling, but I don't really remember.
Were you frightened?
Yes,
She said no.
Are you, when you're in the water, treading water, and you know what I mean by that?
yes,
Are you surrounded by debris from the boat?
yes,
Are there boat cushions as well floating around?
yes.
What girls are the closest to you when you're treading in the water?
Andrea Knopfler, Katy Puig, and little Ceci Pino. Maybe Sarah Gutierrez as well, but I'm not sure about her.
Now, when you look around, do you happen to notice that Katy may have been seriously injured?
Yes,
And what led you to believe that?
she wouldn't open her eyes.
Was or I guess since you referred to it as that, was little Ceci and Andrea attempting to help and rescue Katy?
Yes,
Was Katy sort of propped up on some of the debris or a cushion?
yes.
What did they use to prop her up?
A piece of the boat.
Was it a large piece of debris or something smaller?
I think it was the size of,
I actually was going to ask, would it be similar to the top of the podium here in court
yes,
in size?
yes,
Okay. And I'm going to refer to it as a Good Samaritan boat. You understand what I mean when I say that? Was there a Good Samaritan boat that helped you and your friends get to safety?
yes,
Now, that boat that we're referring to, did it have orange cushions?
yes.
Who of your friend group was rescued onto that boat?
Do you want me to name?
Yeah, if you could.
Me, Carolina Monterrey, little Ceci Pino, Mia Rodriguez, Katy Puig, Coco Aguilar, Claudia Porcarero, Al Garcia, Sarah Gutierrez. I think I'm missing. Oh, I don't remember if Cami was on it, but I think at one point she was. George Pino, I believe, was also on it at one point.
Now, the Good Samaritans, were they adults? They weren't teenagers, they were adults?
Yes.
Had you ever met them? Did you know them prior to them helping you?
No.
Did one of them help you get out of the water onto their boat?
I don't remember exactly. Either that or I just got off. I don't remember.
How about Katy? Did you see how Katy was brought onto that boat?
No, but either the Good Samaritan people helped or we all helped. I don't remember.
Okay, and that's totally fine if you don't remember. On the Good Samaritan boat, would you say it's pretty chaotic?
Yes.
Were you concerned for your friends that were hurt?
Yes.
Were you yourself seriously injured?
No.
Did you have any injuries?
A cut on my eye and my jammed finger. That's it.
So, relatively speaking, although it was a scary experience, you did not suffer any extensive injuries as a result of this crash, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, your friend Coco, was she sort of like ripping her arm in pain?
Yes.
Did it seem as if that she was suffering some injury to her arm based on how she was acting?
Yes.
Now, Katy, you mentioned in the water, was unconscious. Was she still unconscious on the back of the boat?
Yes.
Was she sort of like in a fetal position in the back?
Yes.
Was everyone doing their best to try to help her?
Yes.
How about Mia, Isabella Rodriguez, she goes by Mia. Was Mia also sort of like in a fetal position on the back of the boat?
Yes.
Did she also seem to be seriously injured?
Yes.
Now, unlike Katy, was she sort of making noises?
Yes.
Can you describe what type of noises she was making?
She was like screaming, I'd say.
Based on hearing her screaming, it seemed like she was in a lot of pain.
Yes.
Was there anything that you or your friends could do for her in that moment to help her?
Try to calm her down, but she just was screaming a lot.
Did you have any first aid training or anything like that?
No.
Now, you mentioned that at one point, George Pino joined you girls on the boat that you were on, right? You mentioned that earlier?
Yes.
Was he like standing upright the way I am now, more or less?
Yes.
Was he communicating?
I don't remember.
And by communicating, I just mean like able to speak with you girls.
Yes.
Did you like go over to him and have a full conversation with him?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Who were you mostly staying with and talking to?
Coco?
And if I'm not incorrect, were you sort of like in the middle of the boat on sort of like a sunning area?
Yes.
And Coco was sitting next to you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to call 911 from your cell phone?
No.
Was that because it was in the bottom of the ocean?
Correct.
Were you able to eventually borrow someone else's cell phone to call your parents?
Yes.
And were you able to get in touch with your parents while on the Good Samaritan boat?
Yes.
Did you tell them that you had been involved in a crash?
Yes.
At some point, does a police boat come up to the Good Samaritan boat?
Yes.
Did the police officer go onto the Good Samaritan boat and try to help Katy and Mia?
I think so.
Now, eventually, do you leave on a boat with some of the girls that are uninjured or relatively uninjured?
Yes.
And then the girls that were more injured, like Katy and Mia, did they go with another boat?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Lucy Fernandez, after the crash, right, you had said that she was sitting next to you. Do you ever see her again?
No.
Do you know what happened, and not from what people told you, but from seeing it yourself, do you know what happened to Lucy?
No, I never saw her after.
Okay. When you board the police boat with some of the girls that are less injured, do you go to like a ranger station or something like that?
Yes.
And when I say ranger station, I mean like there's picnic benches and bathrooms, things like that.
Yes.
When you get there, is there like fire rescue or people that are checking out all the girls to make sure that they're okay? Medically assessed, I guess I could say.
Yes.
And so you were attended to by like medical personnel before going home that night?
Yes.
Okay. Before going home, are you brought to a place called Black Point Marina, or like a more official station?
Yes.
And how do you get there?
To Black Point?
Yeah.
On a boat?
All right. And are you still with the girls that are less injured or relatively uninjured?
Yes.
Okay. Is George Pino with you all on that boat?
Yes.
And then when you get to Black Point Marina, do your parents come and get you from there?
Yes.
And then you go home and you sleep in your own bed that night?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, does someone official wearing a police uniform speak to you and ask you similar questions that I'm asking you here today, just to find out what you knew?
Yes.
And did you, answer their questions the same way that you're answering my questions?
Yes.
If I could just have one moment.
Please pass.
Thank you so much for being here. I have no more questions for you. The defense may have a few questions, but for now, it's okay.
Thank you.
Right, some of those questions were very detailed, but not important details, if you ask me.
Good afternoon, Ms. Monterey.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jeanelle Gomez, and I represent Mr. George Pino. Have we ever met before?
I don't think so.
We've never spoken before, right?
Correct.
So, I only have a few questions for you. During direct examination, you mentioned that after the accident, you saw Mr. Pino in the boat, and he was the person that said to jump?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Right now, during direct examination, when the prosecutor was asking you questions, you said that you had seen Mr. Pino on the boat after the accident, and you heard Mr. Pino say jump.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall?
You got a note from...
Do you recall being deposed in this case around July of last year?
You don't object to improper impeachment, Judge.
We should have copies of the transcripts of the depositions.
I have a physical copy, Your Honor.
All right, so it's like she's talking so soft. She's saying, like the state said, it's improper impeachment. They don't even know what she's going to do yet. So now the judge wants to, I guess, look at it.
I'd rather have the judge... I'd rather have the judge look at it than hear... Well, I guess it'd be the other attorney arguing, not Laura Adams.
In this case. I know that's some work files, so I don't know if that was included or not.
Using this way, for the rest of the witnesses, we'll have copies on it. Okay? What page are you referring to?
Page 48, Your Honor. That's my only copy.
Okay, so the question is, did she say that Mr. Pino is the one who told her to jump? Right?
Yep, and was still on the boat when he yelled that. Like, I guess before it would have capsized and flipped. So...
Did it not capsize immediately?
I don't really know if I trust the recall of how this event is playing out, like that people really observed. I don't know. And I also don't understand that if it didn't impact and like flip right away, then it kind of makes it more weird how we get fiberglass in anybody's skull, I think. So it's kind of more confusing if we just have this like slow Titanic sink.
Right. Yeah.
So I think the idea would be that maybe...
You need to just rephrase your question on that. So,
yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Maybe the statement could help the state that he was standing and yelling,
Do you
because
remember
no head
ever
injury
saying
for Pino either.
previously that you did not see Mr. Pino on the boat after the accident?
Can you repeat that?
Of course. Do you remember ever saying that you did not see Mr. Pino on the boat after the accident?
I don't remember.
Can I hand you something that may refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? You want to say something?
If you want to give the line number.
I have page 48, line 4 through 7.
Okay.
just read it to yourself, and after you read it, let us know if that refreshes your memory.
What line is it? The highlighted language. Ms. Monterey, does that refresh your recollection that you previously said that you did not see Mr. Pino on the boat after the accident?
Yes, but what if I remembered?
That's fine.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, it did that thing where it refreshes. at whatever point in time. Okay, so let's see if we can see when she approaches here. Is this where we were? Oh, that was a good recovery, wasn't that?
Yeah, might have been.
Ms. Monterey, does that refresh your recollection that you previously said that you did not see Mr. Pino on the boat after the accident?
Yes, but what if I remembered?
That's fine.
Oh, okay.
Fine. So that's your testimony today?
Yes, that I remembered, that I did.
Okay.
After the accident.
And did you ever say that you had seen Mr. Pino on the floor unconscious?
I don't remember.
Okay. You've known little Ceci since elementary school, right?
Yes, or younger.
And that's when you first met little Ceci?
Yes.
Do you remember how old the two of you were when you first met? You can recall?
Like 4 years old?
And you maintained a friendship with little Ceci throughout the years, right?
Yes.
And to this day, do you still consider little Ceci a good friend?
Yes.
Is it safe to say that you and little Ceci grew up together?
Yes.
And you also know Mr. and Mrs. Pino, right?
Yes.
You've known them since you were a little girl?
Yes.
And have your parents met Mr. and Mrs. Pino before?
Yes.
You have visited their home in the past?
Yes.
Before September 4th of 2022, before that date, you had been on a boat before, right?
Yes.
That was not your first time on a boat.
Correct.
In fact, you had been on Mr. Pino's boat before.
Yes.
You would say you've been on his boat around 20 to 30 times in the past.
Correct.
And you were also on Mr. Pino's boat on September 4th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And most of these times that you were on Mr. Pino's boat, were your parents present?
In the previous times I've been on his boat?
Yes.
No.
So your parents would allow you to go on Mr. Pino's boat?
Yes.
Okay. And you've also been an invited guest of the Pino family at Ocean Reef Club in the past?
Yes.
And when I say in the past, you know I mean before September 4th of 2022?
Yes.
Would you say you were a guest at Ocean Reef Club with the Pino family around 10 to 15 times?
Yes.
Okay. And so the sandbar that's located at Billy's Point, you've been there before?
Yes.
So now I want to talk a little bit about Labor Day weekend of 2022. You went there to celebrate little Ceci's birthday?
Pause real quick.
Yes.
Kat.
Can you remind me what day?
I don't know if she's going to circle back, but she should have probably done something like, so is this the first time that you've told anyone that you've spoken the words that you remember now seeing Mr. Pino after the accident give you these directions? Who'd you say it to? When's the first time you said it? But you agree that prior to whenever that first time you said it, your recollection and your understanding was that you did not see him. Like, do you think they drilled that? She really brought that home enough?
I don't know if she's going to loop back on that, but the part where do you remember saying at some point, I would assume during the deposition, but maybe it was like an utterance statement on the scene that night with like one of the rangers, that you saw Mr. Pino on the floor unconscious, which I don't know if that means the floor of the boat, which he couldn't have been yelling on the boat standing up, or if it means on the floor of the riverbed, the water, the channel, where the boat had turned over already, which would mean that nobody could be yelling to jump off because he'd be underwater. He couldn't yell.
Right.
So, but I don't know if she's going to circle back to that and like maybe like shake her. But what if I remember now?
Right. I mean, do you feel like the jury even grasped fully that she made this contrary statement before, or it was kind of glossed over? I feel like it was sort of glossed over. I don't know.
I don't know. I think the difficult thing is there's memory gaps because people were drinking. There's memory gaps because there was chaos. There's memory gaps because people were submerged underwater. And in a way, what I'm thinking of is that kind of helps why George Pino might have given a statement that some without context could view as very damning, a huge admission of consciousness of guilt, trying to cover up like if I hit a car while I'm driving drunk and I should not be driving drunk, maybe I'll flee the scene. Maybe I'll come up with an excuse. Maybe I'll do anything I can to avoid having to say that, well, I hit that car because I was drinking. And I think that's the inference that the state wants the jury to draw from the statement about this big wave, this big boat, and the wake. But if the more we focus on how nobody has any idea what was going on, there was chaos, memories get jumbled, even if we don't get to the traumatic brain injury testimony from George Pino, if everybody has these conflicting memories, that kind of,
Right.
it could just be a normal, when you get in an accident, you're not supposed to admit fault, whether
Right.
there's foul play alcohol involved or not. And that could be why someone might have an excuse. There was a wake, it wasn't me.
Right.
Which doesn't, to me, rise to the level of I knew I was intoxicated and shouldn't have been driving or operating a boat.
Right.
So, I don't know. To me, that's where this whole like memory thing is starting to accumulate for me rather than any one particular witness.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Kinda-
think the problem's going to be at the end of the day is that there's a girl that's dead. And, you know, I mean, when you get into a criminal trial, juries want to convict. They just do, you know, and if it seems like he was deflecting, despite everything you were saying, Katt, as
it gives them
being
permission.
gospel, it gives them something to hang their hat on, because it does kind of appear as consciousness of guilt, even if they don't get into the TBI stuff, you know.
It
I don't
seems
know.
like they will from their opening, but I guess we'll
Seems
see.
like they will. Like, I don't know. It's what do you think of that, babe? It almost seems disingenuous to me.
Well, some of it was like he said he had his boat wrong. Like what
Right.
kind, like, you know, and
There were
he,
three things, right? Like
yeah, and I don't know if he did or didn't
something about
rescue,
the engines or the motors, you know, like
right, the size, but that he went down and rescued somebody and he said the wrong person, but now we're not sure. We have to keep seeing how it develops. Did the did the other witness say anything about who he saw him rescue or not rescue?
No,
I
but
don't
there
know.
are witnesses, according to the motions, that observed George going and looking for Lucy and helping to raise her up when they realized she was missing and went to look under the boat, under the
Okay.
submerged boat.
Babe, what
So-
I'm asking about like putting an expert on is to this potential traumatic brain injury aspect of it as to why he may have been blurting things out. If we were trying this case, I'd probably be arguing. I don't think that that'll be well received by a jury. I think that they'll think it was some bullshit.
Right,
To
like
be
maybe is
honest
it
with
making
you.
a bigger deal of it and just leave it like there could have been a
Right.
boat, there might not have been a boat, but I think because of these other, you know, two things that were wrong, that maybe it wouldn't be seen as bullshit. I found that very compelling in the opening. It made a difference in my mind. Like, oh, he was saying other wrong shit.
Yeah, maybe
And what
I'll
about being concussed, right? Maybe if they don't get too far into TBI, but I mean, I think a jury, if you can put on the medical proof showing that he was concussed, that was one of the injuries. You know, could a juror connect those dots and say, look, he got bumped in the head and was also saying these other things that like had some place in truth or like relic of memory. They were coming from somewhere, but they weren't accurate.
right.
Just like some of these other witnesses. Like she didn't have major injuries, this girl, but she had a cut to her eye. And there was a lot of chaos and her memory's quite a bit jumbled. And to me, I'm not looking to fault anybody for their memories. I'm not getting the impression that these witnesses are intentionally trying to change their story. It could just be memory works weird and they're trying to make sense of what happened and fill in gaps.
Well, yeah, in the way that our memory works is you're only remembering the last time you remembered something. So you're not actually remembering the event. So every time that you recollect that thing that happened, whether it's 20 times ago, you're only remembering on the 20th, you're remembering the 19th time that you remembered it. And whatever gaps your mind filled in during that, you know, it becomes it's a fascinating way the mind works, but it's also entirely unreliable.
Well, and then you have I don't know who did the interviews or prepping, but if you have a state, they're demonstrating to me that they're very heavy with the leading question. So if this is how you question people during interviews or even prepping, or maybe you're asking some questions, if you ask somebody, you know, do you remember Mr. Pino standing up and yelling anything to the effect of jump? What did he tell anyone to get out of the boat when it was capsizing? The next time, months later, when you're asked, what do you remember? You could be withdrawing that memory because you remember being asked that question, but you can't distinguish that that's not a real firsthand memory anymore versus just you remember someone asking you that. It just becomes your synapses fire, and now it's just in your brain.
Now, I've got a question for you two, since I've been hit or miss today, and I apologize to those out in the audience because you're probably wanting to get back to the testimony. But when we're talking about the boat capsizing, that was due to the hole, right? And the slowly capsizing, as opposed to, like, I don't know if the boat, I have this
I think it's in
vision of the
dispute.
boat hitting this concrete marker and taking on, airborne for a bit, and it flips over in midair. Like, I don't know, because there were still girls in the boat. So it makes me think that, like, the thing hits the pylon, it creates this giant hole in the hull of the boat, and the boat starts to sink, and it starts going in, and he has time to tell everybody that's still on the boat, jump in the water, don't go down with the boat. So
Well, that's just
that
this
has not been
witness is
made
the
clear
first
yet.
one,
Okay.
right?
Well, I don't know. The last witness said she felt a jolt and then she was in the water. But she was supposed to be seated on something where there'd be stuff behind her. And it's not the side that had the impact. So, I mean, unless they're saying the side that got impacted, the impact caused it to go. But I feel like if you impact, wouldn't that cause it to
Oh,
kind of
so
go
it was
up?
definitely still up because the first girl said she was looking around the boat, go to this side of the boat, and she's throwing off cushions from the boat. So it's not
Oh, I
completely.
thought they were already in the, like, floating
See,
in
that's
the
what I'm
water.
saying. Like, if the water,
Well,
when
maybe I thought
when
she
the
was
boat
pulling.
starts to take on water, it's gonna start sinking, and then because it's top heavy, because that's where all the equipment and like all that stuff, it's gonna the hole is empty-ish, like, depending on what they have, like all the shit that they have, if they had a bed down in the cabin down below, like whatever, it's gonna all fall, because I think typically what happens with boats is it's going to capsize, and it's going to go hull side up and then sink down, from what I know about sunken ships. But I mean, I don't know. It's like, I was just curious of an openings, if either side, I knew the state didn't really talk about it, to see if the defense had mentioned exactly what happened with the boat upon contact.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to have, like, a definitive, because to me it seems like the description from this witness, I think it's different from what we're getting from the other witness, who said that George, right away, she thought George was under the boat, trapped in the wires, which, if you're under the boat trapped in the wires, the cabin should be flipped with you. It seemed like her description was he's under the boat, still inside the cabin partition. And she thought he was deceased. That's the visual I had when she was describing it. Like, as if she looked under and was already seeing this, but George Pino was still stuck down here.
Wow.
In the thing.
Yeah.
And that's very different from the first thing you remember. Because then she said, the next thing I saw was his hands were on the boat and I was relieved, as if I saw him under first and then he came up. But this is creating more time where it seems like the boat would have stayed upright, even if it was, like, wobbling. And
Yeah.
so and it all could happen so fast that, like, two people could just measure the time frame differently.
Yeah.
A split second could be 5 minutes in her memory.
Right.
And then we've got more witnesses that I'm sure it'll get even clearer as we go, I bet.
Yeah.
You drove up?
Saturday, September 3rd.
Okay. Do you remember if at night, on Saturday night, you girls had lasagna for dinner?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if Miss Pino cooked lasagna that night?
I don't remember.
And your parents knew you were going to be staying at Ocean Reef Club with the Pinos, correct?
Yes.
Did your parents accompany you that weekend?
Have I tried the lasagna?
Can you rephrase the question?
Were your parents there with you that weekend at Ocean Reef Club?
No.
Did your parents know that you were going to take a boat ride with Mr. Pino at some point throughout the weekends?
I think so.
And your parents allowed you to go?
Yes.
Now let's talk about the sandbar. When you were at the sandbar at Philly's Point, would you say that most of the time you spent it was at or around Mr. Pino's boat?
Yes.
One more thing.
What are they doing?
Whispering, asking if there's any other questions I should ask.
I feel like their whispers are louder than the speaking voices.
Shabba, 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 shabba.
Or are we going to circle back to the
You were
prior
interviewed
statement?
by an officer after the accident, right?
Yes.
Do you remember it was around April?
I don't remember the date.
And when you met with the officer after the accident, you told him that Pino was on the floor and he was bleeding, that he was unconscious.
I don't remember, but I guess I had to have said that.
And do you remember that you told the officer that he was lying on the floor, he was still next to you on the floor?
I don't remember.
If I show you something to refresh your recollection, do you think that might help?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Okay.
If I show you something to refresh your recollection, do you think that might help? I mean, that's usually it's like, would it refresh your recollection to see a report of the? I mean, I like it that way because if you say to someone,
You're
"I'll show you
implying
something
it's
that
their words.
right? No, but it says if I show you something that refreshes your recollection, will that help? Well, yeah, if it refreshes my recollection.
The answer that you want is in the question that you state.
Yeah, because usually
Look at
it's like, would showing you this thing refresh your recollection? Then the person thinks about that thing and says,
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
My favorite way is would looking at your statement refresh your recollection because you're hammering it home.
Read it to yourself quietly. See if any of that refreshes your recollection. Does that refresh your recollection that you previously told an officer that you had seen Mr. Pino on the floor unconscious and that he was bleeding?
Can you repeat that?
Does what I just showed you refresh your memory that you had previously told an officer that you saw Mr. Pino unconscious on the floor bleeding?
A little?
Okay. Two more questions for you. When you left the sandbar, you were on Mr. Pino's boat, correct? Traveling back to Ocean Reef Club
Yes.
that day on September 4th, 2022.
Yes.
Did you ever feel that Mr. Pino drove his boat in an excessive speed?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you ever feel like Mr. Pino was driving too fast?
No.
Is the prosecutor to come do that weird 9-second, 8-second, 7-second thing again?
No further questions. Thank you.
Dave, has anybody sent any questions on Venmo?
No.
Very briefly.
Send your questions on Venmo,
The
guys.
crash that we're all here for, was that the worst thing that's ever happened to you in life?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Is that the worst thing that happened to you? I mean, that just seems like a bit of grandstanding, but okay.
Yeah.
It will call Brent Reitman case.
He's like, all right, that'll cover all her memory problems. Check.
Reitman, you said, right? Reitman.
Yes.
Face appropriate, your right hand be sworn.
So we're done with the kids.
All right, you have a seat there, please, sir. Thank you. Just keep your voice up because the microphone's in one direction and the other in the other. Thank you.
He sounds like he's going to be a good micer.
So we already zipped through lunch?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the judge?
My name is Brent Reitman. I'm a civil trial lawyer in Broward County.
How do you like being on that side of the podium?
It's an odd sensation.
Okay. How long have you been an attorney?
I've been an attorney since 2010. I've been practicing civil trial law for the last 13 of those years.
Are you a solo practitioner or are you part of a firm?
I'm part of a law firm with 3 other attorneys.
Who are those other lawyers?
It's myself, Scott Lieberman, Ivan Cabrera, and Sean Thompson.
For those who may not know what a civil trial attorney does, can you tell the jurors a little bit about the type of law that you practice?
Absolutely. So primarily, our law firm handles cases for victims or their families who have unfortunately befallen catastrophic injuries.
I want to ask if your firm was retained by the family of a young lady by the name of Katerina or Katy Puig.
Yes.
And was that in relation to injuries that she suffered as a result of a boat crash that occurred on September 4th, 2022?
Yes.
Were George Pino and his wife, Cecilia Pino, two of the people that the Puigs were suing as a result of what happened to Katy?
That's correct.
Maybe approach
Yeah, what's happening here?
Look at who's sitting there. And I got the noise machine.
What is this guy testifying about?
So
the personal injury suit for Katy Puig,
Mhm.
where CC settled for some amount of money that's publicly disclosed, which seems like that might have been a condition of the settlement.
Mhm.
And then George, there was some, it's ended, but it's not publicly disclosed what that entailed for George. And then there were also like some first responder company was part of the suit as well.
Okay.
So this was the attorney that represented Katy Puig.
And they're introducing this in a criminal trial for what purpose?
That's
I
what
think
we're
they want to
waiting
say
hear.
that he maintained, would this be a prior consistent statement relating to something with the seeing the boat wake that nobody else saw?
So they're
I
gonna.
believe he said that he said that in response
you
to an
say-
interrogatory.
Oh, an
this
You're talking
interrogatory.
about you're talking about George. It would just be a statement of a party opponent. So
Okay. But I think it's because they want those interrogatory
whatever statements he made.
statements. There was a sidebar there.
I don't think the fact that there was a lawsuit should have necessarily come in. But I guess they're saying
Mr.
that's
Reitman,
background.
You indicated that your lawsuit filed, or your law firm filed a suit against George and Cecilia Pino, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know what George Pino looks like?
I do.
Do you see him in this courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point to him and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing so our record will be clear?
He's the gentleman at the end of the table, right in front of me in blue tie.
Please take it.
All right, so
When did he get moved over there? Oh, that's what you were saying.
In the course of that litigation, did you send to an attorney for George and his wife a document called an interrogatory?
Yes, I did.
Okay. First, what was the name of the attorney that was representing the defendant and his wife?
It's represented by an attorney by the name of Andrew Mescalotto.
Okay. Would you explain to the members of the jury what is an interrogatory?
Absolutely. In civil lawsuits, parties go through a phase of what's called discovery, where each party is allowed to gather evidence to support their own claims or to learn about the adversary's defenses. One of the tools that are available is sending an interrogatory, which is a written question. That question has to be answered under oath or subject to the penalties of perjury.
For the record, I'm showing counsel states 1X and 1W.
I want to put a
Subject to
penny
the
in
prior
this word
objection.
crease.
Mr. Reitman, I'm showing you states 1W and 1X. Can you take a moment, look at each of these exhibits and tell us if you recognize them?
Why didn't the defense just stipulate to these getting in? Maybe because they want to ask some questions about how the lawyers word those, and even though he has to sign off on it, it's not, he doesn't write them himself.
I recognize them, yes.
Are these in fact the interrogatories or the answers to your interrogatories that was filed in the lawsuit against Mr. George Pino and his wife?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time I move states 1X and 1W for identification and evidence.
Same objection, Your Honor.
all right, no objection admitted.
1W March 14 states exhibit 12 in evidence. 1S states exhibit 13 in evidence.
Mr. Reitman, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 12. Whose answers are those for the interrogatories?
This one is the answers of George I. Pino.
All right. Now, I want to ask you, on the last page of that document, is there a place for the defendant to sign his name?
Yes.
There you go, Ali.
Above the part where he signs his name,
Confirmed
is there
it's
something
true
known
and
as a
accurate.
jurat?
Yes.
Can you explain what is a jurat?
The jurat is where the oath of the declarant comes in. Florida rules allow you to either affirm under oath or to make a declaration under the penalties of perjury, which is what this one appears to be under 28 U.S.C.A. 1746.
Could you actually read to the members of the juror what it was that the defendant signed off as far as the truthfulness of his answers?
Sure. According to this jurat, it says, pursuant to 28 U.S.C.A. 1746, which is the statute I just referenced, I declare under the penalty of perjury, under the laws of the United States of America, that the foregoing interrogatories are true and correct to the best of my knowledge.
And what was the date that he signed that document?
This is dated October 19th of 2023.
Now, the boat crash that was the subject of this litigation, that was on what date?
September 4th of 2022.
So this is more than a year after the boat crash, correct?
13 and a half months. Correct.
Now, let's go over a couple of the questions that were asked and the answers. I want to direct your attention to question number 5. What was the question that you were seeking an answer to in interrogatory paragraph number 5?
The question on number 5 is describe in detail how the incident described in the complaint happened, including all actions taken by you to prevent the incident.
What was Mr. Pino's answer under oath and penalty of perjury?
It was pursuant to Florida Rule of Civil Procedure 1.340 subsection C. Mr. Pino refers to his statements on body cam to FWC Investigator Thompson.
What question did you ask in paragraph number 6 of this document?
Would you explain what that 1.340C is?
Sure.
Oh, sure.
So he just defers to what he
1.340C
previously
is a
said.
provision of the interrogatory rule that allows that instead of answering a question, if the other party has information that is equally accessible to them, you can refer them to whatever that item is as the answer to the question.
So he didn't actually say it twice and double down.
I practiced
Isn't
criminal
that
law,
what
so
was,
correct me if I'm wrong.
Bob, was that not explicitly what the state argued in
But
openings?
in theory, he is.
It is legally doubling down.
It's legally saying it again.
It's yeah, for all intents and purposes, it's as if he uttered it twice. I mean, that's on his civil lawyer who should have known. Like, was he charged at the point, or was he sued first?
I think charges were. I don't know when.
We
I think
know.
he had like he had like the misdemeanor charges, and it wasn't upgraded until the felony until 2024, late
So
2024.
after the civil suit was filed, and so after interrogatories were tendered.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess my gripe is the question didn't seem specific. So the referral is to a huge referral of any statements that were given. It wasn't like the question was.
The question is, how do
did
you? What are you saying happened, and what's your
and what
position on
steps
how
did you
this
take
accident?
to?
Right.
Yeah.
So
What steps did you take to avoid it? So that's a big question, very broad. And he defers on all of it to something else, but the state's going to hone in and say that this means he doubled down on one specific detail that we don't see present on the camera from channel marker 14.
right.
So I think to me, I'm disappointed that I was promised a double down. And even though I concede that is legally saying, yes, the same thing that I said before, I'm going to say again, I don't think that's as specific and as damning as it might be for him to insist the same exact vivid details that almost would make it seem like he's rehearsed his excuse over and over and tried to come up with this fantastical boat story just to absolve himself so no one would think that he was impaired and struck this channel marker.
Yeah,
That's kind of how I felt teed up by the opening
Yeah.
statement.
Well, hopefully that's how
The defense
jurors feel.
will get into it. I mean, the defense is going to bring it up. And, the other thing with interrogatories, you're supposed to send them off to your client. Now, that doesn't mean that the lawyer's not going to get the answers back from the client because it's supposed to be the client answering, and then, type it in and, clean it up in terms of language and things of like that nature. But in terms of
the lawyers almost always just fill it out and then go over it with them.
right.
Or go over it with them and then fill it out. But it's
Because
so-
like Pino wouldn't have known if he's like, all right, we're just going to attach as to like what your recollection of what happened that night is. We'll just attach whatever the police report said, which I'm sure that's what it's referring to, whatever
It's
statement.
the body cam.
Yeah, the body cam footage. So, I mean, I'm assuming that the defense attorney is going to kind of get into that, maybe even throw the civil lawyers under the bus. I don't know. We'll see
Right.
how they handle it. Because you're right. I mean, that's how they take it. That's how the jury's going to
I
take
love
it.
seeing attorneys thrown under the bus, to be honest. I just love to watch it. So
But does that basically allow a person in answering an interrogatory to say, hey, what I said that time, that's my answer?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
So let's talk now about question number 6. What was that question that you were seeking an answer to?
Question number 6 is describe in detail each act or omission on the part of any party to this lawsuit that you contend constituted negligence that was a contributing legal cause of the incident in question.
Did Mr. Pino provide, under penalties of perjury, an answer to that question?
Yes.
What was the answer that he provided?
The answer was the wake of the unidentified vessel headed northbound
there you go.
was a contributing legal cause of the incident in question.
I want to direct your attention to paragraph number 17. What was the question you were seeking an answer to in that paragraph?
Question 17 is, did you consume any alcoholic beverages or take any drugs or medications within 12 hours before the time of the incident described in the complaint? If so, state the type and amount of alcoholic beverages, drugs, or medication which were consumed, and when and where you consumed them.
What was Mr. Pino's answer?
As disclosed to the FWC on the date of accident, Mr. Pino consumed 2 beers in the 12 hours before the incident described in the complaint. Mr. Pino took no medications or drugs within the 12 hours before the incident described in the complaint.
Did you also ask a question of Mr. Pino, the defendant, in paragraph 18?
Yes.
What was that question?
That is, did any mechanical defect in the vessel which you were riding at the time of the incident described in the complaint contribute to the incident? If so, describe the nature of the defects and how it contributed to the incident.
And what was Mr. Pino's answer under penalties of perjury?
No mechanical defects were known to Mr. Pino prior to the voyage. Unknown at this time whether a mechanical issue with the vessel contributed to the accident, the defendants have been unable to inspect the vessel as it remains under seizure with the FWC.
that seems like an honest answer.
Ultimately,
lawyer
were the
answer.
civil proceedings involving the defendant George Pino and his wife resolved?
Yes.
They're no longer active, is that fair to say?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor?
No question, Judge.
No questions. Why the hell did you do it like this?
Reserve a further hearsay objection as well as to the interrogatory of.
Objection, judges, speaking objections.
Whatever was reserved previously, those objections have been presented. Okay, very well. Thank you.
I'm just surprised that I wonder if they think if they cross-examine him, it's going to take away from any appeal that they may have, that this somehow...
Is that why they just emphasize all reserve or?
I mean,
are they-
I wish I knew what their whole grounds were, but it seems like, because sometimes it's like when you look at a harmless error, like, well, you know what you did on cross? You did a real damn good job of undermining everything that he said, pointing out this, and that. And I don't know, are they worried that if they do that, it's gonna somehow
It won't
make
be harmful.
right? They'll be like, yeah, you did a real good job in the cross examination. So I don't think I think it was harmless error, or they just think there's no point in fighting it because they're still maintaining all of those same facts. I mean, the thing is, a boat can pass from way off in the distance, and the wake, a large wake still gets to you. So I don't know. They kind of said it both ways in their opening. Well, it either happened, and if it didn't happen, it was his concussion.
Yeah, and then maybe they're trying to associate the 2 beers with the unknown wake being caused. So you must be lying about the 2 beers thing in this answer as well, which I think that it's not hard to get to a leap where someone might lie and say, "Hey, sir, how much have you been drinking tonight?" And just, "Oh, I just had a couple beers." That's like the cliche response that you hear from somebody getting pulled over who was drinking and is being
Couple of
asked about
beers.
it when you shouldn't say anything at all.
Right. And you're always like, oh, if he
Uh,
said 2, that means 8.
Yeah, you just add the math, you double it, add 2, whatever. But then the idea, like, was there any mechanical defects? If you're trying to come up with excuses, I mean, wouldn't that be the time where you try to reach? But you're not willing to do that because you don't believe, you have no awareness of any mechanical defects, so you're not trying to make up an excuse on that point. And to me, I think that is a +1
And is
for.
the GPS a mechanical defect? I don't know. Because the
So
GPS didn't have the
how
post
was the
there.
state able to eliminate the fact in their theory that there were no other boats on the water at that time on
Kat
Labor Day
thinks that
weekend?
they have the
Channel
video.
marker 14 has like a camera on it, which
But
I
it,
don't think, I don't know that it's a 360 camera, but they think that it would have been facing wherever this supposed boat should be going by, and they said no boats went by it in 12 minutes.
huh?
Which is kind of weird to me because these good Samaritans get there quickly. So,
Yeah.
like, do they just mean no boats at all, no big boats, or are they determining what wake
On
could be
Labor
caused
Day
by a boat?
weekend at 6:30, like that seems so implausible to me. There had to have been a shit ton of boats out there on a holiday
And like,
weekend. I know how it is on Lake Michigan, and that's just Lake Michigan. You know
can a
what I
wake be
mean?
caused by somebody, like, even if it's a smaller boat? Like, big is a subjective description, right? It could mean
Yeah.
anything. It could mean like bigger than the boat that I'm currently in. So I'm referring to, it could be like the Suarez boat, which is big, but it's not like this huge cruise ship. Someone
Right.
might say cruise ship is big and anything else is small.
Right.
But could a boat that's about George Pino's boat size or a little bit bigger, if they're driving a little bit wild or hot dogging, could they
Yeah, I mean they could.
cause a wake?
I mean,
Even
my
if they're
only.
not doing it on the camera for channel marker 14.
I mean, they're gonna have to put on an expert for that, the defense, like, I'm assuming. If they're gonna lean into the whole, there was another boat thing.
I think in openings, defense is saying that it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if there was a boat, that's what he recalls. So whether there is or there wasn't, that's what he recalled. But he also recalled some other things, kind of like mostly accurate, but wrong in some significant way that we know was wrong. So we know it wasn't true that his boat had these 2 engines. That was his previous boat. His boat had different engines. And we know that he thought he rescued Nati from the water, but it was actually Lucy he rescued from the water. And they said the evidence will show that it was Lucy and not Nati. So unless they mess that up and don't deliver on that, they're saying, like, we know that he was correct that he rescued somebody, but wrong about who exactly he rescued. So if he has this vision of like a big boat, like maybe he's just mixing up seeing something earlier in the day with his brain trying to figure out how he ended up submerged underwater and this tragic thing happened. And I actually don't think it's that, for me, I don't think it's that far of a reach to try to comprehend how people have like these weird hallucinations or visions to try to explain something that they have no memory of.
Yeah, and he's also probably trying to figure out how the hell he hit that mile marker. Because like obviously it took him by surprise as well. If he saw it at the last second and tried to veer away from it, boats don't move like cars. I mean, I'm sure in his mind he was actively trying to figure out how did I miss that thing at some point. Like
Yeah.
probably in the 8 o'clock hour when he's talking to these cops and he's trying to put it together, like what the hell happened, because I'm sure it had to have taken him by surprise. Clearly, he didn't intentionally drive into the thing. Like something happened. Like I'm dying to know. Like, and he probably has no memory of it. Like honestly, of like what the hell happened, like how he ended up running into that thing, which is pretty hard to miss. With
Yep.
the green sign at least. Like the neon green sign. I don't know. It's weird.
Well, and I also think you can make up that excuse even if you're not driving impaired. It's people do not want to think that they are bad drivers. People do not want to admit that they have
Totally, yeah.
mistakes. Our ego steps in, and there's always like, oh, well, there's a pothole on the road. Like, you come up with it and like, no, there isn't. But like sometimes people don't say that because they're trying to like excuse a specific bad thing that they know that they did. They're saying it to, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm a perfect driver.
Yeah,
So,
like, I'm a
like,
great example of that, like, when I was trying to park this boat that we rented at the Wisconsin Dells, and we had all the kids in there, and my one buddy's out, and there's this water show that's, like, in this little nook of the lake, and this like, all this wake was coming in, so I was coming into this dock because we were gonna go eat, and, like, both decks of the dock are filled with people eating, and I keep smashing into this dock because my buddy didn't jump off the boat and like grab the buoy, like the buoy in order to like the bumper and like pull me in and use his foot to. So I kept smashing it, and I was blaming the wake, and Allison's like, "Yeah, it wasn't the wake. You're just a terrible boat driver." And I was like, "What? No, I mean, it was definitely the wake." But it was similar, and I was definitely blaming the wake, and there was a big wake coming on because it was a bunch of people that were being pulled skiing, doing tricks off big ramps, so that wake was coming in at me. Allison, can I get a witness on that? She's
Yeah,
not even paying.
that was
Wow.
happening. I think it was all your fault, though.
Wow. See,
Nobody docked the boat. Nobody got off and like tied you just came in hot, babe. You came in
I
hot.
wasn't really coming
were
in
hot.
hot. I wasn't hot. Like
I mean, ask all those onlookers.
Were you hot dogging?
I was not hot
They came in
dogging.
hot.
I was trying to drift it to the side.
I mean, if drift is like,
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Well, whatever. So I could sympathize with George trying to figure out what the hell happened because, and I'm sure he's a very experienced boat guy. I don't know.
But that's when you think you're so good at something, that's when you get comfortable. And I think that's actually something the defense did argue in their opening, maybe. Which is that culpable negligence if that's something that happens to the best of us? Even though we'd all like to think we wouldn't crash a boat into a channel marker, but like any type of incident like that where we do something we do all the time. Oh, I can't believe I just did that.
Yeah.
Oh, I burned. I'm trying to saute something. I burned something. I let my onions burn. I can't believe I just did that. I cook all the time. Like that type of slip of the mind can actually happen the more comfortable you are with something, as opposed
Did they
to being new where
pull
you're scrutinizing yourself.
George's phone records? Like, is it possible he was texting while boating? I mean, let's call a spade a spade. I mean, if the guy wasn't paying attention because he was looking down at his phone, just kind of like,
Or someone was trying to show him a video like on their phone. I
like
mean,
anything. Like, there's gotta
that's what I think it is. And like it'll be argued you're the captain, so you should be keeping your eyes forward, especially if you don't have another lookout or co-captain. This is a small boat. So it should still fall on your shoulders either way.
Yeah.
And then also at the end of the day, there could be 6 jurors sitting there that say, look, I still just don't believe that if I were ever in this situation, I would say I saw a boat if there wasn't actually a boat, and the state's going to put on some proof to show that there was no boat in that area. And these 6 jurors could decide, well, he was lying because he knew he was drinking. And so we're going to make the inference there was more than 2 beers.
Yeah, I think that's where it's going to fall. I mean, the state's going to try that case, the case that way. It's like you said, they didn't go with the boating under the influence, but I think at the end of the day, they didn't think they had to. They could make enough inference to it and allow the jury to come to their own conclusion. Without them having to prove it up. Yeah, I mean, they never would have been able to prove that up. And they knew that would have hurt their case because they would have had to have found him not guilty on that. They just wouldn't have had enough evidence. And so I think ultimately that was why they pivoted away. And they're like, well, we can still make it a part of the narrative. We can let the jury take what they will from it in terms of testimony coming in that he was drinking. And, is it that thing where like anybody that gets pulled over and is a moron and talks to the cops when they ask if you've been drinking? Hey, I had a couple.
2 means 8.
Yeah, I mean, people do it all the time.
Yep. It's the
All
state's
back.
case to lose, I think. But when is it not?
Yep.
They calls Aracely Alvarez.
I wonder if they're related. Mila, the first friend witness, was Alvarez.
ARACE01.
These are from testimony about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth.
Please keep your voice up. Microphone is in one direction, the jury's in another, so it's overlapping.
Okay.
Thank you.
You may proceed, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You have a microphone in front of you, so you could just use that and keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, can you please state your full name for the record and introduce yourself to our jurors?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Aracely Alvarez.
And Aracely, do you go by Shelley?
I do go by Shelly.
Okay. So, ma'am, who do you work for?
Currently for Playa Largo. Current Playa Largo?
And is Playa Largo a resort?
It's a resort.
Are you an event planner?
I am.
How long have you been an event planner for?
Since 2022.
So before being an event planner at Playa Largo, were you an event planner at Ocean Reef Club?
I was.
How long were you employed at Ocean Reef Club in general?
In general, off and on since 2006.
Okay. And so were you working there full-time?
Yes, when I worked for Ocean Reef, I was full-time.
And before you became an event planner, did you work at like an ice cream shop or smoothie shop, something like that?
I did.
And would you serve guests at the club?
Yes, members of the club.
I'm sorry, you're going to need to have your voice up.
More? Okay.
Okay. Now, just briefly about, we've heard Ocean Reef Club mentioned. Can you tell the members of our jury what exactly is Ocean Reef Club?
It's a private club down in the Keys.
Is it membership only?
Membership, yes.
Are there like large events, weddings, things of that nature hosted at the club?
Yes.
Are there like villas or houses that can be rented?
Yes.
And is there a fee to become a member?
There is an initiation fee and there's fees.
Can I just come without a membership to Ocean Reef Club and use the facilities and things like that?
No.
Would I need somebody who's a member to invite me?
Correct.
Okay. Now we're here for a trial, State of Florida versus George Pino. As someone that worked at Ocean Reef Club prior to the date of the crash, have you ever met or known George Pino?
I have seen him in the club before, yes.
Okay, and I saw you looking. Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you just describe an article of clothing that he may be wearing?
Blue jacket.
Okay.
Light blue tie. It's a blue jacket with a light blue tie.
Identified. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Now, just so that I understand, although you may have seen him around the club, was he like a personal friend of yours or anything like that?
No, he's a client of ours.
He's a patron, basically.
Correct.
Okay. Now, how about the Fernandez family with their daughter Lucy Fernandez that is now deceased? Did you know that family as members of the club as well?
I did.
Would it be accurate to say that just like George Pino and his family, they were just people you recognized, but no close connection or personal connection to them?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to draw your attention to a banquet event order that was filled out for the date that we're all here to talk about, September 4th, 2022. Were you the person that created this event order?
Yes.
Okay. And was it George Pino's wife, Ceci Pino, that requested this event to be planned?
From what I recall, yes.
Now, I think that you recall communicating either by phone or email, but you're not quite sure which.
I'm not sure exactly how we communicated.
But either way, are you sure that you didn't speak to her face to face?
I don't. I've never seen her in person to coordinate this event.
Okay. So when a member of the club wants to make an event, how do they go about doing that, generally speaking?
They would just reach out to our department and we would coordinate those events, like those details together, and we would create an event order that you see in front of you, and we would just make the event happen.
And so once a member wants an event to be created, does that get input into your department system?
Correct.
And does that include all of the details of what the member wants the event to look like?
Yes.
So for example, does the member tell you what type of food they want there?
Yes.
Does the member tell you the venue that they want?
Yes.
And I think is one of the venues that Ocean Reef have called The Point?
Yes.
All right, and if I could just show you, I'm showing the defense was marked 2A for identification. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
And then I'm showing you what's marked for identification at 2A. Do you recognize this as a photo of The Point?
Yes.
And is this the place where events can be hosted by Ocean Reef?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I ask that it be admitted? No, sir.
I marked for this, text exhibit 14 in evidence.
No, before I ask the court to publish, ma'am, so looking out on this photo in the direction of that boat, is that looking eastward?
Yes. The borders is east.
And then on the left side of the page, is that north?
No.
All right. May I publish that, Judge? May. And just again, repeating what the witness said, in the direction of the boat at the top, that's east, and then on the right side of the page. And so the jurors will have a chance to look at that in evidence, but what type of events happen at the point?
We can do anything from a simple cocktail party to a ceremony for a wedding. It's an open space, so we can practically do any type of event there.
Now, as far as the billing, is your department also responsible for the billing?
Our sister department, basically, our banquet department is in charge of that. Was in charge of that.
And then I guess I should also ask, for catered events, do you yourself go to cater the event, or is there staff that does that for your department?
There's a different department that does that.
Okay. So to be clear, you basically take the event request, you document the order, input it in the system, and then let the banquet people know what to do.
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to show you some records, ma'am, that I think you've seen before. This is states 1Y and 1Z for identification. May I approach it?
Yes.
So ma'am, let's first start with 1Z. Oh, no, sorry, 1Y. It's a 2-page document. And let me show you the second page. Is this the banquet event order that was generated for the Pino party to be hosted September 4th of 2022?
Yes.
And some of the details on it, are you familiar with based on your coordination with the Pinos? Basically information that they gave to you and you inputted.
Yes.
All right. And then also 1Z, is this the receipt for the banquet that corresponds to the banquet event order form that we looked at?
Yeah.
Okay. Judge, I'd ask that these documents be admitted.
Okay. Without objection.
C1Y, marked for D, text exhibit 15.
I'm sorry, what number?
15.
Thank you.
1Z, text exhibit 16.
May I publish these documents, Judge?
May.
And so, ma'am, before I ask you some specific questions, let me just show the documents. So this is the state 16. And then states 15 as the banquet event order. And I know it's small print, so ma'am, I'm going to ask that for you to help me publish this to the jury, okay? So why don't I hand you the event order forms? So am I correct that this event was for 24 people?
Yes.
At $52 a person?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was there also a cocktail reception set up for the Pinos?
So we just named it a cocktail reception, but yes, this is basically it.
And by cocktail reception, all I mean is, was there the ability to order alcoholic drinks?
Yes.
All right. Now, for this event, would the guests have to pay for the drinks themselves, meaning the host isn't giving an open bar?
The host is giving juices, waters, and soft drinks, and then the alcohol was going to be paid by the guests.
Okay. And Judge, Ms. Adams just reminded me, we do have a bigger copy, so I'm going to show the defense 1G. It's a bigger copy than what I just put in. Yeah, please. I don't believe the defense has an objection to admitting this, Judge. This is bigger. No problem. All right. Thank you.
1G, marked for D, text exhibit 17.
Okay, and since it's bigger, I'll just republish this, please. I'm going to try to get you out of here soon, ma'am. Just a few more questions. The start date for this event was at 9 p.m.?
Yes.
And the time that the event was supposed to end was 11 p.m.?
Yes.
all right? And is there information in these documents about the cost and the amount that's supposed to be paid by the Pinos?
Well,
Or is that on the receipt?
It's on the receipt, but basically the price point that you see here would have been paid for them, by them, sorry.
And if you could look at the document that has the receipt, was the amount for the event $1,878.72?
Yes.
And this transaction, did it actually go through on or about 9:57 a.m. September 4th?
The transaction itself?
Yes. Okay. Now, do you learn, ma'am, that this event, it never took place?
No, but,
Was the food cooked?
yes,
Were the tables set up?
yes,
Did any guests come?
no.
Just one moment, please. Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate you being here. I have no more questions for you. The defense may have a few, but otherwise, thank you so much.
People didn't eat and they drank?
Good afternoon, Mr. Aracely. My name is Mark Shapiro.
Mark.
I had an opportunity to speak previously when I took your deposition in States. I don't know if you recall that or not.
Yes, I do.
I've seen in person.
you.
We'll resume as we previously met. Mr. Aracely, the Pinos, as you said, were members of the Ocean Reef Club. Is that right?
Yes.
Cover the hamburger lamps up here.
And members of the Ocean Reef Club, they have certain benefits, one of them being a member to be one. Is that right?
A member to what, sir?
I mean, having membership at the Ocean Reef Club brings with it certain benefits, does it not?
Yes.
For instance, being able to make a reservation at the Point Restaurant, correct?
The point isn't a restaurant, but yes, they have an ability to make reservations at a restaurant.
Well, where the banquet was to be taking place, they have the benefits of membership by having being able to reserve that space, invite guests, and enjoy the food and beverages that the guests will be providing, correct?
Yes.
Now, on this particular reservation, it was set for September 4th, which was the Labor Day weekend. Is that right?
Yes.
I think we already established that. And Mrs. Pino, you testified, was the person who actually finalized the transaction, securing the location. Is that right?
From what I recall, yes.
All right. Well, on the receipt that you referenced a moment ago, we have. Oh, all right. Ms. Aracely, the receipt, as evidenced in State's Exhibit 16, that was paid for, as we said, by Miss Cecilia Pino, Mr. Pino's wife. Is that your recollection?
What do you mean by paid?
Well, I have a receipt here. I thought that the state asked you when you answered their question about who it was that planned for the event.
Oh, yes, like, who coordinated the event, yes.
That was Mrs. Pino?
From what I recall, yes.
Oh, and that receipt for payment in State's Exhibit number 16 has a date stamp of September 4th, 2022, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think I recall you saying that the time that the receipt was paid for was at 9:57 a.m.
Yes.
And this is a holiday weekend, isn't it?
Yes.
So in order to reserve a space for a banquet or a holiday weekend, I would imagine typically it's not such an easy thing to do on such short notice. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And that's the case at Ocean Reef Club as well, right?
It could be, yeah.
Nevertheless, the reservation was made and paid for in advance of the actual event, which was going to take place later that night.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Aracely, being members, well, let me ask you this, right? Had the host of this scheduled banquet, Mr. and Mrs. Pino, arrived for the banquet later than 9 o'clock, they were late getting to their own banquet, would they have forfeited any part of the payment that they made for the space?
I'm not understanding the question.
Sure. There wasn't any risk to the Pinos that their banquet or party would be spoiled had they been late to the banquet that night, right?
No.
In other words, the room was paid, space was paid for,
Yes.
correct? They had between 9 and 11 o'clock to enjoy the space, right?
Yes.
And if they were a few minutes late, even, there was no risk of loss of anything. Is that right?
Yeah.
And it's also true, if you recall, that the time slot that the Pinos set and reserved that night between 9 and 11, they were going to be that was the final time slot for September 4th, 2022, wasn't it? So that even if they got there a little late, they could have stayed a little past 11 because there wasn't another party pushing them out. Isn't that true?
Yeah. Like,
So there wouldn't have been any stress for anyone if they thought for a moment that they might be 10 or 15 or 20 minutes late to their own event. Is that right?
Yes.
Small, please.
Right, so
Thank you,
not
Ms. Aracely. Nice to speak to you.
it's not necessarily true that he was speeding because he had this reservation.
Right.
Just very briefly, Judge. Ma'am, you testified and the documents show that this event was from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever tell George Pino or Ceci Pino, don't worry about it, you show up whenever you want? Did you ever say anything like that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
They had to get there before 11, can't be too late.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Yeah, but there was nowhere near 11.
I'd be annoyed if I was called for this.
Take our mid-afternoon, little comfort break. We have some coffee for you and some snacks. You can leave, as these inside your envelopes on your chairs. Renee's going to take you out in about 2 minutes. Please remember not to discuss this case with each other, anyone else, and no research or efforts to obtain information outside the courtroom.
Fix them out.
And we will contact you recorded. Okay? Very well. Let's let the jury speak for a second.
Maybe she will say something.
Okay, we're going to take 15 minutes. Let me ask everyone to please just avoid the fifth floor if you can. Rest of the time.
What happened on the 5th floor?
15.
I said, tell everyone to avoid the 5th floor.
What's happening?
What is going on?
What is going on the 5th floor? We need to know.
Also, are you guys doing any other topics this week? While we wait for them to come back. Topics with chat?
Yeah. I kind of want to look into this whole bricks and minifig thing that's going on with Reckless Ben. It's kind of sucked me in, the whole story. So I don't know.
I was making sure everyone's safe and you all had water and eat water.
Runkle's deep into it. So it kind of sucked me into it.
Actually, sometimes when stuff's being widely covered, I like to see that Runkle's doing it because then I can pick who I want to watch with.
Two more.
I think so. Okay, try our best.
Someone got a soda. The jury seat. Alright, it doesn't look like they do anything here. Oh.
Canela.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume. Say what's with.
State Officer Hilary Canela, please.
Just one listen.
Hilary, Hilary, he's a gentleman.
And last name.
Canela, Canela.
Thank you.
Put a Mr. in the banner so we know.
All right, sir, would you please step over? There's the clerk right here, be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may have a seat, sir.
And so, just please loud, put the microphones in one direction and yours in another. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
My name is Hilary Canela,
What do you do for a living?
insurance.
Mr. Camila, I want to take you back to September 4th, 2022, the Sunday of the Labor Day weekend. Do you recall if you were on a boat that afternoon?
I was.
Who were you on a boat with?
James Gassenheimer.
Who's he?
He's a friend of mine.
What does he do for a living?
He's a lawyer.
Were you all, what brought you two together that day?
James had just become a member of Ocean Reef. I used to be a member of Ocean Reef with my parents as a child, and I was
Hold on one
thinking,
moment. Did you, if I close that door? I'm sorry, something about Ocean Reef? And if you could try to keep your voice up. I know it's not easy, but
Sure.
talk louder than you think you need to. Okay.
okay, thank you. So James had become a member of Ocean Reef, and I was thinking about becoming a member of Ocean Reef again. I used to be a member as a child with my parents growing up, and so that's why we were there.
Okay. Did there come a time when you and Mr. Gassenheimer go out on his boat into and past a part of the waterway called Angelfish Creek?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time of the day it was?
It was dusk. It was not dark.
Okay. What had you been doing earlier in that day?
We were touring Ocean Reef with the Gassenheimers and another couple.
Who's we?
So it was James Gassenheimer's wife, me and my wife, and another couple.
Okay. Where were you guys going to be heading to as you leave Ocean Reef at dusk that day? Where were you?
We were taking James's boat back to Coconut Grove.
Okay. As you leave past Angelfish Creek and make the turn to go north, like up toward Coconut Grove area, can you tell the jurors what is it that you see?
We saw a collection of boats and something strange that was white coming out of the water.
Okay. Did you later get a chance to see what in fact that white thing coming out of the water was?
Yes, it
What
was.
was it?
It was a capsized boat.
For the record, I'm showing counsel states 1K for identification.
Should be more clear with my banner.
Does this appear to be photographs of that same capsized boat that you saw only in the daylight?
Yes.
At this time, I'm in states 1K for identification and evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
State Exhibit 1K, previously marked identification, will become State Exhibit number 18.
Can you tell us what happened as you and Mr. Gassenheimer approached this capsized boat?
There was a lot of yelling to slow down, that there was a missing 17-year-old girl. And as we slowed down and we began to drift north, we were heading in the direction of the capsized boat.
Do you see if there's any people in the water at that point in time?
I did not.
Were there other boats that did have people on them?
Yes.
Did some of those people that were on boats appear to be teenage girls?
I believe so. That boat was a little further in the distance.
Was that boat a larger type of a boat?
Yes.
Did it have a platform at the back of it?
Large platform, yes.
As you get closer and closer to this capsized boat, do you see if there's anybody near it?
Yes.
Who?
The defendant,
Who? What is his name?
George Pino.
I want to ask you, did you know George Pino from before that day?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We were friends.
Tell us about what happens as you approach that boat.
As we approached the boat, I asked George if it was him, and he said it was. I asked him what happened. He said that they had hit a marker. I asked if he was okay. He said he was. And then he said that they were looking for this 17-year-old girl.
Do you see George Pino in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point to and describe the article of clothing that he's wearing for the record?
He's over there. He's wearing a blue suit with a white shirt and a blue tie.
Stipulated.
Oh, it's original.
Do you remember what part of this capsized boat you saw the defendant next to?
He was holding on to the bow of the boat.
Do you see where the bow of that boat would be in either of these photographs, which is in State's Exhibit number 18?
Yes.
Where?
Here and here.
Okay. Using this pen, would you be able to circle the location on these two photographs of where you saw George Pino in relation to his capsized vessel?
Here.
Okay.
This, he would be on the other side.
Okay. Can you just draw kind of an arrow to like the location of just right other side?
Yeah. Oh, right here.
In the lower photograph where we see all the damage, is that the port side of the boat or the starboard side? know it's tricky because it's upside down.
Yeah, that would be the starboard side.
Okay. And so you saw him on the port side, front of the boat? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, that's okay. So as you have this exchange of information with the defendant, are you like right up in his face?
No,
Are you still on Mr. Gassenheimer's boat?
I was on Mr. Gassenheimer's boat, yes.
Okay. Now, when you see the defendant holding on to the front left side or the port bow of that vessel, let me ask you something. How long had you known George Pino when you come upon him at that time?
Prior to that incident, I would say approximately 15 years.
Did you consider yourself good friends with George Pino?
I consider myself friends, yes.
Okay. When you see him and he's holding on to that boat, can you describe how he looked?
He looked dazed, in a state of shock.
Now, as people are calling out saying that there's a 17-year-old missing, do you say anything to the defendant?
I told him to look under the boat.
How did you say that to him?
Um,
As best you can recall, even though we're in a courtroom, can you please try to recreate the manner in which you spoke to George Pino from Mr. Gassenheimer's boat?
Oh boy.
So I was standing towards the bow of Mr. Gassenheimer's boat, and as I looked around, the water looked fairly clear, might have been 6 feet deep. At that moment, it dawned on me she probably was not in the area because she would have been found by that point. So she must be under the boat. And so I told George to go look under the boat. He didn't respond initially, and then I
Hold
moved.
on, one second.
Okay.
Did you say to George Pino, go look under the boat?
Yes.
No. Did you say it this way, go look under the boat?
Oh, no, no.
How did you say, go look under the boat?
I yelled at him to go look under the boat.
You
Was
can
that
turn
who the
away
other
from the
witness
microphone. Can you yell for us the way you yelled to George Pino that day?
Yes. I said, George, go look under the boat.
What was his response?
He froze.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
And then I yelled a second time.
Can you yell for us now, in this courtroom, the way you yelled at the defendant to look under the boat?
And then I yelled more loudly, George, go look under the boat. If not, I will.
What happened
That's
at
not
that
really
point?
yelling.
At that point, he said, okay, and then he took a breath and went underwater.
What if this is what the girl heard, like when she thought she heard George yelling, jump
Did he
off
come
the
back
boat?
up from underneath the boat?
Yes,
Did he have anybody with him when he came back up from underneath that boat?
he had Lucy.
Tell me about, who is Lucy?
Lucy was the 17-year-old missing girl.
I mean, that could have been what she heard, Katt. That's a really good observation.
I mean, she could have been asked during a follow-up interview, like, do you remember hearing someone else yell about going under boat, off boat, something to that effect, and then she just mushed it. Basically to try to corroborate or find out if anyone observed this guy give that instruction.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize who this person is?
Yes,
Who is it?
Lucy Fernandez.
Did you ever know Lucy Fernandez when she was alive?
No,
Did you know her parents?
yes,
What are her parents' names?
Andy and Melissa.
How did you know them?
Through the Epiphany Parish community. Common friends.
Pardon me?
Common friends.
Now, can you describe for the jurors, what do you actually see as George Pino comes out from under the boat with Lucy?
As George comes out of the boat with Lucy, there was a small boat nearby that he was trying to swim to. And then we turned in that direction so that we could help. And that's when James Gassenheimer tells me that he knows CPR and he jumped out of the boat. And I took control of his vessel.
And where did James Gassenheimer go once he jumped off the
He
boat?
swam towards the boat that George swam towards, and he got on the boat and began doing CPR on Lucy.
Did you see any helicopters over this area during this time?
Yes,
What did you see with the helicopter?
they had I guess a rescuer from the Coast Guard on a cable. He was dropped into the water. He swam over to the boat. He got onto the boat, and then he took over.
for the CPR.
Does that boat remain in the same place? Or let me rephrase that. Does Lucy remain on that small boat?
Not for the entire duration, no.
Okay. At some point, is she transferred to another boat?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see that boat leave?
Yes.
Did you follow that boat?
No.
What did you and Mr. Gassenheimer do once Lucy had been transferred and was escorted away from that location?
We heard a cry for help that there were 2 girls that needed attention.
Did Mr. Gassenheimer come back onto the boat?
Yes.
Who actually piloted that vessel in the direction of where allegedly there was more help that was needed?
James Gassenheimer.
Where were these, like in what direction did you head toward upon hearing that there were additional people that needed help?
South.
Were they further south of Mr. Pino's overturned vessel?
Yes.
Did you see that boat, or do you remember if you saw that boat when you first were coming up toward where you found George Pino?
Yes.
At that point, when you saw that boat, did you know that there was anybody in need of medical care?
No.
Can you describe what that second vessel was that you wind up going to with Mr. Gassenheimer?
It was a large vessel, I would say over 50 feet. It had a blunt bow. I call those style boats Van Dutch boats.
Okay.
Very wide, had a large bow and a large platform deck.
Just in case somebody here doesn't know what a platform deck on a boat would be, can you describe that for the jurors?
So on the transom, the rear of the boat, it has a very wide platform deck, got it 5 feet from the transom to the end of the deck and probably 12 to 14 feet wide.
Are you yourself a boater?
Yes.
What's a transom?
The transom is the rear of the boat.
Okay. As you approach this large vessel and are getting closer to it, do you recognize anybody that's on that boat?
Yes.
Who is it that you see on that boat that you recognized?
I see Gallo Monterrey and I see Ceci Pino.
How did you know who those 2 people were?
Because I know the parents, and whenever we would get together, we knew the daughters. And we knew their daughters.
Do you make inquiry about whether anybody else is missing?
Yes.
And was anybody else missing based on what you were getting told?
I asked where the rest of the girls were, if they were all accounted for. They said yes. I asked if anybody was injured. They said yes. There were 2 girls unconscious on the platform.
Did you learn who those 2 girls were?
I did.
Who?
One girl was Katy Puig, and one girl was Mia. I didn't know her at the time. Mia, I think the last name is Rodriguez. Not sure.
Did you know Katy Puig?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, how did you know who she was?
Katy is the daughter of Rudy Puig.
And who is Rudy Puig to you?
He's a friend of mine.
At that point, are you able to make a call to Rudy?
Yes.
What do you tell him?
I told him that there was a boating incident and that his daughter was unconscious on the platform.
At some point, does a police boat make its way to that large boat with the big platform?
Yes.
Had you seen Katy Puig earlier that very day?
Yes.
When you are out on the waters with Mr. Gassenheimer that afternoon going into the later hours, what was the weather like?
It was very pretty. We commented as to how beautiful it looked. It was very calm.
Without getting into any details, is Katy in the same condition now as she was before
No.
this crash?
No.
No other questions?
Thank you.
They said no cross?
No questions yet.
So they asked for a moment and then decided no cross.
Yes, Judge, thank you. The state calls Robert Brutto.
I'm not sure how much that helped the state. I mean, that he had to be told twice.
He hesitated. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's shooken and confused and. But did we
And
tell?
then the guy didn't really yell. He said,
But was the boat
"Look under
upright?
the boat."
I'm still not getting what she's trapped under if he's saying look under the boat.
I think the boat capsized like pretty much right away.
And he was sitting on top of it? He was in the
Well,
water?
So I think his hands, because we have the witness saying that like when he gets above water, his hands are like touching the boat. And it seems like when they showed the picture to that last witness, it was a double picture, but it was this picture stacked on another picture, and he had to point to where the bow of the ship is on both the pictures. So when he was describing that, the boat was already capsized in what he was visualizing. So to me, that's taking me to the point where a boat capsizes right away, and that goes to impact being the likely cause of why somebody who was on the starboard side would sustain
pinned.
serious injuries.
Right.
So,
And then what is she pinned by?
oh, what did I do? I thought
Something.
like underneath the boat.
Yeah, but the boat is floating. So is it something dropped out of the boat? The water was that shallow there?
I don't know. Or she's just like, this is like creepy to talk about, I feel like. Just like imagining this happening,
That's
but
how
being
shallow
stuck.
it is. That's if that's the top of the boat, that
Yep.
the bottom of the boat is still able to protrude out of the water. It's not that deep there.
Yep, and he estimates about 6 feet. But if she hit her head and was dazed, even if she was starting to come to, it's dark. You open your, there's water. Like sometimes people, you need a second for your eyes to adjust. And if
Right.
you're panicking, maybe she, in her movement, got herself stuck in a way that she wasn't initially stuck.
Hmm.
I don't know.
All right.
Because there is like this like stuff hanging on like, I don't know if that's like a part of a seat or something, but you see that like orangey red thing that's hanging on the side.
Right.
Like there is like stuff.
Those could be the thing that you throw out, the bumpers that you toss out when you
Oh,
dock.
and you like, yeah. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying.
I can't tell though. I can't tell what it is.
That like slow you down or float you up. But like if there's like a rope that's normally, maybe she was like stuck in something like that and just panicking. And that
Yeah.
it seems like that's kind of what happened to George, because the person said that she had seen him stuck in this little cabin area, like tangled, and she said wires. So, and I don't know if that's like something like back there's like little things, but kind of looks like broken glass, that second pane in the
Yeah.
background.
Or it could have been
And
just
maybe
a part of her was something was pinned under there. Who knows?
but he was able to get her out.
Right.
Robert Brutto.
Please step forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and motion and nothing but the truth? Yes. You may proceed, sir.
You still have the picture up.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't realize we switched court reporters either.
Please keep your voice down and clear into the microphone. Turn a little bit so that I can see that.
Okay. May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the members of our jury here?
My name is Robert Brutto. I'm a retired Miami-Dade police officer.
Mr. Brutto, when did you retire from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
November of 2024.
How long did you serve?
Approximately a little over 31 years.
Congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
What unit were you working for at the time of your retirement?
The Marine Patrol unit.
How long did you serve as part of the Marine Patrol unit?
Approximately 20 years.
Before working for the Marine Patrol unit, were you a road patrol officer?
I was a road patrol officer for 6 years. I was a auto theft detective for approximately 5 years, and then finished the last 20 as a Marine Patrol officer.
As a Marine Patrol officer, did you receive specific training?
Yes.
Can you sort of describe some of the training that you received to become a Marine Patrol officer?
Initial requirements are the Florida boating course put on through FWC. It's required by every boater born after January 1st, 1988. It was one of the first requirements that I had to complete. After that, once I joined the unit, the Miami-Dade Police Department put on a approximately 10-day course of boating school to teach the new boaters or the new hires for that unit the way they wanted to patrol and operate the vessels. Throughout my career, there were numerous other agencies that put on trainings, Coast Guard, FWC, some outside agencies that I had attended for various different boating courses, as well as BUIs on the water, radiation detection on the water, numerous trainings.
Have you ever been an instructor for trainings?
Yes, towards the end of my career, the last, I'd say 4 years or so, I was an instructor for the Miami-Dade Police Department's boating school.
As part of training, would navigational safety be discussed?
Yes, it would be as part of the course.
Just for the benefit of the jurors, were you a boater as a civilian growing up?
Yes, I pretty much grew up my entire life here in South Florida. Went on numerous boats my family owned, as well as myself that I owned, as well as neighbors. Pretty much from probably the age of 7 or 8 years old, I've been on the boat.
And even though you are now retired, do you still boat?
Yes, I do. I have my own vessel that I go out on.
All right. So, Mr. Brutto.
Sorry to pause, but Alabama federal court declared that the Alabama Department of Corrections nitrogen hypoxia execution protocol violates the 8th Amendment, issues permanent injunction against Alabama executing Jeffrey Lee by gas suffocation. That's pretty big to just say that.
If they have a backup way, though, they might be able to.
It's firing squad. I think that they were asking for verification that the firing squad would be available. So, or maybe another method. But, dang.
I want to talk to you a little bit about September 4th, 2022. Do you recall the events of that day?
Yes, I do.
Was that Labor Day weekend?
Yes, it was Labor Day weekend.
Can you describe to the jurors what boating traffic is like over holiday weekends versus a regular weekday?
Like night and day. During the week, very little traffic is out there, very few people go out on the water. Weekends are busy. The marinas are usually filled up by noontime. There's no more room for vessels to put in the water at the marinas. Holiday weekends are even worse. They actually open up additional parking, so there's even more boaters out on the water.
Have you responded to emergency situations during the course of your career with the Marine Patrol?
Yes, I have.
Have you received training on first aid?
Yes, I have.
Have you received training on emergency response?
Yes.
Can you describe some of those trainings to the jurors and what you learned?
Through the department, they put on a CPR course and a refresher course every year through trained instructors that we must pass and go through. CPR, first responder, first aid, as well as the Marine Patrol itself implemented training, various different types for our unique needs out on the water. So pretty much my entire career, we've been training for that.
When did your shift begin on September 4th, 2022?
I don't recall exactly because sometimes our normal shift is 7 a.m. in the morning till usually 7 p.m. Holiday weekend, sometimes they adjust it so we can work a little bit later in the evening. I don't recall exactly what our shift was that particular day.
Can you give us just a general estimate?
I would say maybe 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Unless something happened, then we would hold over.
So where do you go when you are going to begin a shift with Marine Patrol?
That particular day, I was assigned to Black Point Marina. The county has 3 assigned marinas for the Marine Patrol unit. One in the north end, Pelican Harbor. One in the middle of the county, roughly, Matheson Hammock Park. And then the south end is Black Point Marina.
Did you know that you would be beginning your workday at Black Point Marina?
Yes, I did.
How often had you been assigned to that area, Black Point Marina?
At that point, approximately maybe 8 years.
And can you give us a general description of what Black Point Marina looks like?
When you first get there, it's a large parking area off to the right for vehicles with boat trailers. On the left-hand side is just for vehicles itself. When you travel all the way down into the marina, you'll come to what used to be little guard booths that collected the money for parking fees. They no longer use that, but you pass through that, and directly in front of you are the boat ramps. Off to your left is a restaurant and the park offices. And off to the right of the actual boat ramps is a large privately owned storage facility for vessels.
And is Black Point Marina on the mainland?
It's part of the mainland, yes.
Okay. So can you tell the jury some of the duties and responsibilities that were assigned to you on specifically this day?
Mainly, we were required to patrol the heavily populated areas of the waterways, to control the speeds, the safety of the boating public and swimmers that were in the water. Black Point's responsibility is roughly from, say, 152nd Street south, everything south of there. Then Maths and Hammock would generally be responsible for 152nd all the way up to like the Port of Miami. And then Pelican Harbor would be from there all the way up to the county line. Not to say we can't go across to help each other out or further, or even into either Monroe County jurisdiction to help them out, or possibly up into Fort Lauderdale to help them out if need be.
Are you wearing like a normal patrol uniform?
We have the standard polo shirt that some of the road units wear as well, but we wear shorts instead of long pants out on the vessels due to the heat.
It's hot out there.
It's hot.
Did you have a partner on the vessel?
Yes, that day was Officer Marvin Friels was Flores. Marvin Flores was my partner that day for Labor Day weekend.
Had you worked with Officer Flores before?
Yes, he was my regular partner during any other work day.
So when you get to Black Point Marina, are you assigned a particular vessel?
We were. Generally, it's the senior officer or the supervisor picks the vessel they want to use for the day, and then the next senior on down the line will pick whatever vessel they want to use. Generally, it's only 2 officers working normally on a day, and we'll just pick whatever boat best suits the conditions for that day. But on a holiday weekend, when everybody comes in, it normally goes by seniority to pick the vessels.
I was going to say, you were pretty senior as far as time in.
Yeah, but the supervisor kind of trumps seniority all the time.
Understood. I understand that. So what was the vessel that you wound up taking?
We wound up in what they call the 850 Impact. It's a boat built by Brunswick Corporation, which is a subsidiary of Boston Whaler. 850 is the metric equivalent to approximately 25, 26-foot vessel.
What is the top speed that that vessel can go?
That particular vessel does approximately 52 to 54 miles an hour.
And would you go at that speed if you were to respond to an emergency?
If the conditions were correct or conducive to that, we would. It just depends on the conditions that we were presented with, whether it be weather, sea conditions, boating traffic conditions. It just depends on the totality of the circumstances that we're in.
What was the weather like on September 4th, 2022?
It was clear, clear skies, a light chop on the bay, no rain, so it was a nice day out.
And just to give a little bit of insight, when you say light chop, how does that affect boating?
It's just the amount of waves that the wind produces on the water. Smaller vessels, it's going to affect more than larger vessels. So it just depends on the direction they're going in and which direction the boat is traveling in.
Did the weather conditions or the conditions of the water, did it impede you at all in conducting your duties and responsibilities on that day?
No, it did not.
Was there anything unique or unusual about the weather conditions or the water conditions on the day of the shift?
No.
So, throughout the day, did you respond first to an unrelated medical emergency?
Yes, we responded as a backup unit to one of the other units that had a medical emergency.
Around what time of day was that? And you could estimate.
Approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe, or 1:30 it started.
So how do you communicate with dispatch?
We have our radios that are programmed, and they're programmed to a specific frequency to communicate with the dispatch. We also have our handheld radios that we carry on us that we usually put on a side frequency, specifically for Marine Patrol, so we can communicate with each other. We also have our VHF radios. It's a boating radio. Any boater is able to have that radio as well, so we can communicate with them or Coast Guard or each other, as well as fire rescue.
That's a good point. Does the Marine Patrol unit work with other agencies in protecting the safety of people on the water?
Yes, we do, numerous other agencies.
Can you just name some agencies that assist with that?
Down in the Black Point area, the main one would be Biscayne National Park officers. Also, Florida Fish and Wildlife has vessels in the area. As you get further north, you have Coral Gables Police Department that has some vessels. Key Biscayne has vessels. Coast Guard also patrols the area, just to name a few.
And you mentioned earlier that for Miami-Dade on holiday weekends, there's more officers working.
Usually they bring in officers on an overtime basis to help out because of the amount of boating traffic there is.
Do you know if that's the case for these other agencies as well?
I couldn't say for sure, but the majority of them usually do.
Okay. So let's talk about the unrelated medical emergency. Do you respond to that?
We responded as a backup to secure the landing zone for the air flight from Miami-Dade Fire to airlift the patient out because we're out on the water.
Does your vessel have a stock of medical supplies?
We do. We carry a first aid kit with basic first aid stuff. We carry a backboard up in the vessel. We also carry a AED, an automatic defibrillator, on the vessel as well.
What is the purpose of having a backboard?
Backboard is usually to stabilize somebody that possibly could have back injuries, spine injuries. We usually put them on that board to stabilize them so they can't move and cause further injury and strap them down to it. Fire rescue commonly uses it even with the gurneys they use. They put people on the backboards when they suspect back injuries, neck injuries, or something where they need to immobilize the patient.
Is that especially important when the patient is on a boat that moves?
It would be. If we suspect they might have back injuries or neck injuries, we would want to stabilize it the best we can and strap them down because the boat is constantly rocking in the water.
And you mentioned a defibrillator, right? What is that?
It's a medical device that we use to not necessarily restart the heart, but regain the rhythm of the heart if it's not pumping correctly. It'll indicate if it needs to shock the person to get it back in the rhythm, or if we just need to monitor them and the rhythm is okay.
Were any of those type of supplies used in the unrelated medical emergency?
They were used from the other boat that the sergeant had, because the sergeant and the other officers on that vessel were the ones who responded to that call, so they utilized what they had on that boat when they first responded there. Once they called for additional backup and needed us to go to the Boca Chita landing.
They don't
zone,
have enough
we
supplies for
responded
2
there
accidents?
and just secured the area, but our medical supplies weren't used.
No
for
wonder
that.
there's
one
so
big
many.
accident.
Boca Chita landing zone, what caused you to go there?
We were asked to go there to secure the area so there would be no vessel traffic or pedestrians walking on the island where the helicopter needed to land life flight to pick up the patient.
So after you attend to this unrelated medical emergency, what do you next do?
We all the vessels that responded there, which was all from Black Point mainly, we all responded back to Black Point Marina. At that point, we were breaking to have a little something to eat and try and restock the vessel that used the medical supplies with medical supplies back in there because it was such a busy holiday weekend. We want to make sure we were prepared if anything else occurred.
How long were you at Black Point Marina restocking medical supplies before another call comes out?
I would say 3 to 5 minutes, if that. We had just walked upstairs and just walked in the office.
Did you go into emergency mode?
At that point, we jumped back on the boats. The call that came out was a boat overturned with a Pino in the water that they could not find. So we all jumped back in the boats. We had 3 vessels working at a Black Point Marina that weekend. Our boat, the sergeant's vessel, and then a boat with divers on it. When the emergency went out, since there was a possibility of someone being in the water, instead of the divers taking their boat, they just split up between our boats and jumped on our boats, and we all responded to where initially the call went out. The vessel accident or overturned vessel was by Boca Chita Island.
Did you respond to Boca Chita Island?
We responded to Boca Chita Island moments before we were pulling into the harbor they have. We received additional information that the boat was possibly somewhere along Elliott Key, but Elliott Key is a very long island, approximately 10 miles long. So it didn't give a specific location, so we immediately turned southbound and started traveling down along Elliott Key to try and locate it.
Is that uncommon for the location of the emergency to be difficult?
Does it seem like they're starting with a bunch of
initially?
excuses?
Most voters aren't aware of the exact location of where they're at.
Again, to me, this goes to, even though I didn't really feel like the defense was going down the lane of arguing that improper rendering of aid, like, I don't think they're going to embrace that theory to say, like, our client shouldn't be held responsible because life-saving efforts were, like, not up to par. I don't think they're going down that path, but it's like the state is operating as if that's where we're going to go, and maybe they will. Maybe the defense will go there.
I mean,
But
just don't know why we're hearing about all the other accident first. Like, what?
like, nobody be safe on your boat because this is what you have if you go out on a boat and something happens. And what a freeze frame.
Right.
Unless you've been boating many years and know the areas, and even at that, there are some boating maps that call one area something, and on a different style map made by a different company, they'll call an area something different. And then there's areas that are designated as a specific location, but people go there and make up a nickname for it, and some of them stick, some of them don't, and they'll call it the nickname. But it just depends on who's calling in the call, whether they know exactly where they're at, or they just give a nickname or some type of coordinates. So it's not uncommon that they'll give out an information or say, we're 3 miles from Turkey Point, but they don't give a direction of 3 miles where.
Did y'all go to the
south,
wrong
east,
place?
west. They'll just say, we're 3 miles away from Turkey Point. So it's
Why are we
happening more often than
hearing
not.
this?
How much time passed between the initial call and when you and your partner pulled up to Boca Chita Island?
This was part of
If
the
you could
Puig
estimate.
civil lawsuit that named
Maybe
the
15
Pinos,
minutes.
but also
From Black Point Marina to Boca
other
Chita, it's
agencies.
approximately 10 miles. So it's a good distance, even on the water where there's no technically speed limits or streets that you have to follow. There's still wave conditions, other boating traffic, and it's just 10 miles is a long ways to travel.
You mentioned that you were traveling south down Elliott.
Yeah, once we got additional information that it was possibly along Elliott Key somewhere, we turned southbound and started heading along Elliott Key.
When do you all come across the crash site?
We continue to receive more updates. I believe the next update said it was closer to Caesars Creek, which is the south end of Elliott Key. And then we received another call that it was at Cutter Bank. So we just continued south until we got to the area of Cutter Bank. We were able to see a life flight helicopter from Miami-Dade Fire up in the air, and we kind of just headed towards that way because we didn't notice any other people flagging us down anywhere else.
At least initially, did you see the capsized boat?
Once we got through the channel markers
Once we
along
saw the
Cutter Bank,
helicopter,
closer to the
we
south
knew where to
end,
go.
we saw the initial overturned vessel, but we were being waved down and saw the helicopter above a smaller white open fishing vessel.
There's been some testimony already, but can you just describe Cutter Bank and what it is used for?
Cutter Bank is just a shallow shoal that kind of divides where Elliott Key is, southbound towards like the Florida Keys. There is a channel marked that they put up markers on either side of it to travel through where it's dug out deeper so you don't get stuck in the shallow areas on either side of it. It's a long channel and a wide channel.
And a
all of
wide
these
channel.
locations that you're
Well, thank you,
discussing in
sir.
your report, are they locations that you are familiar with?
Not a narrow
Yes.
channel.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use what's already in evidence. It states
And remember those spaghetti models, I don't know if you got to see them, but like, I think the state was trying to show them, like, look how wide some of this outlier is, even though there's other outliers that are wider.
And with the court's
And this is a
permission,
narrow
may the
channel.
witness step down to help me publish this exhibit?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Brutto, I have a handy dandy pointer here.
Handy dandy
So Ms. Adams is
pointer.
also going to assist.
The defense needs to
Can
be able
you
to see
sort of
what
show
you're doing.
the jury the path that you just described to get
What?
to the capsized boat?
We started off at Black Point, where we were. We went out the channel and traveled over to Boca Chita, coming this way, through the small cut here. And when we got approximately about here is where the call came in, additional information that it was possibly along Elliott Key, which is this.
So let me stop you real quick. So the
you didn't
map
go
has
diagonal.
Boca Chita Key written on it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, you may continue, sir.
Once we got the additional information, we changed course and headed southbound through the channel markers and along Elliott Key. Like I said, additional information kept coming in that was possibly further south, closer to Caesars Creek, which is right here at the south end of Elliott Key. We continued southbound. When we got somewhere along here, additional information again came in that the overturned vessel was down closer to Cutter Bank, which is this area right in here along the channel markers. So we continued. When we were approximately here, we were able to see the helicopter flying in the air somewhere in this area. And we just continued down through the channel markers until we reached where we saw people flagging us down and everybody in the helicopter up in the air.
In the areas that you're describing, are they all in Miami-Dade County?
Yes, they all are in Miami-Dade County.
Can you also just, while we have the map up, show the jurors where Ocean Reef Club is on the map?
The actual club is going to be over in this area, right here. But pretty much this whole area is Ocean Reef, where they have all the housing. But the club is on the outside. And then there's canalways and waterways going through there for Ocean Reef.
Can you show the jurors how someone, if they wanted to go from the area of the channel markers to Ocean Reef Club, how they would get there?
From here, you would have actually two different choices. Once you pass through the channel markers, you could either cut through Broad Channel and come around, or you could cut through Angelfish Channel through this way and then come around to get to the outside to where the club is.
Have you ever been to that club?
I've been to the marina. Not necessarily.
Are you a member?
I'm not a member.
You can have a seat, Mr. Brutto. Thank you, Ms. Adams. So you mentioned seeing a helicopter.
Yes, the air life flight from Miami-Dade Fire Rescue.
What else did you see coming from the helicopter?
As we approached and came through the channel, they were already beginning to lower one of their paramedics down to the small white open fisherman that was waving us down.
How close did you get your vessel to what we've been describing as the Good Samaritan boat?
Once we got through that channel and saw him coming down, the prop wash from the helicopter began turning the small boat. So we pretty much went right up against the side on the right side of the Good Samaritan vessel.
And I'm just going to interrupt you. Just in case, prop wash, what is that?
From the rotor blades of the helicopter, as they're spinning, it's sending down the air to keep it up in the air. It goes straight down below it, and since they were directly above that small boat, the small boat started to turn very slowly, not fast, but just very slowly. So it was making it difficult for the paramedic to be dropped and lowered down onto the bow of that vessel.
How did you use your vessel to help in that situation?
I took my vessel, and again, we came up alongside and pinned that vessel's right side to our vessel, and the other vessel with the sergeant on it pinned it on the left side and stopped it from moving, because now you've got a larger mass. And it still would spin, but a whole lot slower. Our vessels were also a lot larger than the Good Samaritan's vessel, so it was easier for him to lower down onto one of our vessels than to the bow of that vessel.
Now, when you look on that Good Samaritan vessel, who do you see on there?
There were two females sitting up in the front seat. There was, I believe, a male driver, and then there was another female or two females in the back. One laying down, appeared to be unconscious, and the other one appearing to help with CPR.
Was the younger female that was unconscious, did she later become known to you as Lucy Fernandez?
Yes.
Did you get on that boat to render first aid?
Myself, no. Since I was the operator of my vessel, I was obligated to stay with it and keep control of the Good Samaritan's vessel once I tied to it.
Who did board that boat from Marine?
I believe it was Marvin Flores, that was my partner, Peter Gonzalez, one of the divers that came with us, Tom Kennedy from the other vessel, and I think Adam Friana went over there and left the sergeant on the vessel to control his vessel, and the three of us.
Was Lucy transferred from the Good Samaritan boat to your vessel?
No, she was transferred to the larger contender, which would be more stable in the water.
And can you describe how she was transferred from the Good Samaritan vessel to the police boat?
We utilized the backboard that we had on our vessel, since we still had one. The personnel, along with the paramedic from fire rescue, got her on the backboard as safely as they could and strapped her as secure as they could. And then they lifted her up and moved her over to the bigger vessel.
And what was the goal for Marine Patrol in that moment? What were you trying to do?
Trying to get medical attention to the people that needed it the most.
Did you know that there were other injured persons as a result of this crash at the time that you were with Lucy?
Other than the two other females on that vessel with Lucy, at that point we didn't know, because we didn't get a chance to speak with anybody.
Didn't speak to anyone.
Did you see any vessels in that moment nearby that may have had other injured persons?
Right at that moment, we were concentrating on getting the medical attention to them. Once she was placed on that vessel and they took off to a landing zone on Elliott Key, I stood with the Good Samaritan vessel to get information from them for the report. And within seconds, another vessel approached, saying and pointing to a darker colored vessel that was further south that had more victims on it.
Just out of curiosity, what was the reason that Lucy wasn't placed on a backboard and lifted up into the helicopter and flown away? Was that an option?
Fire rescue, it's a very difficult thing to airlift somebody up off of a vessel, especially a smaller vessel that has the T-top, antennas, and everything in the way that could get caught on either the lifting basket. It's something that they practice on a regular basis with their fire boat. Usually their boat is moving at a slow, steady pace forward to maintain control as they're moving along with it to airlift them off, to make it safe coming up off the back away from antennas or any obstructions that could tangle up the board.
And just for the benefit of the jurors, what is a T-top?
T-top is the shade covering, the aluminum pipe structure on some vessels. Some have what they call a bimini top that's foldable. It could be collapsed down. The T-tops are usually rigid and are permanently mounted, so they can't be taken down.
And if you need to, sir, you can refer to your police report, but who were the three individuals that went on that boat at that time?
I got the information after the fact because I didn't have any information at that point, but I do know that...
Just
I could rephrase the question.
rephrase, or gentlemen, you can refresh that.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to say, Judge. If you need to refresh your recollection about the three people that went on that vessel, you can refer your report.
All right, but just read it, and then when you look up after you read it, that's no.
You're refreshing something he didn't know about.
Improper impeachment, or whatever they said earlier. I missed the peach emojis going wild in the chat.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And who was that?
Lucy Fernandez was one. A C. Pino was the second one, an adult female. And then P. Garcia, a juvenile.
Thank you, sir. So you mentioned the larger vessel that you were alerted to. Do you immediately respond to that larger vessel?
Yes, I do. I advised the Good Samaritan vessel to just try and maintain where they were at, that someone would be along to get their information, and I immediately respond to the larger vessel that was further south.
Can you estimate the distance between the boat with Lucy and this next vessel?
I'd say anywhere from a quarter mile to a half mile away from where Lucy's vessel was.
Now, when you arrive at the second vessel, are you now alone?
I was alone. Everybody who boarded the vessel from my vessel to help out went with the larger vessel over to Elliott Key to render the aid.
When you get to that larger vessel, what do you see?
Immediately I see two females in what I describe as a rescue position that we usually do for first aid, or a fetal position you call it, laying on the back of either a swim or dive platform, depending on what you want to call it, of that vessel, along with a lot of other juveniles and adults in the vessel as well.
Was it clear to you that those young ladies were injured?
The two on the back seem to be injured. The ones inside, I couldn't tell if they were injured or not.
Do you tie your vessel to this second boat?
Yes, I came up to the back of that swing platform or dive platform and tied off my vessel perpendicular to it, so I can assess their possible injuries and find out what's going on.
Do you actually board that second vessel?
Yes, I stepped off across to the platform and checked for responsiveness and vital signs on the two. One female on the right-hand side was able to nod and answer basic questions, but appeared to be in pain. Female on the left-hand side, she was non-responsive. You could hear the labored breathing she had, very shallow, and her pulse was very weak.
Did you have a backboard with you?
My backboard went for Lucy Fernandez and went with that boat, so I didn't have a backboard with me.
If you did have a backboard, would you have used it?
If I had personnel to help me, it takes more than one person, especially someone that appeared to be as injured as the females were. You would need somebody to stabilize the neck, as we were taught, before you put them on the backboard to hopefully not cause any further injury.
Did you learn as part of this investigation that the young lady that was unconscious?
Objection, Your Honor.
What was the name of the first female that you encountered?
The first one was the one that wasn't responsive, which was, I later learned to be Katy Puig.
And how about the second female?
The second one, I'd have to refresh my recollection.
Okay. Can you do that using your 10-page report?
Yes.
I'm going to take it maybe on page 9, if that helps. Page 9, line 4.
Okay.
Did that help refresh your recollection, sir?
Yes.
And what is the name of that individual?
An I. Rodriguez.
Okay. Were these girls teenage girls?
They appear to be young, yes.
How many other younger women were on that boat?
I believe approximately 9.
And were there any adults on that boat when you first got there?
Yes.
Did you speak with them without saying what they said? Did you speak with them?
Yes.
Did they provide you information about what they had done prior to you arriving?
Yes.
Are you using your radio to try and get help?
Yes, I immediately radioed back to dispatch that we needed medical personnel, possibly an airlift at that point, being we had a larger vessel, so it's more stable, to airlift at least Ms. Puig, because she was unresponsive and very seriously injured. I radioed back to dispatch, as well as on our side frequency, the marine frequency, to my supervisor, who were setting up a kind of triage first aid area on Elliott Key.
Elliott Key, is that the ranger station there?
It's approximately in the middle of the key. Like I said, it's about 10 miles long, so approximately in the middle they have a ranger station and another building, along with bathrooms and a large area that they can use as a landing zone for the helicopter and dockage.
Mr. Brutto, at the time of this crash, when you responded, were you equipped with body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
Did you activate your body-worn camera at some point?
So let me ask you a question real quick, Katt. Remember, part of their argument was, well, they're going to hear, the jury's going to hear they're wearing body-worn camera. So how can we tell them they're wearing body-worn camera and then not show them the body-worn camera?
There was something that the prosecutor, and I thought of that because the prosecutor tried to, during an outside the jury presence argument, she is like, oh, well, if we talk about these things, they're going to expect to see it all. And all I could think of is it's not the defense's fault that the arm of the state, law enforcement agency, loses these body-worn camera footages. These first responders lose, they let
In
them
this
get
case,
deleted,
they
whatever
lost them?
happened.
Or you're talking about
So there's like 4, I believe it's 4 body-worn cameras from different individuals that were first responders on scene, that because they filed or they labeled the footage as like they filed it with some type of label that indicated it wasn't significant, and they said that they labeled it that way because they weren't the lead on the case. which means it's going to get destroyed after the 30 days or whatever and not preserved. So that's how it got deleted. There isn't an implication. I don't think the defense is even trying to imply that there was some like go in there and purposely delete stuff, but it's very negligent.
Right.
Maybe it's reckless to let something like that get deleted.
Right.
But yeah,
Sounds
so
culpable.
I don't remember what the state was arguing about, but she was griping about how, Your Honor, if you don't let us show more,
That's
it's going to look
what I'm
like we're
talking about.
lying.
There was part of that was the argument from earlier on about the prejudice versus probative nature of the
The
spinning,
photos.
the body cam of the spinning vehicle, the air helicopter
Oh, yeah,
spinning the thing, and
yeah.
all the pictures of the victim in horrible, like heartbreaking pictures that they need to show because they're going to wonder why we're not showing them the body worn camera that you don't even need to tell them that they had.
Yep,
If no
that's what
one's
it was.
talking about it, why are we bringing it up? Just to turn around and argue. Now they know about the body worn camera. We got to show it.
I don't know, things I don't understand. I think that's just she lost sight of her own strategy. But there's also been times where her stated reason for wanting to do something, I just think is not the honest reason why she wants to do
No.
something. So.
It so often isn't.
Oh my goodness. This guy's like, oh.
Now they're having a sidebar. Like, what the hell? Why is she bringing up the body worn camera? Just to say that she needs to put it in now because they know about it. Like I mentioned to Bob, do we have like this particular food item in the house? And then I'm like texting him, well, we're going to need to go to Costco. And I'm like, where are you? He's like, I went to Costco to get you those. I was like, what?
Bob abandoned us, guys.
I did not say we need to do it at this
Like
precise
now.
moment in time. He's probably going to be like, what the hell? You weren't supposed to tell that. And I don't know. Because I'm like, where
Hilarious.
exactly are you?
Hilarious.
And of course, the answer is like, oh, doing something really sweet for you, but at the wrong time.
I love it.
Men.
The chat would be going wild. I just know it. See, look at him participating in his defense. Look at these notes.
I wonder if anyone's ever reading them. Looks like a lot of notes to read.
But it got to keep you busy too. It's got to keep you from.
They probably did tell him like to take notes because that is exactly like you said, like for that reason
Logic
to
over
distract
emotion.
him. Yeah. Are we zooming?
Yeah, we're gonna zoom. Is it not letting me boop? I was gonna boop instead of zoom.
Yeah.
It wasn't clicking.
Bloop, 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 bloop.
I don't think I was properly clicked onto the screen window.
Bloop, bloop, bloop. Well, long
How long are they
sidebar.
up there? Yeah.
As soon as you go to pull, I was gonna say that's when. Oh, they came right back.
Okay. What we're going to do is, ladies and gentlemen, address a couple of legal issues.
We're going to send the jury home.
Break for the day.
A bit more on the direct with the witness and maybe during the cross-examination. And I think that the facets and absolutely I think that you all have very full day. So let me give you some instructions for this.
All right.
Okay.
What?
Sir?
What did you just say?
That
was weird.
I think I can boost a little bit. Yeah, let's.
So let me give you some instructions for the very cross-examination. And I think that the facets and absolutely I think that you all have very full day. So let me give you some instructions for this.
Excuse Mr. Brutto.
Okay.
She's like, what are you doing here?
Sir,
I'm like,
on instruction please, you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. You are currently under oath, and we'll have you back tomorrow. I think I'm going to be back here at 9:30.
Like she's like, why'd you interrupt me talking to the jury to have me dismissed? What the hell is that all about? Look at this doing it.
Let me go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you put your notepads, I think you're getting the routine now, put your notepads inside the envelope so you can give them to Renee and leave the courtroom. Same instructions. Please be very vigilant about following these instructions. Insulate yourselves. If you think you're hearing something that has anything to do with these proceedings, ignore it, don't listen to it, don't watch it, don't read it. Okay? Please don't go on social media to
Somebody's searching for their phone.
posting comments or read anything. Or
I gotta find it right now and I can't find it.
As well. No research,
Alert.
no investigation. There is information that is outside of this courtroom that is not evidence and is not for you to consider. The only thing you can consider is the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law that will instruct you on and ultimately you change this decision. So be very, very cautious of it. Be mindful also not to speak with each other. Of course, you can't have any conversations about this case until you are sent into the jury room to deliberate. Also can't speak with anyone else, parties, anyone. And if anyone attempts to speak with you or in your presence about the case, please remind them around the jury, keep the badges well displayed. If they persist, please let them know. Tomorrow, please be here if you would, as today, great. Please be here by 9:30. If you would report to the jury room on the 7th floor, please get inside the jury room instead of in the hall. And then we'll bring you to the courtroom when we are ready to proceed. Okay. So have a very restful and pleasant evening, and we'll see you tomorrow night.
All rise.
I am awake. All right, it looks like they do a little housekeeping after this.
They might take up this issue.
Recess for the jury, but I would like to have a few minutes to counsel here and address the one matter. I can view the information now, or alternative two is you can send it to me again, you can look at it, and then I can address the issue tomorrow.
We prefer to do it now, and we have a matter we need to address with you at sidebar.
Okay, would you like
Why
to address the
sidebar?
sidebar matter first?
I know,
Sure.
Okay, come on over.
So annoying.
We don't even have a live chat to react to whatever you say on the record, so just do it out loud.
Right?
Come on.
Nobody's.
By the way, I'm going to be running a late night. I'm going to be going live after this because we're going to listen to a deposition of the prison snitch, the jailhouse snitch in the Rashawn Jones case. So if you guys are
Ooh.
into prison snitches, he was deposed on May 19th, and we have the audio with a on-screen transcription we're going to look at tonight.
That's gonna be fun.
Love a good jailhouse snitch pressing.
No. Hey, don't lick yourself. What's going on? No. Oh, don't start that. Oh my gosh. I wonder if Bob's been giving him his allergy medicine since I was gone. Oh, baby.
They don't look like they're at the bench anymore. There we go. Some action.
That I am going to handle this one legal issue just came up now. I want to look at this is the body worn of the last witness.
And just to be clear, it's 7 minutes of what would be like an hour and a half long body worn camera
So
video.
it's a portion of his entire body worn.
Correct.
And you would like to, it's being introduced into evidence, or you plan as it just, he's already testified, it's not demonstratively testimony, but is it being introduced?
As evidence, yes.
As evidence, okay, let's go ahead.
I mean, he's described the swirling and the spinning and the. What is with this view? Why are we still?
Cameraman left.
Like, I'm off duty.
And Judge. It is marked 2B for identification. I know we don't have a jury, but just for the record.
Is it possible they've been told they can't show us what's being
Like wherever the screen would be on the attorney's screens, like if they have their laptops at the lectern. Because he did say he wanted to approach off the record, so he might be able to the right reason.
It's 7 minutes, 3 seconds.
And we're going to spend 7 minutes looking at these people?
Without audio.
The audio will turn on eventually.
Oh,
There's just a little bit of a lag time.
Okay.
They're like, folks.
Is that the arm of the witness?
Oh, so we aren't seeing
it.
Yes, it is.
We're just gonna hear it. But she's, or unless she's, okay.
She's watching it on that other screen.
And she's not doing audio. Sorry, guys. As I say, we're not doing audio, our eardrums implode.
Do we have anybody else in route? I have 2 more. I haven't moved them yet because of possible trauma. I don't have another backboard. 1. She responsive. She answered me. Yes. So 2 victims. 1's responsive. The other one's not responsive. Is breathing. Very labored. Yeah, I need a backboard for sure. 1, possibly 2. South of the ICW, almost by Pumpkin Key. It's a big black boat. I'm tied off to the back of it right now. Anymore. I've got someone coming with backboards and all, so just let them stay. As long as they're still breathing, we'll just keep monitoring them for right now. We're getting
rescued here. As long as they're
here.
still breathing.
Like I said, here comes another chopper, so hopefully.
That's
Did anybody here witness what happened? In the water. Okay. Do we know if we have everybody? From the other people? So this is the guy. Yeah, this is the guy. Was he on that boat? Do we have everybody that we know of? Okay. We took 1 female from that boat and 2 other people. I know one was a female, but I'm not sure if the other was a male or female. So there were 3. Okay, but there were 3 people that left on the boat that left. They went to Ali Motta to be transported to the hospital. So your dad. So we got everybody's accounted for then, right? Everybody's accounted for. Okay, then the 3 girls went on the other police boat to Ali Motta. Okay, that's everybody. That's everybody. Okay. Is this your dad? Okay. Do you guys want to pull up over here? Marine Patrol 32. I'm with some of the parties that were on the vessel that overturned. They're advising everybody is accounted for. Were you hurt in any way, sir? Okay, so please do me a favor, just have a seat for right now, so you don't fall down and get any further injured. Okay, just have a seat. Okay, we've got 3 going to the hospital there. I've got more rescue personnel coming. The 2 on this boat, 1 is talking to us, or at least responsive. The other one's breathing, but she's very injured, so I'm going to... She's not responding. I know she's not responding, but as long as she's breathing, if we try and move her any further...
She hasn't been responsive for 30 minutes, sir.
What do you want me to do? If I move her and she has neck injuries, it's going to make it worse. So, they're coming as quick as they can. Not sure. Okay. Like I said, please just sit down so you don't fall down. I see you got some injuries. Okay? I just don't want you to get further. They grabbed her as quick as they could, got her in a rescue boat to take her to airlift and her to the hospital. Okay? We need to get another airlift for this one. Marine Patrol 32. If they have another air rescue, they can maybe respond down this way. We got one that's in really bad shape. Negative, just south of the SCW, just west of Katy Key, down by Ocean Reef. I can give you the coordinates again. Two 521-397-080-17394. Just be careful. Be careful coming over. Please don't move.
So with regard to the observations of the injured passengers, it doesn't seem to offer anything relevant for the jury that's at issue in the case.
No, it doesn't.
Certainly dramatic and it's disturbing for sure. But what is the fact at issue that the state is trying to prove? We've already had the testimony of the officer. This is now cumulative of the testimony of the officer, just more graphic. I doubt the relevance of the testimony in the first place because it has nothing to do with the cause of the crash. This idea that the extent of injuries is somehow relevant to the culpability of the operator seems counterintuitive in many ways. We have catastrophic injuries in civil court every day, and the extent of injuries in a civil case doesn't turn it from civil into criminal. And so that logic that was offered to you at the sidebar doesn't work. Otherwise, every catastrophic injury would be a criminal case. So that doesn't work. And of course, that even assumes that these are the victims of the crime at issue. And this is a homicide case. We've already unfortunately had to hear and see some evidence about the death. And this is cumulative of that evidence and therefore even less relevant as well.
Okay, speak to me 2 things about the audio portion, which frankly, the opinions of, and I understand, I think it's been made clear to the jury that several of the girls were very seriously injured. I think that this witness's audio, how critical or what bad shape, I think it does get cumulative in some regard, but also the only charge here in the criminal case is the death of Lucy Fernandez. So I question the audio part of it. You know,
what about the video?
Corroborating his testimony through the video, what he did, what he observed. I think over defense objection, I think there's a good portion of that I think is fine in terms of corroborating his testimony. Okay.
What needs to be
But then
corroborated?
it does come to the point, if there are more witnesses you're going to be presenting to, it becomes a cumulative issue, and then that's where it outweighs any value. Not ever to minimize the significance, but I think the point has been made. So explain to me about what more, because I do see looking at this that I think, particularly the audio, that I think the point has been made. I think he's testified to that. It's seriousness, extreme.
I think we know how serious it is. She's deceased.
Testified that these two young ladies were so injured that they were transported to the hospital for treatment for their injuries. I think that makes the point. So, what do you say?
Well, what I would submit, Judge, first off, is that there's nothing, I mean, it's sad, but there's nothing gory, bloody,
No,
there's
nothing
anything like that.
Nothing
So
like
that's
that.
number one.
Nothing like that.
Number two, the footage, I would submit to the court, is really important to give a context within which this mass casualty event was being handled. It was a very difficult and chaotic scene for law enforcement to have to figure out
So what?
who's
And they
gone
bumble
where,
effed
who's
around.
injured, is everybody accounted
So
for?
what?
And this shows, like, in a very impactful way, this is what we in law enforcement were dealing with.
How is that
Also,
relevant?
Judge, if the court is concerned about when then Officer Brutto is talking about the condition, particularly of Katy Puig, we can certainly take that audio out. But I would submit that the remainder part of this clip, it shows the lighting conditions, it shows the sea conditions, it shows the condition of the defendant. It shows the defendant not being manhandled or treated abusively, as the defense has kind of said, oh, well, he was in custody. You see that he is being tended to. I also show.
Did you hear her comparison saying what? Oh, it's showing all of this, but the defense is trying to say he was in custody. How does what you say inform the next thing that you say?
It shows the sea conditions. It shows the condition of the defendant. It shows the defendant not being manhandled or treated abusively, as the defense has kind of said, oh, well, he was in custody. You see that he is being tended to. I also showed.
She's making up something to
But it
reveal.
also shows that it's difficult locating scenes on the water, because as Officer Brutto is trying to, figure out, wait, what?
Sorry, go ahead.
It's not an issue in the case. That's what he keeps saying. This is none of these facts that you're trying to establish are at issue in this case. Period. Like, what are we doing? And the judge seems fine with it, just not the audio, which I don't understand why.
I would think that the audio would be, maybe let the audio be played and not show the video.
She's
if
saying no
anything.
audio.
Yeah, she wants it the other way. So then how does it, like, I don't know. To me, at that point, it's just trying to bolster the witness then.
Right. And she
while
said it.
inflamed.
Well, it corroborates his testimony. Why does his testimony need to be corroborated? It's not at issue. No one's disputing it. The hell does it need to be corroborated for? And it's hearsay. So what about that?
Well, you know what? It's the body cam we didn't lose.
Where are these other boats? What's happened? And also, Judge, it shows when he goes to open his supply cabinet where medical supplies would be, it's basically empty because everything has already been given over.
Well, again, it
for
corroborates. Yes, it
So
corroborates.
if the court has concerns about the audio portion where Officer Brutto advises that one of the girls looks like she's in really bad shape, we can easily take that part out. But the rest of it, I don't think that there's more than even 25 seconds where you're actually seeing him checking on the well-being of the girls, and there's no audio during that part.
There is no audio. I understand and agree with that. And understand the defense point. Okay. I'm gonna think on it, but I would like you to exercise, or you can actually, for purposes of playing for the jury, which I will allow, in terms of the audio can be turned off. I have to give instructions anyway regarding, and this would be the first instruction, about these body worn cameras, because there's going to be excised portions. But the question I then look at is how many, you know, the point of what the conditions were at that moment, time of day, all of that is relevant to the entire picture. I agree with that. How many of those body worn cameras, because we have a lot of witnesses with body worn cameras, and I know I'm going to see, and the jury's going to see more of them. So my caution is to the point where it becomes cumulative.
I understand that, Your Honor. What we deliberately did in this matter was we selected Officer Brutto's video clip, which only pertains to when he has already attended to Lucy. Lucy has already been transported off. He's the only remaining officer that now goes to this second vessel.
Got it.
So we didn't
And is he the gentleman that has the first contact with Mr. Pino from law enforcement after the crash?
Yes, because what happens is Mr. Pino is picked up by this other vessel, and then is brought. So as Mr. Pino's vessel is being brought to where all the other girls are, then you see Officer Brutto saying, "Hey, let's get him on here. You know, sir, sit down. I don't want you to fall," etc.
Okay, but that's the first point of contact with any law enforcement with Mr. Pino.
Correct.
From the moment of the crash. This is the first point.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
So what I would like to do then, because I am very nervous that in the courtroom that we would play the BWC without having that part actually removed, because I don't want to take a risk that we hit the mute button.
I don't want you to do that.
So what I would like to do, with Your Honor's permission, is although we have marked this clip, what we'll do is we'll make another clip with our litigation support team tomorrow morning that will remove the portions where the officer is communicating that.
No audio.
One or more
No
of the girls
audio.
is in, very bad shape.
No, in his opinion, you know, I don't see any prejudice.
I'm not
prejudice
to
at
taking
all.
that out at all. I just want to make sure that's what Your Honor wants.
That's what I
for
want
this.
to do.
No problem.
And everything else would be over defense objection. You're still objecting, I'm assuming, to the entire portion, anything showing the two other girls with injuries.
Right, we don't object to the portion where Mr. Pino comes into frame. We agree that that's appropriate.
You're objecting to the portion, whatever number of minutes or seconds it is, where there's any video of two other girls that are injured that the witness talked about being laying on the platform.
Yes, but beyond that, the concept that the state wants to show the context for a mass casualty, as if what impact this crash has on the law enforcement community and how devastating this is and how complicated, what the repercussions are of the elision, so that the jury can start getting angry at Mr. Pino for causing all of this context.
Chaos. Exactly what it is.
Chaos, I think, is another word they use.
Well,
and so that is now.
In terms of how you ask the questions.
Can I explain though? It's not about, oh my goodness, this is so terrible that this has happened. It's about law enforcement, specifically, ultimately, Lieutenant Thompson, who is tasked with the responsibility of managing this. He's getting information piecemeal because the police that get there before he does are getting information piecemeal. And I think that ultimately is going to factor into the manner in which he communicates with the defendant. And because his statements have been ruled admissible, and because one of the instructions the court would give, if we do in fact admit these statements, is that a statement alleged to have been made by the defendant has been placed before you, and it is important for you as jurors to measure and weigh that evidence with great care to make sure that it was voluntarily made. So this goes into that concept that what he is saying is not a product of, and I know it's a legal, issue, whether it's
Well, the good news
coercion,
ultimately would
but
be
the jury has to
instructed
make
that
the
the
finding that
hearsay.
it was voluntarily made. And so seeing these interactions and how the police have had to marshal their resources to try to collectively figure out what they had, I think really goes to explain what winds up happening subsequently at Elliott Key. It's not that, oh my gosh, so many people are injured. We're really not getting into the injuries much at all.
I think it's the use of the term mass casualty. I don't, it's, again, horrific, even though it's a choice of words. And I think that, well.
Yeah, okay. If you
Yeah.
don't want us to say it, but.
Multiple people, one individual dies as a result of this crash. 2 other girls are seriously, very seriously injured.
I understand that, but this is a terminology that police use when they're talking about handling a scene like this. When there are multiple
There's
people
different
injured,
areas of-
it's considered a mass casualty event. So if I were to say to somebody from FWC, did you respond to what turned out to be a mass casualty event? Yes. Okay, well, what does that mean? It means that there were more than one person injured.
Also doesn't
that's that's what they call it.
But to the point, I understand the defense position to
Judge, just stand by your convictions.
the situation to the point where it would cause their argument anger towards the defendant. And
I understand, Judge, but
you gotta
let the
you
judge
gotta
talk.
allow your
prosecutors before you who hype anything.
That box says it turned into Woodstock in the
You
courtroom.
make your objections at the appropriate time. If you think there's a question asked that's improper, or language used in the question that's improper, you'll object to it.
Oh, she'll say it. We'll let her say it first.
And
Okay.
in terms of whatever edits you make to the audio, to excise out portions of the audio, I'm going to allow that portion of the audio with the instruction, but I want to see it again, and I want to show it to the defense again. And we'll maintain, for purposes of the record, I'm going to maintain the original. It's going to be marked for identification, and then whatever the evidence is going to be would be the evidence. So both are maintained in the record.
The only request I would have of the owner, and I know the court asked the jurors to come back, I believe at 9:30. Our litigation support personnel, they leave at 6. They're usually in at 8 in the morning. So Mr. Borst and I would just need a little time with them because we don't know how to do that.
You'll work with them.
Okay.
And get that done.
Would it be okay if we came here at 10 in the morning instead of 9:30? Because I'm not sure we can get all of that done and disseminated to everybody by 9:30.
He was posted because, as I had asked all the parties, if there are any other objections to any other portions of body movement that we know the state has provided.
Ben subjects to all of it.
Yeah.
I gotta get that before. Okay, so can you review? Now, it would be helpful in that regard if we have a preview, a little bit of witnesses, right? Because the defense knows witnesses are coming up for the next day, then the body worn cameras related to those witnesses, we can get that done. So you want to kind of give us a highlight of what you might have tomorrow. You have this witness.
Remember how to turn the chat back on, Ali?
The other witnesses will body worn.
I got
the
like
only other witness that I
2
think
minutes, I think.
camera
1
footage is going
minute.
to be introduced
4
through
minutes.
is Lieutenant Thompson, and we've already gone through what those clips are.
Okay, so this is the only other witness with body worn?
Aside from Sergeant Delgado, who
Still
video
going on.
clips I have already submitted to the court and to counsel
Okay.
yesterday.
Okay.
Actually, I think they were given to counsel sooner than that, but Your Honor asked for them, so we sent them last night.
So you believe that Thompson is going to be testifying tomorrow?
I'm hopeful, but it's kind of tricky to gauge how far we'll get with him. What I did want to ask, scheduling-wise, if Your Honor knows, I know the court had indicated most likely on Thursday would be the day that we're going to go view the vessel. I think Your Honor said it would be probably in the latter part of the morning.
It might even be earlier in the morning.
Okay, only because I'm trying to gauge when we are finished with that, does the court anticipate hearing from other witnesses?
On Thursday?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that helps, then I'll be
Yeah,
able to
I
figure out the
I can
timing.
talk to you about it right now. I think that I need everyone in the courtroom to start the session on Thursday.
Okay.
And then everyone's going to have their instructions of how they're going to conduct themselves. And what this field trip is going to be. This is not a public field trip. This is a private field trip. And there's only going to be a limited number of people that are going to be actually permitted to go past the lock gates. I discussed it briefly the other day. I'll remind everyone tomorrow how that's going to work.
Field trip to the bay?
We would leave here from the courthouse.
No, they're gonna go look at
We would be
the
escorted
boat.
with jurors at all times.
The vessel.
And we would be leaving with escort.
Which I don't really know, like, what does that tell you?
Who asked for
Like,
it?
just to see how big the boat, I think the state did.
Probably as early as
Makes 0 sense.
9:30, 9:45. Then we would come back here, whatever time that would be, probably be close to noon. At that point, I anticipate I'm gonna have everyone in the courtroom, and then I'm going to formally recess for lunch. And then everyone's gonna go after lunch. And then for the afternoon, I would like to have the recess. So, of course, we have the rain
Put her at
date.
1.25.
The jurors actually running umbrellas. I don't know how.
Sorry, I should have done that a while ago.
But if there's a drizzle, and we can manage it, I think it's safer to accomplish this on Thursday rather than.
Then it does make it hard to hear.
I remember that the defense had made some requests about, they wanted to have an exemplar vote. Will they plan to have one?
Oh.
Because they need to let us know.
Oh,
I haven't heard
yeah.
anything about that.
I got her further on that.
As of this moment, we don't have any update for you on that. Let me check with.
Well, those arrangements would have to be made, like, I would say by midday tomorrow, because there's a lot of moving parts, and whatever exemplar vote, if there wasn't, would have to be placed at a fair point, at the same location, you know. We have to see
Hey.
the yard, what they call it. So, you'll let me know, please, before midday tomorrow. Okay. And again, if you, oh, we won't have it until tomorrow morning. Okay, so we'll be able to review it. Now, the other thing is, perhaps, well, one of you or someone else someone else. Okay. Might continue to work on it. Perhaps you can get into other areas that you might have questions on, and then circle back.
Okay.
So we'll just see how it goes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Have a good day. Thank you. We'll recess.
All right. Chat, you know what time it is? Do you know what time it is? Let me hit the save. All right. My chat is live. Ali said she's already got hers going, so just hit that save, Ali, and let us know when you are live.
From this morning. Okay. I'm trying to call my daughter to come get the dog, but she, of course, won't answer.
See, let's get the chat in here. Let's get the chat up. I think yesterday we figured out that within like 30 seconds, they do start populating. The chats start coming back into the StreamYard. So
All right.
let me take this off the screen.
Why does it say at the bottom of mine, join the chat? Like on my screen. What?
Oh, that's just, I think that's just what, you mean on StreamYard?
Yeah, I've never seen
That's
that
just so you
before.
can connect your YouTube and like talk to YouTube through StreamYard. Without having to leave this window that we're in, the studio that we're in, you can like
Right.
talk to them.
So I click defense.
So, yeah, I'm seeing them come through. There we go. There we go. Tracy says about damn time. Let me get this off the screen. We're not showing the feed. We've got the honorary Bob who's at Costco right now on screen with us. Oh my goodness. Amanda says let us out. We got Freedom. DB says first on both channels.
How do you tell which channel is saying which?
So for me, when it's your channel, or I think it doesn't tell me which channel, but a channel that isn't mine, it gives me the little link symbol.
Oh,
So I don't know if you see a link symbol. If you see a link symbol, it's not yours.
I don't see it. I can't tell either way, but Mavhawk says, let us out of our cave.
Mavhawk says it's so bright here. Chuck just gifted 5. Thank you, Chuck. If you guys are in the chat, if you made it there quickly, you might have just gotten a very wonderful gift from Chuck. So big shout out to Chuck. You can use the channel emojis again, which watching trials without the emojis is sad. Feels crazy.
So I wonder, like, do you know how many people we had like in the morning versus we have now? Like, if I should answer, talk about all the things we talked about this morning now or save it for tomorrow morning? I don't know. What do you think?
Oh, we have way less people watching now than we did earlier today.
So we can just
So
maybe chat with them and then save it for tomorrow, or what do you think? Do it twice? I don't know. It's up to you. It's your world. I'm just living in it.
yeah, and when do you want to? Because they're coming back at 10 tomorrow. Because I was gonna say we could start a little early. We could start 11, push it half an hour earlier because we pushed this really late. Now they're not coming until 10. So
Well, 10 Eastern
10
time.
local
So,
time, 10 Eastern time.
right. So we can start whenever you want. We could start at 10
Let's do. Yeah, we could do a
before
10
10.
start.
Whatever works for you. I don't even know if I've got court tomorrow.
Let's check that, and then we'll figure
But
out
Bob,
before we do
you know,
that.
there's always Bob. So
Yeah, we have Giggle saying, I learned today that I'll never get in a boat with Bob. Rod's made it in. Rod's made it out of the chat jail. Little Lion is free from the chat jail. Brian's here. Got Amanda in the building. Everybody is cheering on DB, saying DB is special. Let's see. Oh my god, you guys are like really chatting a lot. Hit the like button too, guys, by the way, if you didn't hit it earlier. Let's
it's up to
see.
you, Kat. If you want me to speak on that now, save it for tomorrow, do it twice.
Do you want to do like a layman's, like culpable negligence? Give us a, if
All right,
you
well,
had
why
to
don't
spit
we?
out a
Did you guys
description.
already do the culpable negligence instruction? Did you already go over it?
No, I only have the filings linked in the description, but I can pull them up.
No, I got
You
it
want-
right here. I'll share it.
Okay. Actually, I don't know what it looks like when you share it.
Oh,
Okay,
did
I
that
just
work?
gotta pick I think I just gotta pick add to stage and then do this. Nope, that's not. There's an add to stage button. Oh wait, what if I have to do this? There we go.
Okay. So this is the statute, and it just says to prove the crime of manslaughter, state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. One, the victim is dead, and two, for our purposes, is C, the death of the victim was caused by the culpable negligence of defendant. So every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. So let me repeat that. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention of harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a mere negligent act, or if the killing was either justified or excusable, not the case here. To convict on manslaughter is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent. And I'll leave off the other two. So now this part doesn't matter. So give only if 2C, that's what we're at. I will now define culpable negligence for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care towards others. For negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of another. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant knew or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. Now, I'm just gonna start there before we get to like the aggravation stuff, the enhancement or the reclassification situation. So the law, I've been looking over the case law, and as far as like the culpable negligence, the 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 bar is high on purpose. Florida uses the same definition since 1952. Um, let me see if I can switch to show this screen because I copied and pasted it, but
The
no.
point being that it was intended to be high, and if anyone's challenged it, which I'm assuming there were challenges over the years, they said, nope, we want it to stay high.
Right, right. So wait, where was I? So the it's been since 1952, this Preston case, that culpable negligence has to be, quote, flagrant, and as the same thing that it said in the instruction here, but also, okay, so I'm reading from it. Culpable negligence is gross and flagrant character, evincing reckless disregard of human life or safety of a person exposed to its dangerous effect, or that the entire want or care which would raise the presumption of indifference to consequences, or such wantonness or recklessness or grossly careless disregard of the safety and welfare of the public, or that reckless indifference is to the right of others, which is the equivalent to an intentional violation to them. I mean, it's really like the Florida law is saying this is more like it's almost intentional, So the jury, and you saw the jury instruction specifically saying it's more than a failure to use ordinary care. So it's
Like
the
the
kind of
highest level of douchebag. Like,
right, right. And so it's like the kind of mistake that makes you liable in a civil lawsuit is clearly not enough. And this is like nearly on purpose level of recklessness. Like this was done on purpose. So you've got here where you have somebody supposedly speeding, right, through what they want to call a narrow channel. And I've got to look into this like further, but there's some statutes about when something is considered like a narrow channel that you can't go a certain speed even if it's not, but I don't know that this state has really hit that here, but I'm going to talk about the there's a
they're gonna
Supreme.
call a boat. They're gonna call an expert who's a law enforcement agent himself that is an expert in like navigational rules and stuff like that. He's the
All
one
right.
that did some of the analysis on like some of the GPS stuff as well, the boat
Right.
routing and speeds.
So you've got like the vessel homicide, which you need like severe recklessness, and then you've got like this. They charged him at the very top. So there's this case. It's called Lazaro, and it's a 2014 case. A driver was doing 83.9 in a 55 on a straight road, sunny, clear visibility, and someone died when another car turned left in front of him. His conviction was reversed, which obviously, as you guys all know, that like doesn't happen, reversed. And the court said that his driving, quote, may have been careless or even negligent, but it did not meet the level of recklessness. Now, this is just for that the crime requires. And then basically it's like the court said if he had been going 120 per mile, the decision might be different. So you've got like George Pino doing what, 40 something miles an hour in a boat in a channel with no posted speed limit, and on something that he is familiar with. So he knows that he can make these curves and make this turn, and it's not to, he knows the area. And that sort of like helps him here. And the state's like logic of this whole, well, he hit it, so he must have been doing something, you know, severe, something that he's culpable negligent for. If that's kind of what they're sort of trying to say, but you've got to prove more than recklessness. But there was this case called Coppertino that I read where the culpable negligence was upheld on speed, but those facts are very different. There it was 90 miles an hour through a residential metro area late at night with no visibility. And the court there said it was immensely excessive rate of speed that no one could reasonably drive. So now here, it's what the state's like going to try to convert this channel into like metropolitan, residential area, saying that it was crowded or, you know, and
It was empty at
dangerous.
the same time though, because there was
Exactly.
no boat on channel marker 14 or something.
Right. So they put this guy on to be like this time of year, like there's so many boats, you can't even. But how does that matter? There were no boats there. You know what I mean? So here, I think the defense is going to be like, it was open water, it was daylight, there was clear weather. He had passed this marker hundreds of times. That takes us out of this whole 90 mile an hour through a residential metro area late at night with no visibility and right into driving 84 miles an hour in a 55 where it's on a straightaway and conditions are perfectly clear. I don't even think, in my opinion, under the law, that they can even get to culpable negligence at the standard it should be. So now you have this reclassification that you were asking about, Katt, where it doubles the um time from 15 to 30 miles an hour. So manslaughter is normally second degree felony, 15 years max, but the state adds this weapon statute to bump it up to first degree felony, 30 years. So, you know, so it's doubling his exposure, but here's how the boat becomes a weapon. So they have in fact said, when the weapon is not an element of the offense. So let's say the felony you're committing is like um brandishing a firearm, you know, then the use of a firearm is automatically in there, so they can't do that. But they're relying on this 2018 Florida Supreme Court case. It's called Shepherd, and it is the only one that I can found that I can find that even has this precise language, at least close together enough to be making this argument. But from what I can see, let me back up. Sorry. So the court held that an object, a car, can be a weapon if it's, quote, used to inflict harm on another. And whether it was a question, they talked about whether it was a question for the jury. But in that case, the defendant waited in a parking lot. Let me just put this up. He waited in a parking lot.
Wait, I don't see a different screen.
Sorry, I'll put it up right now.
Oh, okay. Now I see it.
Why isn't it telling? Oh, you do see it? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I highlighted it, so it should. Okay, here
Nope.
it is. So he was drinking and watching a basketball game at the bar at the bar with the victim. He got into a fight, after which he's escorted out. The victim, still at the bar, began receiving phone calls from this guy, and then he answered one of the calls before leaving the bar. A witness at trial, who had been at the bar that evening and had been invited by the victim to his apartment to meet his girlfriend, testified that she saw the white vehicle of the defendant parked in the rear shopping center across the street from the entrance of the victim's apartment complex. The witness said the white car flashed its lights. The victim pulled into the parking lot, exited his vehicle, and rushed towards the white automobile while pulling off his jacket. The white automobile advanced towards the victim and struck him. This is not just he was using his vehicle, driving in an excess speed, and used the vehicle caused the injury. This is someone who advanced his car towards
At
the
a
victim.
target.
Right.
Yep.
So the appellant left the parking lot and was apprehended 2 weeks later in
And
Chicago.
that wouldn't, to me, that's not culpable negligence then anymore. We're like straight up on intent to.
Right. I mean, it's kind of crazy. So then I started highlighting all this stuff in the majority opinion and decided, you know what, the dissent actually does the whole thing. And this is what gets me here, because I think there has not been another case in Florida where they have used this statute where the vessel or the vehicle wasn't directed at a person, wasn't like being used, you know, to as a weapon, as opposed to it happened to cause injury to somebody. So, um, so they were going through this, and they went through like the plain and ordinary meaning, and rather where they came down to it was that here it goes. We conclude that any object used or intended to be used to inflict harm on another constitutes a weapon within the meaning. So when you think about it, it says used or intended to be used to inflict harm. Used to inflict harm implies some level like of intent that you were using it to inflict
Whether
harm.
it was attempted or successful, the intent to do so, the intent to achieve the outcome had to be there.
Right. And you could kind of like make that argument from this language. The use, used to inflict harm. used to inflict harm. But then this whole thing with the defense happens, with the dissent happens, where he basically makes this very same argument. Like, you cannot have it where intent is not in there. And the
Right, where
dissent
it needs to be
actually,
explicitly constrained.
right, like he wants them to specifically say where you intend to use it to inflict harm. And by him kind of doing this, I think it makes it almost easier for the state and someone else to argue, well, there was a dissent on this very fact. So clearly the majority was refusing to say there needed to be a special level of intent. So it's like, could have been argued that way based on the way that they worded it. And again, they have only applied it in cases where someone has done this, but this dissent
If
goes
if
through
you
it.
if you lean on this, especially in a case like this where there's so much that I think is distinguished, where the degree of intent is a core issue at the heart of this case, aren't you just inviting the appeals court to possibly constrain this precedent on appeal and get yourself overturned?
I mean, I think so. And I think that, I mean, I would say that I think that this dissent almost makes it a little bit harder. So here's what they said. They were like construing the term weapon narrowly in favor of the accused. I would conclude that there should be an explicit finding that the defendant intended to use the object to inflict harm before a felony can be reclassified. Failure to construe the term in this manner will lead to reclassification to a higher degree of felony in any and every situation where an object is used to inflict harm on another. So, and he says this might not be what the majority intended, but it's what happens. They define it. First, they said that weapon includes any object used with the intent to
Intent.
cause harm. That's what they
And
started with.
then
And then they moved on
used
and they said, right, anything used, any object used or intended to be used to inflict harm on another. The majority then concludes by stating that if the object is used to inflict harm on another,
and they take out the intended, like
right, that the felony is subject to reclassification. However, there is no requirement of intent, and the jury is essentially not making any additional finding than what is required for involuntary manslaughter. So they go on to say that without any factual finding that the defendant intended to use the object to inflict harm. In other words, every felony inventing harm to another through means of an object, no matter how innocuous, would be subject to reclassification regardless of the defendant's state of mind. I strongly disagree. So it goes on way deeper, but here is the jury instruction. So it has to go to a jury. So a jury has to find beyond a reasonable doubt this part in order for it to be classified as a weapon and
that
then
it
to
was
get
used as a
right. And if they don't, then it goes back to just the second degree or is that second degree felony. So if you find the defendant committed, and this would be
the manslaughter.
the manslaughter, you must also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, he personally used
You should find him
a
guilty.
boat. He personally used a boat. You should find him or her guilty of um, manslaughter with a weapon. So, and then they say a weapon is defined as one, any object readily capable of inflicting bodily harm if used in the ordinary manner contemplated by its design and construction, or two, any other object that was used to inflict bodily harm. Any other object that was used to inflict bodily harm. So if you find that the defendant committed manslaughter, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he personally used a vessel, I don't even know how you would change those words around, that he personally used a vessel, a boat, because he did personally use a boat, right?
Yeah, because even because like typically when I see this in other states,
Oh, it
it's
does
like
say it. Used oh no. Yeah, used a boat or used a
I would
weapon.
say this weapon definition, because like because above, if they don't fill in the blank of weapon as being a boat and it says weapon, and then you need to determine if the boat was used as a weapon, that weapon definition doesn't leave room for you to interpret. It just says if you used it and somebody was harmed with the same issue in that dissent. Can you imagine this went up on appeal, how many friends of the court would come in with concerns about this? Like Factual would be on it in a heartbeat, I'm sure.
Can be found at 312, instruction 6. Maybe I'll look at that for tomorrow and we can pull it up. They're saying a special instruction will be necessary in cases where the weapon was an animal or a substance or something not commonly, that would be a different one. But they're saying it's recommended that a verdict contain a special finding to reflect the jury's determination as to whether the state proved the defendant personally carried a weapon. So that's what this would say here, is that if you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he used a weapon, then you should find him guilty of only the manslaughter. So this is where they're saying to any other felony in which the use of a weapon is an essential element. Examples: robbery with a firearm, robbery with a deadly weapon. So if in this case, you don't need to have had a weapon, and that's why it's eligible for the increase. But I'm surprised the judge, like, it has to be determined by the jury, which was another change from that case, and to be found beyond a reasonable doubt. But I'm surprised there's not a gatekeeping role where the judge has to first say, well, I think there's even
It's
enough here.
sufficient.
Right. But I
Yeah.
think it's just if it's eligible because it doesn't have the weapon as part of the crime. So at the end of the day, if you compare the case where this guy is out there flashing his lights and like he's planning to like use his car to get something started. I mean, yeah, maybe it was because the guy started charging towards him, but compare hitting like a fixed channel marker. It's like the cleanest way to see the problem is Florida's already worried about this exact overreach. Like the courts have said that in the case that they changed the meaning of weapon from, the court was like, hey, if you define it too loosely, you're opening up Pandora's box. So the court like literally, asks this, like, if and I would the water become a weapon if the victim was pushed overboard from an ocean liner? I think that was what they asked in that case. The point being that like if you strike and the thing around you doesn't become a weapon just because someone died, like it doesn't make any, it doesn't make any sense. Is it the channel marker that's the object, So I think that in Florida, in cases where like
Well,
the
I think
vehicles,
now this is why I'm thinking, like, I was confused about the emphasis on the injury to the back of the head, but this is making me think that the state is certainly planning to submit this back to the jury, and that's why they want to emphasize the fiberglass in the head. So the injury came from the boat and not from the channel marker. So now that you read all of that, I think that the state, because I was like, maybe the state won't even send this back to the jury. Maybe they'll opt out of it. But now I think that they plan to.
but if a boat becomes a weapon just because you operated negligently and someone died, then literally every boating accident in Florida is automatically a 30-year case.
And
I mean,
every defense attorney out there should be, if this gets to that point and there's a conviction with that attachment, every defense attorney in Florida better gang up and
yeah.
or I shouldn't say gang, but
I mean, if the
Which
jury
is-
convicts on culpable negligence, they're saying if they that like this was more than recklessness but not intentional, and then you flip it and you say, do you want them to find he used this boat to inflict harm? You got to remember a boat hit the fixed, channel marker, not Lucy. So I don't know, even in the strongest of the languages was the object was used to inflict harm. It's hard to satisfy when the object was never aimed at a person. Like it,
Well, and then he's also charged with vessel homicide, and now you're kind of making, if there is an issue with the instruction defining culpable negligence and the difference between the recklessness standard for a vessel homicide, it's almost like if you convict on vessel homicide, if there's a misunderstanding or misinstruction and culpable negligence, now you're also going to de facto convict on manslaughter with a boat as a weapon, because if you don't think, what else distinguishes if you're not clear on the difference between recklessness and culpable negligence? So now it compounds a possible, and I think very likely, jury instruction problem on properly defining culpable negligence, especially if a lesser included of vessel homicide includes language of culpable negligence that's a different type of culpable negligence than the manslaughter culpable negligence. Like, think of that logic. If the lesser vessel homicide can get us to culpable negligence on paper, and we don't understand the difference, or the jury doesn't, or the judge doesn't allow the special instructions the defense is seeking, a lesser vessel homicide could look to the jury as being the same as manslaughter with this, yes, the boat was a weapon.
Right. And
Because the defense, you missed it, but the first day the defense raised an issue with this culpable negligence language appearing in some manner in a lesser included that they're going to want to send back on the vessel homicide.
Okay, because they did, I think, change vessel homicide instruction to say that it's willful or wanton disregard for the safety of persons or property. So they're trying to make that like really close with like just the reckless operation of a statute. I didn't even look to see, do you know what the sentence is for
I just
vessel?
saw the oh, I thought you were going to ask this because you just saw the chat.
No,
It
I
was
didn't.
premature of me. Premature of me. I did take a quick note, but honestly, I wasn't sure if they were going to try to do some classifications or what. What did I have for a base offense in vessel
Let me see, I'm
homicide?
looking it up
It's
now.
punishable as a second-degree felony with a minimum penalty at 5 years and maximum at 25 years for the vessel. But I'm scared that let's see.
I think vessel homicide, do you have the second degree up to 15 years? So yeah, because we're saying it goes from 15 to 30. So yeah, so it's up to 15.
For manslaughter.
No, for right. Well, wait, yeah, what's
Manslaughter max is 15 without any aggravators or enhancements or whatever in Florida.
right? Let me see, what does this, where I have your thing up here. So count 1, culpable negligence. Count 2. Yeah, reckless. Oh, 782,072. 782,072. 782,072. That's the okay. So that is the 15 years. That is the manslaughter. So they have just the 2 counts. One is the regular. Count 2 is just the regular manslaughter. It's the same under 732.70 in a reckless manner, thereby causing in violation of So those are the 2 that they have.
Oh, no, Kate, the case has not gone to the jury. The state's gonna have a couple more days of presentation still. So also Thursday, guys, I don't think that the camera is gonna go along with the trip, but maybe they will. But if the camera person, if there's no feed to go on this field trip, which I think that'd be difficult because there's a huge risk of showing the jury when you go on a trip like that and everyone's moving around the exhibit. So if there's no court feed, or court's going to start, but then it's going to be on a break for like the 2-3 hour field trip, I think we would have a half day, then we would start in the afternoon. There'd be otherwise it'd be a lot of blooping. That would be Thursday.
So wait, when are they doing the trip? Thursday?
Thursday, yep.
All right, because there was Where did I see the? What was I looking at? Maybe. No, that's not it. So 782072 defines. Okay. Reckless operation of a vehicle. $732. Let me just pull this up. A person who operates a vessel or manipulates. Is this a criminal offense? The person who reckless or careless operation of a vessel, but this is not. It's unlawful to reckless operation does not result in an accident. Person commits. Oh yeah, it's unlawful to operate a vessel in a reckless manner. A person who operates any vessel or manipulates any water skis, whatever, in willful disregard for the safety of persons or property at a speed or a manner to endanger or likely endanger limb, does not result in an accident. That's a misdemeanor. Results in an accident causing damage to person or a property of another is first degree punishable because seriously commits a felony of the third degree. A person who operates. So
That's so complicated. Sentencing is so confusing to me. Like, if I get on stream and I'm like, well, here's what the statute said, just know that I've, like, looked at, like, 20 different pages to figure it out. And sometimes the state cites to something, like a subsection that isn't part of the Florida Sunshine that posts all the legislation. Sometimes they cite to chapters that aren't there anymore. And you've got to find, like, another source that has it
oh yeah,
uploaded.
this is an old. This one's red flagged. So
Yeah, like, it's like a hot mess.
Okay. Because this is a lot. One thing says like 40 years. I don't know what this was getting at though. I think this is the penalties for everything. So it's hidden in here somewhere. But I can look more at
And I
it.
know a vessel homicide is kind of like if you're a repeat offender, like there's like a super enhancement. So
780-202.
also you've gotten here at for dread sent a super saying Carmelo 35 years because if you miss because we kind of I forgot about the saying out loud the verdict, but no one asked either in the Discord because you guys had shared it. But he opted to put the sentencing decision in the hands of the jury and put up a heat of passion defense. And the jury came back. It seemed like they rejected the sudden passion claim, but decided on 35 years, even though I think the range could have been up to 99 years. So
it looks like so reckless is also for 15 years. I don't know. I'll look into it more.
Florida's fun, right? I always say, like, Florida, everyone thinks Florida is so gun friendly, and we're seeing the 10-20 to life policy, which is really meant to be a deterrent to just like willy-nilly use of firearms, right? If we're gonna be so firearm friendly, we don't just want people thinking there's no repercussions to using a firearm unlawfully. Or like a knife, I think the 10-20 to life was designed for inherently deadly weapons, like a firearm or a knife. Things that are like, when used in a manner as they're intended to be used, are deadly. But to see that case where like anything could become that weapon, quote unquote, to establish this enhancement under 10-20 to life is a lot.
But this is 15 versus 30. Huh. So both the manslaughter and the vessel homicide are second-degree felonies, and there's the 15 ceiling is the same. Manslaughter needs culpable
By the way, I think the
negligence.
name 10-20 is because like if there's manslaughter with a firearm, it could be enhanced to
Yes.
20 because it's a 5-year enhancement. So.
Under the actual firearm, yeah. That's
So
so
it's just
bizarre that it's if it's reckless, you get the same amount of the unless it goes down to the reckless operation of a vessel misdemeanor, but you can't get the misdemeanor if somebody died.
the stereotype is that lawyers become lawyers because they don't want to do math, and then they give sentencing issues to lawyers. Like, and then the legislation is a hot mess of figuring out the math and the times tables for sentencing, and it's just one big hot mess. One big hot mess.
Yeah, they both carry the identical 15 years, and for one you just have to prove reckless, and the other you've got to prove the higher culpable negligence standard. So, but I don't think you can. Maybe you can't aggravate like the um the reckless one up to no, it can be. They can both be.
But I don't think they didn't include that in the charging language for the vessel homicide charge, you mean?
Yeah, I'm just
Or
wondering why they didn't, but I was thinking, could that be a lesser included? But there'd be no point for the defense to ask for it because no, it's over. It's over. Now we're talking. Now the chat can be
how was
involved.
Costco?
How was Costco? Everyone wants to know.
Expensive.
As it always is. I mean, can't walk out in there and out without paying over $500, I think.
Tell Bob to jump on screen. We can wrap up with him on screen, but not on his screen. We'll have two Bobs. We'll have Bobception.
She says, come on screen to say goodbye and wrap up. Come on screen to say goodbye and wrap up with me. You can come over here.
Hey, do you guys want to do like 11 Eastern, so 10 Central start time tomorrow, since court is starting at 10 Eastern? Hey,
There
Bob.
he is.
We got Bobception. We got two Bobs on screen.
Chick-fil-A.
Guys,
Our daughter
we are
constantly
going
wants
to
Chick-fil-A. I can't hear anything that anybody's saying.
Oh,
just make fun of him. He won't hear you. So he's going to hand over the headphones. Speakers. I don't know if she knows she muted. You muted.
we're only now we're through the computer, so you can hear both of us.
Yeah.
Oh, look
There
at
we
this.
go.
What?
We can see this other chat on the side here.
Yeah, do you guys, you can, if you use StreamYard, you guys can do that in your StreamYard.
Yeah, you put it right on the screen.
Oh.
But it's easy. It brings both, like, so since our chats are linked right now into StreamYard, it can let the chat see each other even if they're watching on one place.
Yes,
and
that
not the
is the
other.
judge. DB made that, whatever you call that. What do they call those things? Emoji, or it's got some. I don't, the profile pic. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, it's the judge from Corey Richens with the voice.
Oh, the judge that everybody liked.
Yeah.
So we're saying, what time should we start tomorrow? Because they're going to start at 10.
All right. Well, I've got a softball game that I have to be
in the
there
morning.
at.
Oh,
It's Wednesday. No, it's the game. I have to.
Do you have court, Allie? Do you have court? You said something about maybe having court.
I don't have court in the morning. No.
Okay.
No. So I can.
Well, it doesn't matter to me.
We tied up until 5. So I guess the sooner we start, the better, so that I can be at the game when it starts at what, 6?
5:45.
5:45. So he's got to get there early because he's the coach.
I'm
One of
managing
them.
tomorrow.
Oh, he's
Joe's
managing.
out of town.
Oh.
So
Well, do you want to do a 9:30 your time start, 10:30 Eastern, which is half hour after court starts? But I don't think their lunches are an hour long in this court. It looked like we didn't skip an hour for their lunch.
It
They
did
didn't
not
take a
feel
full.
like I don't
how
know
late
how
did
we
they
built up an
go
hour.
Eastern time?
I think like 5:45 or 6 or something already.
Wow.
Because they were like, oh, if we keep the jury, we're gonna go past 6, and then they did some out of the present stuff. They watched like a 7-minute video, and then closed out. So 6-ish, 6:15 by the time they left. So we can start at, what did I just say? It'd be 9:30 Central Time, 10:30 Eastern Time, and then whatever we do with either skipping the lunch or not talking too much, we can get you to your game.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's up to you. We can start at 10 or 10:30, either one, because
I say we start the earlier the better.
Start
Okay,
when they
we can do
start
10.
at 10?
So that'd be
Yeah.
9 for you guys.
Yeah, because if we're not doing chat, then I mean, having some blooping time is we love blooping time because you
Right.
can.
Well, we
bloop.
managed to talk enough to bloop straight through everything and
Yeah.
still be
Well,
going
we
a half
started
hour
late
after.
today. We started. At
Yeah,
like
let's do 9. Well, Bob was
Oh,
like, East Coast times, they're hard. I gotta get up early. I'm like, okay, we can start after 11. So, and
all
then it
right. So we'll
backfired.
do 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
We're gonna
Central,
start with
2 o'clock
court tomorrow. Court starts at
Same time.
10 because it's a Florida trial, so that's 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, and then so Mountain Time would be 8, right? We'll get our Mountain Time peeps. That'd be 8, and then you Central folks would be 9 a.m.
Carmelo got
So
35 years. Wow.
yeah,
All
they
right.
did 35. Yep, and that was to you guys too. So you got that chat in there. Didn't want you
Thanks,
guys to miss it.
Thanks, Ed, for
So
35.
so
Wow. I thought it. All
And
right.
then you
love
guys
you
can
guys.
use.
See you tomorrow.
Bye, babe. Then you guys can use the Venmo to send questions like a super. That
yeah,
can be
that's a brilliant idea. And
Yeah.
I think I saw in the Discord it's just like Bob's name, like Bob_Motta.
Yeah.
And
Bob.
so
No,
that would be the Venmo name.
Yeah, at Bob
At Bob.
dash Motta or underscore. I put it in the.
Oh, but tomorrow we can or you know
Yes.
what, like when I don't have a chat, right? You see the names there. You could just change Bob's name to be the address
Okay.
of it. Like type it however it would be on Venmo. That way people will
Okay.
know.
All
Brilliant
right.
idea.
Yep. And then we have to watch for the that I think everything's gonna lie in jury instructions here.
Every
really.
time?
I mean, this one even
Oh.
more with special instruction for the reclassification.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for, that was incredible research to be doing while also being on stream. So like your brain is crazy.
Yeah.
And your way of explaining it is very helpful as well. So people can understand things but can't explain it, and you can do both. And that's awesome.
Yeah, the misdemeanor is only available if there's.
You're still looking, see?
It's driving me crazy that there's a reckless and then a more severe thing, and they have the exact same sentence.
Ali at
It's like,
3 a.m. reading up more case law.
I'm gonna be like, why is this happening in Florida? What does this mean? So, all right.
Well, thank you so much. It was awesome having you today. You were very much missed yesterday, and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Shout out to the Defense Diaries chat and also the chat over here that came in for the freedom of the chat that we get to do at the beginning and the end of these streams. And can't wait. One of these days we'll have to collab on something where the chat can be actually hybrid.
And do you think we're allowed to, because you said on a screen that's showing the stream. So in theory, couldn't we, when they paused for lunch, we could open up the chat.
If we have an actual lunch break that we just didn't have that opportunity today.
But I'm saying, like, even if we don't, we could be like, all right, guys, we're going to open it up at their lunch for, something, people to come in and vent while we don't have it on the screen, and then we put it back up on the screen.
Yeah, my reading of it, as long as we are not sharing the stream, delayed or not, because it is kind of worded like if you're just displaying the court feed, that you want the live chat disabled. So disable it when we are showing the feed, and we can re-enable it when we're not showing the feed.
We can take our own built-in break in the middle of the day and be like, all right, this thing warrants chat. Let's take the stream off our screen and open up the chat. Can we do that? Yeah.
I think that's fine. We just have to not just say we're gonna do it and then forget to go enable it.
I kept that little box open next to me so that I could just click it, So if something happens tomorrow and we want to talk, we'll just take this stream off the screen, open up the chat, and put it back, instead of just pausing and talking through it.
Oh, and Giggle Glimmer, be careful with this because there are multiple George Pinos with different birth dates that I don't think those are his cases, because
No.
I almost thought the same thing. So just be careful, guys, when you look up defense names. Check the birth dates, and not just the year, but also the day and the month too. So
yeah, and some of them they don't put the date of birth. At least I've seen it like that. Sometimes they use a middle initial, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they give date of birth, sometimes they don't. but you can bet your ass that if he has a history of that, they would have been
The
trying
exact
to,
pattern relevant, it would be.
yeah, but if
Or
he's
we'd
going to
see an aggravation.
right, or if he's going to testify, they would have filed a motion that if he testifies, we're going to bring in these other offenses. And I think you've been following the
Yeah, I didn't see
filing.
a filing like that.
But so we'll see.
All right, guys. Thank you so much, Ali. Tell Bob thanks again. Thank you both chats, and see you guys on time. Remember 10 Eastern and all the other time zones tomorrow. Take care, you guys. And sorry I don't have the Defense Diaries outro. Maybe I should borrow that to end these. Bye, guys.